laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
On. Good. Shulong. Duro. War. Taki. Mako. The hands. Kino. Vista. Makix. Duro.
Oh.
Mako.
Good.
The hands.
Good.
Duro.
Oh, good.
Taki. Vista. Udi. Duro. Taki.
Good.
Mako.
Mako.
Shulong. On. Udi. Kino. On.
Oh.
Taki. Kino. Udi. The hands.
Good.
Mỗi lần trở dập sau thì sẽ là rất nhiều áp lực, còn pha đầu đã hụt, pha sau cũng hụt như này thì càng ngày sẽ là càng tụt lại đến từ pha theo tôi. Bây giờ lại một lần thầm Pun, lần này có thêm Oka. Pun pha này khiêu khích được đôi người chém rất đau với chúng Oka sẽ phải đập xuống pha tiểu này.
さてドレイク前今に出ていく DCG 両拳の続きマーゴルに角を飛び込んでいくさあそのポップナインにショックウェーブを合わせて入れているもののメロマシー地域乱流後ろからアリアやってきてバブルがまずはポップナインを打ち取っていくさあエンゲージに入ったビスタは倒されたもののエビがきっちりキャリーであるボンをオールアウトで連れ去ってこのサイドの視界をかなり SHG 取れてますね裏から来たアリアその動きに合わせビスタ狙いは本質をショックウェーブ3マン返してくるがアリア増量の砂時計さらに続けてバックラインへの飛び込み1ガーデンジルがありますまずはアリアが関水から本質を取り切った
すごいダメージ
凄まじいダメージ一気に投げ出していくシャウシーまで取っているオールアウトを使っているエビは2人をゾーニングトリプルキル獲得はアリア
Ở trên nó cần hy sinh, ở đây thì đang cố gắng đẩy người ra để kiểm soát tầm nhìn đến từ ground zero thôi. Nhưng mà bây giờ thì Pun đã tới, dí thẳng với chiều Sun. Pun đánh Sun và Sun đây thì sẽ phải đập xuống ngay lập tức thì đó là viên đạn chuẩn xác của Eddie. Đi red team được thêm Oka nữa. Jiang đang cố gắng đổi mạng của Eddie. Eddie thực sự là rất khó rồi với một trận tướng hơi tù như Jin nhưng có bia có hit quay trở lại thì lại là câu chuyện khác.
さあポップナインが横から来るとどうもなり合えばエビが距離を取ったポップナイン飛び込むことはしませんエビにポリモーフが入っているちょっと下からへと押し出される形になっているがさあアリアの動きを見つけてたホースを狙っていくのはアリアビスタの合流とともに一気にキルを狙っていく取った取り切ったがアリア逃げられるかフローレンが飛び込むサンダーブロービスタのフォローが間に合ったポップナインが飛び込んでいるがマンはしっかり体力があるさらにはビスタの判定インゲージそれには強く決戦場エビも続けて入っていくマブラ完全にフリーでいるバンが落とされましたがしかしエビが届いてオールアウトさらに切り開くもう一撃から続けてもう一撃福岡ソフトバンクオフゲーミング
try to stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the burning sun. All that there is silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 coach comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead, but I know I feel unbreakable. The stirring of the mind, it feels like a sign. Can I make it to the finish line? But I know I feel unshakable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Like a phoenix from the flames, I have risen, I am dazed, I'm electric in the pouring rain.
Ahoy and welcome back, gamers, to day 2, week 5 of the LCP. My name is Pike. I'm joined with, nailed it, Carrick's over on the side. Had to figure out where my point was going, my man. How are you feeling tonight? You feeling good, man? I'm ready for a good night. I got the popcorn ready to go, and we're cheering for some big games ahead.
I am so keen for it. We've got both of our top teams looking to show some dominance tonight.
Oh, look, we really are, and I think there's so much we could break down, but you know what? It's better just to get right on into it and see where we're looking, because right now you said the best teams. Let's look at our standings. Let's see where these teams are sitting on the top of the leaderboard and where these teams are looking to go as we make our way to MSI in just a short week's time. But now, this was actually yesterday's results. Don't worry about the standings. We'll get to those. Let's look at yesterday. So in fact, it is MVK came out on top, the 2-0 against GZ, and then it was Garm getting the reverse sweep against DCG here. Carrick, what are your takes on this real quick?
I think this is a really big result. These were sort of teams who were in a bit of a gridlock in terms of perception, and the fact that it was the Vietnamese teams coming out on top, I think has really started to show who's going to be at the top end of playoffs.
Yeah, look, I totally agree. And it was really good to see these teams really step up and really try to play smart, especially it was so much out of Vikings, this team that not many people have given too much credit for, but there they are in the second spot on the leaderboard. Secret Whales clearly at the top, not dropping anything right now. Garm in third. We got SHG fourth, Flying Oysters at fifth, Relove DCG at sixth, Ground Zero and DFM now sadly at the bottom. But it's still any team's series here, Carrick. Any team can still make their way up to the top. Let's look at the player of the match standings, because we finally have some players breaking among the pack. It's just a downside they're breaking out with 4 other members.
Well, there are a few, well, there's exactly one, in fact, person who could break away tonight. Eddie will be playing, so perhaps we'll have a third player of the match.
Oh, Eddie, we're going to be watching you ever so closely down in that bot side. But still, let's look at today's games. You sort of fed me right into it so well there, Carrick. It is SHG versus DFM for your best of 3, first up tonight. Then we go into CFO versus Team Secret Whales. This is, look, you could just look at the scoreboards underneath. 3-1 to 0-4 for SHG versus DFM. 1-3 CFO versus a 4-0 Secret Wales. We've got some pretty bold predictions about tonight, and you know what? I'm keen to get into that a little bit later on, but Carrick, what are you expecting to see out of this SHG roster right here?
Well, this SHG roster has proven to be the second best team in the league, at least in my opinion. They are looking very, very dominant. They've got a bit of a run tonight up against one of the weaker teams in the league. I just want to see them lock in something super solid and transition from early game leads to very, very clinical wins.
Yes, no, 100%. I think that's where we've sort of been wanting to push this roster in particularly, is we're not seeing them be as absolute dominant. Like we see Secret Whales, they can run a game from start to finish. They know what they're doing. They're very almost clinical about it. We want to get SHG to that same level. If they can start competing at the same times. Yes, we saw right at the start of the split, they had perfect games. They were just killing people in their nexus. Like, it is hard to see, but as the split's gone on, the competition's gotten a bit harder, and now they've got a bit of competition they need to go up against tonight, as we are going to look at DFM. Unfortunately, this is the roster down on the bottom of the ladder, but look, we have high hopes. This team has been put together. They've got Woody, they've got Fisher, some fairly new names on the roster, but they've got a spark, and we just need to get that flame alit.
They absolutely do, and they have shown some real signs of life. They took a game off Garm last week. I actually do think when things work out, when they get their draft, DFM is a team you have to respect.
Yeah, 100%. And then once we've had a look at this, Momo, Citrus, Fisher, let's have a look at this head-to-head, because this is the next sort of big step in. We're looking at these supports, because Vista has shown incredible signs of just absolutely engaged. You can see every single champion there is some form of an engaged support. Whereas if we look at it, but the big thing I want to talk about is that's 16 unique champions to Woody's 6. I want to say this, we're prefacing this a little bit differently. Woody's only just recently come into the roster too. It's only been a couple weeks, so that granted, we do have to discount the 6, but I just want to highlight that is Vista has a very deep pool of champions they feel very comfortable on. We know this about Woody. This is why I wanted to talk about these supports, because the stats are actually incredibly close if you look up and down. Damage per minute, I don't think is a huge thing you really need to worry about the support, but kill participation is number one. 82% there for Woody means he is active across the map.
Yeah, I think, as you said, Woody's sort of come into this roster later in the split. That's why some of these numbers are a little bit fake, the DPM and stuff, and the unique champions. But he is very, very active around the map. Where he goes, DFM tends to follow. I do think, as much as they haven't picked up their first win yet, Woody has been a massive shot in the arm to this team. And just on the side of Vista, yes, 16 unique champions. He is able to play absolutely everything, and it's just giving so much draft real estate to SHG. They just don't need to prioritize a support pick because Vista always has a backup.
Vista can play around the team. That's the best part. And we know Woody can do exactly that. I think that's why Woody was brought on from this roster, previously on PSG Talent. So this was their chance to sort of come back to the league and say, guys, I can help carry this a little bit further. Now, as far as I recall, I think there is a couple little language barriers that there is in DFM, whereas SHG, I think they've been looking so clean is because, yes, they're all speaking the exact same language. They're all on the same sort of the podium or like level. They're all reading each other quite well. But while we're talking about positioning and levels, let's look at our predictions for tonight. Yes, we have decided to go for it. It is the 2-0 for both of us for SHG. Now, why have you picked that, Carrix?
Because SHG are a really, really good team. They very nearly beat Team Secret Wales. If you go back and look at that series, they were 1 or 2 mid-game mistakes from winning that game too, and just 2-0ing Team Secret Wales. Yeah. SHG are really, really good. It's honestly not a reflection on DFM. There's maybe only 2 teams I wouldn't predict SHG beating 2-0.
Yeah, wow. Good shout there. I've picked them because I just like the stuff that they're made of. Stardust.
Fair enough.
Because they're stars in my eye, Carrix. That's the difference. Star-studded players out here in the LCP arena. We're going to get that glorious walk down very soon. But you know what? I'm pretty keen for this. DFM, I'd like for them to bring something a little bit different to the table this evening. I think one thing they need to show is that they can maybe be a little bit more versatile, and I think they need to work the map a little bit more. It feels like they're just a little bit too slow on the A ball, where objectives are already taken before they can even react. So I'd like to see a little bit more proactivity out of this roster. What would you like to see?
I completely agree. I think you need to be on the front foot. You need to be the aggressive team. And the thing is like if you play super aggressive, you play super dominant and try and just, we are going to make the calls. We are going to dictate what happens, and it doesn't work. Okay, you lose the game. Well, you were going to lose anyway, right? Like, you may as well go down swinging. And I think that's where you can get a team like SHG to fumble a little bit. SHG they're not a rigid team, but they're a very well-coached team, and they're a team that likes having their own plans and likes setting the tempo. The best way when you're the underdog is just to throw them off kilter. Sure, it's not going to give you a 100% chance to win. It might not even give you a 60% chance to win, but your odds are worse than that if you just play standard.
This is how I want to see this play out. Like you said, go down swinging. This is how I imagine that. And I'm just going to do a little reenactment for everyone. He's going to go... bit of that, just absolutely flailing it. That's what we want to see DFM doing tonight. I think that's the goal. If they can just absolutely full send, they might throw SHG off guard, but still, they might not. I think SHG, you talked about it before, they're looking really, really clean. What's your final point on that before we hit to this right fist bump?
Look, I think SHG are the clear favourites here, but you never know what happens when it's an LJL derby. These teams know each other. These teams have played with and against each other for years. Anything can happen.
That is actually one of my favorite things. If we're looking at the LJL, it is a derby. These guys are rearing and ready to go. Who knows what they're going to be bringing out onto the Rift? I think we're going to see some very stable picks once again. Meta hasn't really been defined too much. I think it's been very clear cut. Looking at the LCK as well, LEC, we're looking at a lot of that. But Carrix, is there any champion you'd like to see predominantly? What's your go-to champion you want to see?
Gangplank mid. Gangplank mid with Deathfire Touch. It's crazy.
Okay, you know what? I kind of back that. Depth Tiger Rust, that sounds pretty scary, and I wouldn't want to be versus that. I'm hoping for a mid-Z. That's all I've been playing lately. I've been chilling on it. It's looking so good. But guys, stick around. We've got a Riot Fist Bump coming up right now. Stay tuned. The first series is coming to a screen near you.
You feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
欢迎来到 LCP Arena 第5周第2天的赛程，上半场比赛将会迎来 LJL 赛区的内战，率先要登场的队伍，他们是本赛区的非越南最强，目前已经是挤进稳定的前段班的宝座，以安心的营运让人家感到稳定，他们就是 LJL 的王者 SHG。上路 Abby， 打野 Vang。 中路 Aria， 下路 Marble， 辅助 Vista， 教练 Corgi。而向王者发起挑战的，永远都离自己的大分胜场差了一步。有余神跟无敌加盟，但是仍然找不到自己的首胜。入前仍然还在努力当中的日本刺客 DFM， 上路 Momo， 打野 Citrus， 中路 Fisher， 下路 Kakun， 辅助 Udi， 教练 Pass。 那么今天上半场的比赛，对于日本赛区的粉丝来说，将会是一场非常艰难的选择。今天 DFM 跟 SHG， 你要选哪一道呢？可注目啊，多吉。
And there we have it. It is the LCP Arena popping off once again. Oh man, that guy's intros, I've said it before, I'll say it again. He's the reason I wake up in the morning. He's the reason I can look at the sun for at least 10 minutes straight without burning my retina. He is my golden light here, Carrix. And we're getting ready for the 2v2 coming up against SHG versus DFM. It is Van One and Vista versus Citrus and Woody. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. The jungle and the support, not one we often see going into the 2v2, but I always just think it's whoever's feeling the most caffeinated, the most awake, just ready to go in there and throw some hands. None of these long 2v2s. We've had a couple that have like really gone long recently. None of that. Level 4. We all in.
No, not even that. I think level 3, we should be getting a double kill off the bat, full sender, no fear in the eyes. You should be putting the fear in their eyes, Carricks. But we're starting to get into the bans. What would you like to see that we haven't seen yet? I'm just looking at this. There's a lot going on. There is a bit going on, but I'm not even sure. Like, is there... Again, we've seen the Rengar Ivan. I've already talked about that. Chat, if there's anyone out there who could recommend some great 2v2s that they'd love to see in this sort of comp, hit us up. I want to see it in the comments. I want to see what you guys are up to and see what we could be expecting moving forward. But now, bans are coming out. We got Heimerdinger and Elise locking in. We also have no one else. Okay, Heimerdinger Elise is a bit of an interesting one. I'm pretty keen for this. We'll have to see.
Big fan of Heimerdinger and Elise, but unfortunate not to see them. Yeah, apologies. Don't know, my internet's being a little dodgy. I'm trying to get on top of that. But anyway, a lot of these bans make sense.
No, I love it. And we've got the brand Caitlyn being banned out there too, Carricks. We're all back online. If you conk out once again, I got you covered, brother. Do not stress. But now we're looking at the picks phase here and seeing which ones they're going to be locking down. The Caitlyn's been a very sought after ban. I wonder why, but that's a Xin Zhao. I'm a big fan of this.
I wonder if it's going to be the new Xin Zhao build. Obviously, this is the 2v2, so maybe it doesn't come into its own, but this AP Xin Zhao that they've buffed on the latest patch goes crazy.
Ooh, with a Silas too, could be pretty nuts. But that's a Tahm and a Vel'Koz of all combinations. Look, honestly, I kind of like that. I think if they're not careful and they don't hit those abilities just right, I think Vista and Van One are just going to get on top of them pretty quick smart.
This is going to be an interesting one for sure. Silas is always kind of great in these 2v2s because you never get to the downside of not really having an ultimate. You just have a really good fighter kit. And Xin Zhao and Silas going in at the same time. I don't know if a poor Tahm Kench is going to be able to peel for that squid monster.
Isn't it a galactic squid monster? It's a void. It's from the void.
From the void.
I have to think about that. But I know that they should do like a cool celestial skin or something. That would kind of slap really hard, like a spaghetti monster. I know they're actually bringing that out. Really
yeah.
They're doing that. I'm pretty sure. I think that was a soft hinted at in the next like cooking one. I think they're doing a spaghetti monster, flying spaghetti monster Vel'Koz, which I'm pretty down for. As Snowball's going out. No action. You know what? They broke the one. Well, there's actually there's maybe 3 rules of ARM. Yes, dance harder. Oh, SHG are here for business. They're not even looking. Oh, okay, gone straight on in. Oh, he predicted it. The flash was absolutely missed, but now they're looking for first blood too. We asked for a quick one here, Carricks, and SHG are delivering.
Yeah, SHG heard us. They want to get onto the Rift for sure as they just take out Citrus. Level 1. It is a Doran's Ring on a Xin Zhao.
Vista is very happy to go forward because then Van One follows it up with the Wind Becomes Lightning, and it's just a little bit too easy because that's a half health Tahm Kench forced to back right at the start.
This is the tricky thing here for Citrus. He's used his flash, he's used his barrier. I mean, don't they just go again?
Do it. Wait, he's got the snowball. Send. Yes, that's what you want. I like it. He's using the tactics. Using those in my ARAMs today. But no, this is also the big part you're going to be worried about. Plasma Fission's going out. Will do a little bit of damage if they hit, especially the slows are quite intense. But we'll have to see if Citrus just keeps dancing. You just died.
Yeah, he's just moving. Yeah,
is this what you do? And now they're flashing the mode? Yeah, honestly, that would have broken my mental though. Straight up. I would have. Oh, wait, there's a snowball.
Surely
not much mana to go off. Might be looking for the. Yeah, it just looked it back. Reset. Hard to clear out the wave. Remember, if this wave hits the tower, it will start doing quite a bit of damage. Minions are pretty impactful right now in these 2v2s.
Yeah, that they are. We have seen sort of last resorts having to be triggered when towers are just a little bit too low. People really do have to jump forward. I don't think this is going to be the one. I think we are just waiting for the reset, coming back in, and I think we're going to go try and pop Citrus again. But look, Citrus is having a great time.
Look, you can even see Citrus in his cam below was just laughing. He's just like, what is going on? But it's all good fun. Like, at the end of the day, we've said this multiple times, the 2v2s, it's not just about getting your priority. It's not just about getting the side you want. It's about having a bit more of an entertainment fun. There's a lot of damage going out. It is Citrus, not level 6 yet, so the disintegration ray is not yet available. And once it is, it should start to melt pretty quick smart. Remember though, you gotta think about this strategically here, Carrix. It's double proc. Like, you have to proc quite a few times for both Tahm Kench and on the Vel'Koz in order to get that maximum damage potential or to get the Glutton.
Very true. Ooh, there's a flash forward. Don't necessarily go on it yet. Ooh, Vista might have bitten off more than he can chew.
Man 1 still up there in their face, but trying to be very careful. Level 6 is still available. Woody is low, gets the knockback. It's not going to be able to finish away. Takes the snowball back in. Looking for a bit more. Vista is just too low. There's the disintegration rate. Look at it, Woody. Knocked up, cancelled. It still gets the kill. Citrus has moves and not afraid to throw out a wild tentacle or two.
Well. Now it's interesting because DFM can get a reset, and it's just the one for one that's needed. We could get a bit of a snipe on Citrus's ult. He, of course, still has access to that big beam.
And it could be an interesting one because if they get to their first items, and I love the Oblivion Orb coming out here, looking very strong on Citrus, just because it is so much healing you have to deal with. But it looks like it is actually the Xin Zhao. Is Van 1 actually building a static Shiv, the new static Shiv?
Yeah, I mean, it is really good on Xin Zhao, one of the champions that super benefits from that change. This new AP Xin Zhao, I've played against it a few times. Don't want to. I've had enough of it already, as it is really, really something. Are they going to go under the tower? That seems risky with a Tahm Kench.
Yeah, no, playing it safe though. We thought it was going to be a quick one. It's now turning into a bit of a slower burn. We might be getting the Ring of Fire fairly soon, but a little bit of damage, a little bit of poke, a little bit of laughter. Just a lot of fun at the end of the day too. Oh, Vista taking the heat. Oh, there's the disintegration rate. For another one, jumping back in. Van 1 just gone and easy. Look at Citrus there. He's applauding. He's like, yep, good try. Disintegration rays win out every time.
Does kind of feel like the Tahm Kench was just a spectator to that one. That was a bit of a Vel'Koz show. Gave him the zap.
DFM have secured first pick, which is nice to see. I didn't actually catch where we'll be seeing SHG. Are they taking blue side?
I didn't quite catch it either, unfortunately.
Classic. Look, we're going to find out very soon.
We'll find out.
What would you like them to be? Is there anything, would you like them to go? I think blue side's just the better side at the moment. Like, it has the stronger win rate. It's a lot of players. The only team that really prioritizes is Vikings.
Yeah, I do think blue side just makes a lot of sense to me. I'm still a big believer in that it's largely a psychological difference based on side of the map, and it's just that blue side, the camera feels a little bit better.
Oh, yeah, look.
You're moving weird when you're on red side.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, a little bit. Maybe not too much, but just enough. I think blue side is just the easiest side. Imagine if they just flipped it. Or like, no, that's crazy. Don't even listen to me. That's just nonsense. It's already too late in the evening, Carrix. But still, we're getting ready to load up this draft and see what these two teams are going to be playing for the first match of the night. You said you'd like to see a Gangplank mid. I've asked for a Zed. Unfortunately, there's no real bruiser and or assassin in the mid lane really at the moment ever. It's all mages. So I'm expecting probably an Orianna, maybe an Aurora, maybe a LeBlanc, actually. We could see something a little bit crazy out there, but there's a lot going on that we have to get through.
Yeah, there is. And of course, we are on this new patch, so we could see some changes. Like you mentioned the Zed. Zed has been crazy in solo queue. Of course, that's a champion that is often quite, well, when he's good in solo queue, it often doesn't translate to being really good in pro play. Evie?
It is it is known that sometimes you do need to check the wheels of your chair. Carrix, this is a big thing. You do need to check those wheels. As draft has been started up, already banning out the Orianna and the Rumble makes sense. Let's just let's just have fun with how stock standard this is going to be, because it's probably going to be like a Varus band in there. Karma's probably going to come along the way too. Then we're going to look at like the Xin Zhao J4 potentially. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, there is a lot going on, and unfortunately, sometimes, I say unfortunately, I've actually been really enjoying the LCP meta, but it's always fun to get a little bit of a change, and I do think over the next week or so with this new patch, we will start to see some new picks creep in, but frankly, I didn't really expect us to even be playing on this patch this week. It's that new. The players just haven't really had time.
Well, there's quite a few big changes as well. We got those boots, we got the static shiv updates, you got the cyclonic as well that are being upgraded too, where it's a little bit more assassin heavy. You're going to be picked a little bit more in those sort of bruises as well. Wave clear is really nice on it. So yeah, there is quite a bit going on. And you mentioned as well last week the Shyvana, how it sort of like got hit a little bit, but now it's been hit properly. So I'm excited to see what it's going to start turning into, because we know as well that there are some very strong picks that Evie and Momo probably like to play in this top lane, but I'm looking at Evie and how aggressive they could be. I'm looking at like an Ambessa play from them and expecting them to pop off.
Yeah, I mean, that would be exciting. I always love to see Evie popping off when his team does let him sort of pick these more bruisers, these more carry-oriented top laners when he's not in tank jail. Unfortunately, he does often end up in there because he's really good at tanks. So it's a little bit, you know, harder to really let him out, but I hope they unleash him. I think Evie up against a Momo is a very Evie-sided matchup.
Yes, and we do have high hopes though for Momo. We want them to pop off and shine. We've had some really good games out of them too. But there's the Pantheon being finally banned out, another staple as we are entering into the picks phase here, Carrix. What is the first champion that comes to mind that you're seeing here? Varus is up. J4 being locked in tells me Varus probably should be picked up here.
Yeah, I'd like to see Varus picked up. Xin Zhao, you don't need to pick it up on this rotation, but I think you should do it in your first three. I think this champion's ridiculous. Rise, of course, still available. A little bit nerfed because he doesn't have phase rush anymore.
Yeah, true. We got those rune changes. Yes, Evie, thumbs up. The confidence is good. But now it comes down to what you'd pair with the Rise. Like you could Viego. Okay, it's a little bit of a mix-up. Like they're hovering over it. They've obviously got some conversations about it. What do you think about a Viego pick here? It's a bit early to be picking that.
Very early. Yeah, I think it's very early if you are going to lock it in. I think Viego's actually not terrible at the moment, but you certainly don't need to spend your early picks on it. So Xin's out. Yeah. I mean, I called it, right? We love when we get those right.
Yes, always. But Anivia as well being a little bit more of a it's a bit of a flex pick as well. We've seen it in the top lane. We've seen it in the mid. I feel like you do lock in this Anivia to sort of be a bit more crowd control in the team. So trying to keep this Rise out of the fight is going to be kind of important. It really comes down to placing those walls just right. If the wall is slightly off, it can skew the team fight and sort of block everyone off. But Anivia being locked in, it's a nice champion, great control. Let's see if it can be used to affect it as a Renekton instantly hovered. Do you like it?
I think it's actually been Momo's best champion by far. He's played it twice, and he's got a 100% win rate on it. That's the only 2 games DFM has won so far this split. Had Momo Renekton, I think this is a really, really good pick. You should be putting Momo on Renekton every single time you can.
Yeah, no, I like that as well. Especially, I'm looking at like it's a bit more of a front line too. A little bit of CC. The J4 is going to go in. Renekton can follow it up, and then Anivia can slow them down and block them off. I think they've already drafted for DFM side a really nice, almost a front to back, but a lot of consistent moving forward and pressuring. So I really like what they've going on here. But at the same time, I'm looking at Rise. I'm looking at the Xin Zhao. I'm now looking at Xin Zhao's transformation into God mode, and we got a Zahan.
Yeah, I mean, weird that you can put these guys on the same team. That doesn't seem very canon, but is going to be something that Evie, we talked about. We want him on these bruises. We want him to be able to put his front foot forward, and Zahan is certainly a champion he can do that with.
Is it Zahem or Zahan? What's the spelling of it? I keep getting these.
It's Z-A-A-H-E-N, but that does not preclude it from being pronounced differently. I say Zahan.
We need confirmation from this from Twitch chat, guys. We need to know what's going on because I've been calling it all sorts of things. I need to know, and I need an update right now. But still, we're into the second ban phase. We see that it is the Ashe as well taken off the board. Going to be losing that Ashe Seraphine combo that we've seen quite strong of late.
Yeah, just a quick combination to take out. I do think that something like Lux Caitlyn could actually be a really good pick here, particularly for SHG. If you want to let Marble really pop off, I think Lux is a really, really strong champion at the moment. I think this patch has really helped her. And just play that super, super aggro bot lane. Because I don't want to see SHG. I don't think you should need 35 minutes to win this game. I think you should be trying to close this one out pretty quick.
Look, I totally agree. I think that's a really good call. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to do it. We want to see the aggression out of SHG. Zahan is one of those champions. Zahen, you know what? Doesn't matter. Let's look this up. I'm going to look it up while you keep talking to me, Carrix, because this is going to piss me off all night.
It's definitely spelt with an E, but we'll see if that's how it's pronounced. You'll let us know.
Zahen.
But
I had to look up the spelling. I had to confirm.
Fair enough. The Caitlyn being banned out as well. SHG perhaps thinking that DFM could have been the ones to pick that really aggressive bot lane. I don't think you pit Lux with very many other ADCs. Lucian taken out as well. I think Milio Lucian could have actually been really strong here for either team. Looking at it, it's still Varus is kind of the elephant in the room.
Yeah, the fact that it's made its way all the way through here is a little bit rough, but it's the thing I see for SHG is why would you want a Varus into a J4 when they can get onto the backline pretty easily? Yanara, Lulu makes sense, and now you're forcing a Lulu pickup for DFM, which you might put with like a Xayah. So throwing out the Yanara here is good. You got to pair it with the right support as well. But there's the Varus now being looked at, which we kind of saw DFM thinking about just from the way they've been drafting, and I kind of back it.
Yeah, I think it makes total sense here. I think the only problem is you don't really want to pick Lulu with it. It's not terrible. Varus Lulu, it's playable, but it's not necessarily what you think of as the first. Also, there's something to note is that the Ezreal has actually gone all the way through, this new AP Ezreal on the patch.
Oh.
That's something to look at for game 2 and potentially game 3.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things we don't really see too many people potentially taking like AP carries into the bot lane as well. It's a bit of an interesting one, especially when you probably need a little bit of that sort of AD damage. But a Bard also making it through the ban phase is kind of insane, and being picked up here by Woody is actually monumental, because Woody can have these really standout performances. It's gonna most likely give that Lulu over, and I'm looking at SHG's roster, and as long as they can get to 2 to 3 items, they're gonna be hard pumping this game.
This is a really aggressive comp here from DFM. They sort of saved that potential Anivia flex pick right until the end, which like, oh, I said aggression, and Pyke has been locked in. All right, fair enough, SHG.
They're full sending it. Like, why not? Like,
yeah.
if you feel like absolutely going for those kill resets and just putting the pressure down, Pyke is the one to do it. And you know what, can I just say, as someone who is named Pyke, seeing more Pyke on the Rift makes me the happiest man in the world right now. We're seeing it every time the LCP's on, and I'm living my dream. So now, Carrix, we're heading into the game. I'm pretty hyped for this because Pyke is a bit of a strong one, but I'm just looking at both these rosters, and the teams are well fleshed out. I can't really pick a winner based off champs alone.
I actually think if you turn nameplates off, I think DFM has a really, really solid draft here. As much as I don't want to take the wind out of your sails, I actually think the Pyke is completely off flavor here for SHG. I think a Lulu would have made a lot more sense. As much as I want SHG to play aggressive, I want them to close this game out fairly early to show that they can. I just don't think Pyke really makes a lot of sense. Where is Pyke roaming? How are we picking up, like setting up picks here?
It's not just about setting up the picks, Carrix. It's about just having a blast. And when you play Pyke, you get to have a blast. That's how I like to see it. You're just going around, you're doing your thing, you're sort of partying a little bit. It's nothing too nuts. But I think you're right. It sort of doesn't fit in with the motif. Like, mate, why would you save the Lulu when you know the Lulu Yanara is such a strong pick? We'll have to see as we are making our way onto the Rift here, Carrix. First game of the night, SHG versus DFM. It is the battle of the LJL. Which one will come out on top? We cannot be biased. We've got our predictions, but we got to stay unbiased as of right meow.
All right, we've got to lock in. And with Renekton being picked up, I'm right back into bias. DFM win.
Ooh, okay. Ooh, I like it. Okay, DFM coming in hot for this one. I'm a bit of a fan of that. I like where your head's at. I think SHG has still got this. I think that the Pike is the maker and the breaker of chains. Yeah, we usually call that about Silas, but that's okay. We're here for it. And you can't deny that Ryze is such a big sort of staple in this one too. And you can't not look at Arya. That's what I actually...
To be fair, I was doing my analysis because they picked a skin I like. You're bringing in like smart things here.
I can't help but think about certain things a certain way. But no, you're right. Wait, which skin do you like though? Is the T1 bar?
I like Renekton. No, Renekton.
Renekton is a pretty good skin. But as an Australian, I'm a big fan of Outback Renekton. Let me get some Hoya in chat. That was weird. That was pretty weird, wasn't it? Don't worry about me, guys. I'm just living my best life. It's game number 1. I can get a little bit silly if I want to, but I don't have to get too silly. We'll stay respectful. But now we're looking at a bit of a stable game. Yeah, look, it's a bit stock standard, wouldn't you say, Carrix?
Yeah. So far, yeah, things going pretty much how I'd expect, with the exception of this bot lane. We've lost the push when we had the range support. That tells me a hook must have landed, and there was an unfortunate trade.
Those are rough, but they happen. It's just what's going to happen. But now as well, we're looking at Evie and Momo. You talked about this Renekton. Walk me through how we expect Momo to play this one out, especially into Zehen.
Well, I think he will play super aggressive. I think what Momo's been really good at on this Renekton specifically is just fending off tower dives and aggression. A lot of teams have identified Momo as a bit of a weak spot on DFM. They like to send their jungler up top. They like to sort of play around tower dives, play around that level 4, then back at level 6, that kind of thing. And on the Renekton, he's actually been just kind of unflappable. We've seen teams try and tower dive. He's forced 1-for-1s. He's forced like flashes being burned and not dying. It's just a champ he's really stable on, but Woody flashing away.
Early flashes are not ideal, if I'm being perfectly honest. That's not what you want, especially for a Bard too, with a Pike in lane. Like, you got to be so careful of that. But early vision being picked up down on this bot side too. Not seeing Xin Zhao, who is just waiting in the wings. Van One looking for a good reset after taking a scuttle. It was a 1-for-1 trade of scuttle crabs, so no early game shenanigans. And now Pike with the hook lands it. Cocoon has to burn the barrier, and now gets a good dodge away. Nice little pickup there by Pike, exuding pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Cocoon just has to press his barrier there because he can't be pushed off a wave that big. He just has to try and save every bit of HP that he can. But Vista so far looking super confident on this Pike. He's landed he's landed 2 hooks on camera. He's burnt 2 summoner spells so far. Keep that up. It's a pretty good rate.
Yeah, not too bad if you ask me. Game's sort of slowing down a little bit more. First Dragon up in just a minute's time. Do you think one of these teams is going to be looking for a bit more priority on these Dragons, Carrix?
I think it's kind of hard to say. I think with how the bot lane is playing out, I think SHG has very natural priority on it. They've had pretty much push the entire time. I don't really see that bouncing, particularly with the Pike able to leave lane. Vista can kind of be everywhere. So SHG will certainly have the opportunity to put priority on it. Whether or not they do, I'm not too sure.
Oh my god, these hooks are going out, and Woody again with no flash had to use that magical journey to get out of dodge, but you doubted the Pike. You doubted it here, Carrix, and here I am to say, don't doubt it.
I never doubt you, Pike. I just doubt the champion sometimes. I've got full confidence in this Pike.
Respect.
What I would actually really like to see, as much as I've been praising Momo for not getting tower dove on this Renekton, I do still think that is the natural progression here, is you try and get Evie, get some good trades, run up there with a Xin Zhao, with a Realm Warp, and try and take down this Renekton.
Yeah, I think slowing them down is going to be so big, as now Woody is caught out and has to burn the heel. Straight through the tunnel goes Vista, and no follow-up because Cocoon is there waiting in the wings. But Vista's putting on a show for us on this Pike and is making these Bora hooks look good.
Yeah, must have just been a second or two off that Q cooldown coming up. I think he could have done a lot of damage. Probably wouldn't have killed Woody, but certainly would have set him low. But the priority is there. They cash that in. This will be an easy Drake over to the Hawks.
Look, first drag, we talked about which one's going to get the most priority, and it's only 6 minutes into the game. A little bit of a gold lead now putting up for SHG, and these Hawks, they're running the tempo. They've got full control over the map. Yes, there's slight little leads up in the top and jungle, but they might not be too relevant when you're just getting absolutely five-manned. So we'll have to see where these next team fights are going to go. See, Vista clearing out good wards, Sweeper coming into effect, but still, no kills on the board here, Carrix. Nothing too crazy. It's a bit of a slow, quick game. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, it's a high tempo game, but so far the dam hasn't broken. I know exactly what you mean. We're sort of just on the edge of our seats, waiting for that first kill, that first successful play to really come out.
Where do you think first blood's going to be? What's your prediction?
Prediction? I think it's going to be in the bot lane. I think it's going to be the bot lane. I think we're going to get a bit of a tower dive, and I think I'm going to make the bold call. It's going to be a botched tower dive, and DFM will get first blood.
Ooh, I like your funny words, Magic Man, because that would actually be incredibly spicy. You did say you want DFM to win because they got Renekton in that cool purple-green chroma. Respect. I like purple and green. Kind of looks like acid. But now we're still looking at the lanes. We're looking at a little bit of like the double tiers moving down into this mid lane too. Both just farming up a storm. Neither team really committing to anything. Vista trying to make some roams across the map, but you can see Fisher being very careful, very safe in how they're playing. Super far back near their tower. I feel like it is hard, but this could be the fight. Walking up a little bit too much, trying to sidestep. Stutter flash is good and gets them out of dodge.
Ult's being traded in the top side as well. Did see Evie jumping up in the air, trying to get away from Momo, but look at this, the Realm Warp's being called.
Realm Warp is theirs. This is the exact call you said. It could be top side. That Momo might be getting caught out. Vista's here. There's the nice little rune charm. As they're all dashing away. First blood was one auto attack, Carrix. Nice pick up there for Aria.
Yeah, it looks like they might have thought Pyke had ult there, so they were waiting for the execute to come in, but of course Vista was only level 5, so did not have it, but doesn't matter. They secure the kill, and Momo honestly gave it his all there, but was just in a pretty unplayable position.
Yeah, look, and you talked about it. That was literally almost a shot for shot. It just wasn't underneath their tower. So still a good lead for Momo just in like CS, but the assist is going to come in clutch a little bit more. Early Bramble Vest for Evie on this Zaheen.
Interesting.
Yeah, what do you think of that? I had to point it out for a second.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll have a look at this replay while I think about it, as it was just an ult trade. Evie gets back here. And at this point, Momo probably just needs to have a read that the roam is coming, but it's hard to read that. You don't quite know where everyone is. But as soon as this comes out, there's just no real chance for Momo. He very, very nearly does get away, but there is no real possibility of escape. But the Bramble Vest, look, it's good against Renekton. You obviously do deny a lot of it. There is the Executioners on the other side, so both of them trying to cut healing. Is an interesting decision for that it's Evie buying the anti-heal, though. I'm kind of looking at it and saying, is he the best option? And maybe he is?
I guess he's going to be a bit more of that front line, right? Like, he needs to be the one sort of scrapping against Renekton in these team fights. So going a little bit of the extra tankiness, especially with that Phage on board too, it makes a bit of sense. But at the same time, you're also a bruiser. So why not just build exactly what Momo's built, which is the Executioners? I feel like that might have been a smarter call, but I guess looking to be that extra tanky member makes sense too. So Renekton's going to go that pure damage, pure bruiser, whereas we might see Zaheen being a little bit more of like just a frontline tank that can just keep disrupting the fight, and then a Grim Deliverance to deliver them grimly.
And I think that's something you can do on this Zaheen, as, oh no, Momo's low, and there's vultures circling.
Oh, they are ready to go, trying to hit that tower. Nice little pop. The dominance has already been used, and now Momo's being sent back. Hooks left, right, and center. The bone skew is good. Evie able to just get out alive with a Grim Deliverance for safety. And here is Woody now as well, trying to charge them down, and they back out, and they get the dive.
And I think you can sort of, I know I said, oh, Momo's been really good at not dying to tower dives, and now he's sort of died in lane twice. But I think you can see a little bit of what I was talking about. I think he played that about as well as he could, but it's also, this is why SHG, we have such a high opinion of them. I think if you only send 2, you don't actually kill him there. The fact that they knew, no, we have to send 3. We have to overload this top side properly, and they're rewarded for it.
And I feel like we've sort of touched on that, and we're getting past as well. First coach comms for DFM, trying to get out onto the map, give them a little bit more forewarning because Dragon is up. Second one on the Rift. It is a Hex Tech, so it is going to be that little bit of power spike, a little bit of attack speed too. But Evi's in a pretty good spot. Getting that Sheen, so they're obviously looking for the Triforce for this Zaheen. Now it's about how can they get it online quickly and do that extra damage, because I'm seeing a Black Cleaver on the other side for Momo that's in almost built. Have to see where these two teams are going for is Vision being cancelled out. Ooh, that's the nice bone skewer, not going to hit its mark.
And the thing, as much as we focusing on top lane, because that's where the kills have been, as Vista might go for a hook here.
Looking for something, flag and drag, Cataclysm 2, it could be caught out as Hook goes off the side, Death from below is not enough as Fisher picks it up with that nice little bit of frostiness, and they do secure the pike. A little bit of an overstep, Van 1 had to flash, has to be careful, Tempered Fate with the knockback is too good, the Crescent Guard not enough, Cocoon picking up a kill, and it's a 2 for 2 kills game, and gold is pretty damn close. It's still only 1k up for SHG.
That was a flurry of action just out of nowhere, and it's not stopping.
It keeps going. They're looking up top once again. Arya using the Realm Warp just to be able to interact a little bit more. Momo tried to flash, could not flash fast enough, and Evie with the Grim Deliverance. Oh, this game is heating up. Now Fisher actually has no mana. Wait, cancelled the hook with the wall.
Right. Very, very well done there, Fisher. I don't know how much follow-up there really was going to be to that hook, but of course he has no idea about that. So very well done from the Anivia. But yeah, flurry of action across the map. I was sort of about to say, before this all kicked off, was it starts out just Vista just being way too far forward here. And then Van 1, I think, loses his mind a little bit as he charges over to the Dragon and thinks he can commit to it. He's charging up a knock-up there, flashing away from a bit of the damage, but he just doesn't have any follow-up. I guess he's just trying to get the 1-for-1 and said, like, I'm dead. I just need to try and kill someone on my way out. It doesn't quite work. But just wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, not really where you want to be. And now, Evie's got a pretty strong lead. One of those leads that we like to talk about where they could probably take over a game at this point. So especially with the champion like Zaheen, they can do a lot. Their team fight's impeccable. But Triforce completed. These are big item spikes you have to be careful of, and you have to respect.
We 100% do, as it is, about this 1.5k gold lead, as you said. And the biggest thing to keep in mind is that I was going to say it was like sort of the 5-lane press. It's now the 4-lane press, because that 1.5k is not in just one lane. Sometimes we see that where in this sort of 14-ish minute mark, one lane is super ahead, and that's where the whole gold lead is. But it's actually just incremental gold leads across the map. And it's just going to be about sort of item timings. Oh, never mind. Woody caught.
Man, what? Oh, nice little bone skewer too, but Vista is here in the wings. Chains of Corruption does land. Trying to get that piercing arrow, but Citrus is still being charged at. Flag and drag could be available. Knock up. There's the flash. It does cancel it out, and Citrus gets out with their life. I think
just about surviving both of them. Yeah, I mean, this could just be running straight up. I think Arya's just going to try and catch the wave. I don't think they have much of a play onto Fisher. So DFM fend off the softbank hogs. And honestly, I do want to sort of praise DFM here. Yes, they're behind. Yes, not everything's gone to plan, but they're holding on really well in this early game.
Yeah, 100%. It's only 15 minutes on the clock, dragging up in 2.5, but a 1.4k gold lead is, we've seen more dominant games out of SHG before. So, you're right. Big props going over to DFM. They are really holding their own, and they're putting the work in. They're trying their best to keep up. It's a drag and a piece, so we do know that it is going to be a mountain drag this game too. So I'm looking at that. Which team benefits the most? I actually think it's DFM.
From the Mountain Dragon, yeah, I think both teams really do like it, but I think DFM turning a Renekton from a bruiser into sort of a true tank when he gets all those bonus resistances from Dragon is really good for them. Whether or not they can stack it up sort of remains to be seen, as right now it's Citrus a little bit far forward.
Yeah, Van 1 getting caught out as well. There's the Tempered Fate, just keeping them off, but it's 3k health on this Rift Herald. TP's coming in. They're wanting to make a play. They needed lockdown Citrus as soon as possible. The Smite will be good. Cataclysm's even better, but there's a fight in mid lane too. Marble's trying to get the damage off, but trying to get stunned up too. Wall is nice. Marble is incredibly low, has to dash over, and it was still a really good fight out of SHG. They picked up a couple kills, but they lost the Rift Herald.
Yeah, it was sort of 2 for 2. We'll have to have a look at the replay because there was fights going on everywhere. But Citrus played that basically to perfection. Stole the Rift Herald, picked himself up a kill on the way out. So DFM, I think they're pretty happy overall with how that went. That said, the Hawks aren't going to be too upset either because they do grow the gold lead. Let's have a look at 3k health. You called it out. They needed to make a play onto Citrus, but he just sort of outplays it. Finds just enough damage, uses the Cataclysm to hit Shelly in the back to make sure he could both get the damage to kill the Pike, but also secure the objective. Really good stuff there by Citrus.
Yeah, Woody's in a bit of a cheeky spot too. No wall to come in. Can't take the magical journey just yet. I think Woody is down for the count. Handing it over to Marble as well is not the player you want to give kills over to, at least at 17 minutes in the game.
No, and that's now 2 that have been given over to him. He picked one up in that mid, that Herald and mid fight. He picked it up on the mid side of it. So that Yunara is getting a bit scary. Kakun perhaps a little bit bailed out. He's going lethality. Those items do tend to be a little bit cheaper, but he's behind for now.
I am definitely nervous as towers are starting to move off across the rift. Top is already secured for the side of SHG. Dragon is up, so we could just see SHG just controlling this Dragon once again. Look at that gold lead. They are definitely accelerating it even more. Oh, no, okay, just having looked at it, when did it turn to 4.3k here, Carrick? When did it become that? They lost the Rift Herald.
It looks like a fun little...
all too good. Tempered Fate is going to go down. Cocoon is all but caught out all alone. Arya picking up the kill as well. Ooh.
And see, this is exactly what I want to see from SHG. I've sort of been praising DFM a lot, and I do think they've showed a pretty good early game, but I want to switch over to the Hawks, because this is what you want to see when you have a top team playing against a lower ranked team. They come in, they play a stable, mostly, there's a few little missteps, but a mostly stable early game, and then once the dam starts to break, there's that little hole, and there's like, you know, that one little spout of water like a cartoon, and they just get a sledgehammer and smash it open. They just need to keep this tempo up. You went from 1.5k to nearly to 5k ahead in about 3 minutes. Keep it up. Wrap this game up.
Yeah, that's 100% it. They need to be a bit more smarter about what they're doing, but you can't deny, so the way I'm looking at it, right, is you said it pretty well, is the carries of this team for SHG haven't died. So there's no bounties going over for them, which is great. So it just means that DFM have been picking up these kills, but the kills haven't really meant all that much because they're killing the same characters over and over again. They're just killing Vista and Van 1. So DFM need to start hard prioritizing these other carry champions. Marble has a good bounty. Arya has a great bounty. The best one on the map is 500 gold. And Evie's at 300 gold as well. So it's like, you need to start picking up these hyper carries that are controlling the state of the game, because right now, they're going to run away with it.
And it's very hard to stabilize here because you're just going to constantly have Vista. You don't have vision control, so Vista can kind of go wherever he pleases. He's been landing hooks all game. It's only going to get worse. Marble is going to scale out of control. Yunara versus Lethality Varus, it's not actually a question of who deals more damage in a team fight. It's how far behind Varus is in that metric.
Yep, 100%. Now they're looking at the tier 1. They can just brute force this. The Tempered Fate hits 3 members. If they can take the tower, it should hold them back a little bit more. Citrus is going back in. Tower's gone. Cataclysm off to the side. Citrus has to flash away outside of their own walls.
Oh,
now Evie's trying to walk out of dodge, and they get the tower. Woody now looking for more. Evie could be caught out. Wrong side of the wall. Grim Deliverance just to dash away. Now they're sending out more hooks. The Bone Skewer hits on Momo, but not too much. And it looks like it is going to be a big shove here for the side of DFM, looking to take take this tier 1 tower. Wait, you got one back in. That's suicide. Why would Van One do this? And Citrus picks up the kill. What is going on?
Van One loses his mind. I don't feel like he was caught out. I don't think he had to do that by any means, but he just decides to try and go in for a one-shot. It doesn't work out. That gives up priority and sort of pride of place. It'll give up the mid tower. I was about to say that was really well done from the Hawks as they kited back. So many abilities were thrown at them, and they all covered each other. They layered CC perfectly, and then just a bit of a misstep at the end. We'll have to have a look, because this starts out DFM. I respect what they're trying to do here, but they just don't actually have good enough follow-up. Citrus, the EQ got cancelled out when they move over onto Aria. You need to just back off at this point. Walk backwards, because all of the rest that you're throwing just doesn't do anything. But of course, they do get bailed out by just wind becomes lightning. Van One just goes, oh, okay, yeah, I want to go and die. On to Fisher, who had passive.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the thought process there was, but I can definitely say it was, maybe I need a faster reset. Maybe I'm looking to get back to base just that little bit quicker. What better way than to die?
Look, I've played a lot of solo queue.
Yeah,
I've played a lot of solo queue, and sometimes it is I need to pee, so I got to go in.
Yeah, true. The toilet breaks are few and far between as the Tempered Fate again. Now landing on one. Chains of Corruption still lands, but the Robot is just off to the side. Caught out, Cocoon, not able to make it work, and now Citrus being chunked out too. Picked up by another. Marble able to dash over the wall, transcended oneself, coming in clutch for that mobility. Now we're going to be careful. Marble is getting very strong on this board. Really, it's Van One that's sort of fallen off the pace of the game, but every single other member of SHG has 1.3k roughly above their opponent. We're not looking at supports though. It's a Pyke. Don't worry about it. But this was a really great play from DFM.
Yeah, I mean, they throw everything at Vista and manage to clean him up before he gets bailed out. Again, Van One just so aggressive. I think you can just accept that, yeah, okay, Pyke got caught. They threw a lot at him. You can say, hey, Pyke died, but we got 2 big ultimates. When there's a dragon about to spawn, I think maybe you're just okay with that. But instead, they sort of throw good soup after bad.
Yeah, look.
I don't think that's the phrase, but...
Do I want to know what that even really means?
I think I meant to say good money after bad, but I'm hungry.
Oh, yeah. No, well, I've got my popcorn still sitting next to me. I had a bite before and a fight broke out. I was like, oh, this is not a combination I should be trying to dabble with on a pro scene. A bit of popcorn while you're enjoying the LCP, while casting the LCP. Dragon is up, and it looks like DFM are making their first moves. Vista up on this top side, trying to get a bit of a flank. Looking for a bit of a wild hook, but has been spotted out. TP up onto the top side. It is Zaheen. They are going to be making their way down. Evie wants to join this fight. All ultimates up and available. We do have the Tempered Fate. It's the big engage from Van One. It's going to be enough, as it is the Dragon secured for SHG. Soul point confirmed. Now Marble's doing the damage. Citrus has to Cataclysm. Gets taken out, but takes out Vista for their trouble. Now they're looking for a little bit more on the back line. Evie still tanking up a storm. The pull back in. Evie's an absolute monster. They get the egg. It's fried chicken for dinner. Aria picks it up, and it is SHG coming in clutch. Woody, Magical Journey over the wall. Still getting chased out by Aria. Could be stopped out. Momo is here. Flash is not available to go forward, but still a huge fight, and it is SHG moving to the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, that is what we want to see out of SHG. That was a perfectly executed team fight. Marble played that basically to perfection, even though he got locked in the cage. Baron is going to be picked up. As I said, we want to see them snowball this. We want to see them play it cleanly. And let's have a look at a clean play. Evie, I think, was the MVP of this fight. Van One, yeah, okay, fair enough. He's got the faster smite key, which is always good to see. But it's Evie on the side, just tanking up 3 members. He flashes in with a lovely pullback. Karkun, nothing that can be done there. And as soon as Karkun falls, that line gets broken. DFM just don't really have any counterplay.
Yeah, that's honestly really it. You can see the stun was good for Momo, able to keep them alive a little bit longer, but Soul Point now for SHG. I think they gave that early dragon over saying, guys, let's just stack some mountains, because if we look at the other side, and yes, damage is looking good, 3 mountain drags on a tanky Zaheen is going to be very worrisome. They're going to live for a really long time, especially with these big shields. It's going to be hard to get through. So we've got a lot of gold on the side here as well. I'm looking at Aria. They have not died. 6-0-2. That scoreline is atrocious. They are looking so on form tonight. And when has Aria never not performed for us, though, Carrix? That's the real question.
Yeah, Aria is honestly just incredible. It's so fun. I've sort of been talking about him in like other content, where I don't want him to pick Rise because it's almost a bit of a waste of his talents. Rise, very, very powerful champion, don't get me wrong. We can see it being put on display. But I want to see him on the Akali, on these champions where he can absolutely break people's ankles, because Aria has just been having the split of his life. So much of SHG coming from a team that finished, I think, 5th in the last split. They had a really good playoffs run, but in the regular split, I think they ended 5th last split, to a team that is challenging for the top spot, and in a lot of people's minds have already locked their slot with the Whales in Grands, has been on the back of Aria just being arguably the most individually talented player in the LCP.
Yeah. 100%. I think the only close mid laner, in my opinion, would be D-Reg, and that is Secret Whales. I think they're the only real 2 that come to mind when I think LCP mid laners. They're the players I think, and Evie could be caught out as Woody is just off to the side, but it is a level 17 Zaheen. Like, you got to be a little bit scared. Woody, you're level 11, my guy. Don't even go there.
Yeah, I mean, that is always the funny thing with this this season. You look at a support going near a top laner and just go, dude, no, do not do that. Stay very far away. He's 6 levels above you.
I love this as well. Let's look at the actual levels of champions around here too, because we've just seen Momo hit level 16 right now. Evie's just hit level 18 as the exact second counter down. Gold lead is moving up even further against a 9.2k gold lead for the side of SHG. 11 kills to 7, so the kills aren't even the really big factor here. It was all down to this big Baron play, along with just securing objective after objective. The tower control is absolutely astounding. It is really only DFM with 1 tower taken compared to 6 on SHG. This is one of those quick stomps that we sort of talk about, or semi-expected, but in my opinion, it hasn't been as clinical as we've sort of talked about it as we wanted it to be. We wanted to see SHG show a really dominant force, and you can argue they are. I'll give them that. You can argue they are, but there was a couple little blunders. I want to see them start to clean it up. I want to get the WD-40 out, just hit those hinges, make that door squeaky clean, you know?
I totally agree. As Evie has to find his way out of this one, he will be able to do it. It got the Deliverance.
Well. They could be able to get out, as Citrus is bit of a dire one. Dominus has been popped too. There's the flag and drag. CC being led. Grim Deliverance does go down. Citrus could be in a bit of trouble, as you might be able to get the revive. It does come in. The rest of the team is just pushing in bot side. The revive gives a lot of heal here, and now they're looking at Fisher because they just cannot stay. Citrus has to back out. There's a little bit more going forward. Evie is going to go down. A huge shutdown goes over, but they've just given Dragon at the same time, while there was SHG on the bot side clearing out more towers and putting more pressure on the map. So was it worth investing so much, Carrix?
Pike, sometimes we talk about how you can put teams in that no good option. You can go, do you go get Baron but give us Soul? That's not a good trade. And they've just put them in, do you kill our top laner and give us Soul? I think Evie is, I mean, look, it's a hit to his KDA. I'm sure he's fuming about that. I would be for sure. But it's pretty worth it in the end. You take 1 death on the Zaheen, and in exchange, you get a Mountain Soul. I take that deal.
Yeah, big thing there of note as well is the gold lead actually went down. So it was like a 9.5 and it's gone down to 7.5. So it felt like that little bit of that gold injection from the bounty was really quite good for the side of DFM, especially going over to Fisher, who is one. It was about what?
It was a 900 gold kill, like just off that one kill. It was a lot of gold.
There's a lot of gold. It just shows the dominance that SHG's been putting in, and they're just trying to contest over a red buff. They really want it. There's 4 members looking for that red buff.
And they do manage to get it. It's not even the old version that used to give it to your whole team. As the hook's loaded. Doesn't find it this time. Woody able to slip away. Baron's about to spawn. I think SHG will just force straight onto this one. They don't really care if DFM comes to fight them. They'll be happy to take it. And this is how you close out the game.
Yeah, look, this is just a nice, clean closing out as that pink ward actually didn't spot out the other ward, but Momo isn't here. They do have TP available. Grim Deliverance is to just get out of dodge. Tempered Fate does go down. There's the TP coming in, but they're TP'd into the wrong time. Momo's just getting absolutely shredded through. The Baron's even joining that fight. Let's see if they can get anything more off. It is Marble able to pick up another kill. Stun goes forward. Arya has to be careful, but they get pushed off the Baron. There's the Realm Warp looking to make their way back in. Oh, Vista coming with the depth from below. It's the charge that gets them put in the lead again, and Citrus, just for good measure, is taken off the map. The Baron was never the prize. It was always blood for SHG. Now they're looking for a little bit more. It's a good hook. Pulls over Cocoon. Van 1 jumping back in. Still died quite a few times. Hasn't got a kill to their name just yet. They're looking to change that here right now. It is going to be the egg that comes into form. Arya holding on. They're able to lock it down. They want the ace. It's just too much. Marble able to get it done. And it is SHG marching it down through their base. It was never DFM's to own in the first place. And they're taking game 1. 32 minutes in, 16 kills to 9. SHG proving once again why they're near the top of the ladder.
Pedal to the metal as they take out DFM. Once the crack started to form, they knocked down the dam. And that is a dominant victory for the Hawks.
Look, now the big question here is like, can they come back with some more? Can they come back a little bit cleaner? Can they make it a little bit stronger? Can DFM come back here, Carricks? The game was looking somewhat good. I think they need to be a little bit smarter with their picks, start to maybe strategize about what they're going to be putting their focus onto. Because, again, it was a bit of a rough one. Van 1 was a little bit too overzealous. Maybe they're just trying to limit test a little bit more, but I can imagine the coaches are saying, Van 1, my guy, you've got the hands, you've got the skills, what's going on? Where were you going? Luckily, it was Marble, Arya, and Evie very comfortable to take the reins of this game and take it home for SHG.
Yeah, look, I think the real people to talk about is, of course, that bot lane from the SoftBank Hawks, as Marble and Vista went absolutely crazy that game. Marble was pretty much perfect in team fights, able to play around that Jarvan Cataclysm. Basically flawless, and I doubted the Pike, but boy, was I proven wrong.
Never doubt the Pike, Carricks. You can't doubt this Pike, so you can't doubt that Pike at the same time. It's just, it goes against the laws of nature. But still, I'm looking at Evie too. This top lane, this Zaheen that came out did so much work in these fights, and they went a bit more of a bruiser towards the end. The Bramble Vest was just a little bit of anti-heal to keep them plugging along. So again, really nicely played, and it just goes to show that the depth that this SHG roster has sort of built, where they can give the reins to any one player on the team.
Exactly, and it was like we sort of predicted a little bit that they would overload the top side and try and go up there, exploit Momo a little bit. I do actually think he played fairly well in the early game on the Renekton to fend off some of the aggression from the SoftBank Hawks, but the SoftBank Hawks are just a little bit too good. They're just too class. Always brought exactly the amount of people up, no more, no less. Kakun as well, just never really got involved in the game. He actually landed some really good chains of corruption. Part of the reason Van 1's engages looked a little bit suspect is he was being locked down by that virus ult very often. But just never able to actually bring the damage to bear that someone like Marble was able to put out.
Yeah, even the Flag Drake got cancelled out with the nice bone skewer too. So it was like, it was this sort of, this was the big fight that we were like, yeah, this is SHG doing a really good job. Let's just let them back up. Van 1 is full health. Full health. Let's just let's just look at this. And then as this goes in, lands the wind becomes lightning straight onto Fisher, says, oh yeah, that's a target. Why are you going in?
My mind is telling me no, but my body is telling
It's
me
the
yeah.
rules of A-Ran. If you land a snowball, you have to follow it in. But again, this was a nice fight as well. Momo, grim deliverance here against Evie. And then the rotation up. This TP, the Realm Warp was just too good.
Exactly. It was Evie able to force Momo into the fight, and then the reinforcements come in, and there's not a lot that can be done, even though, again, Momo very nearly gets out of that one. This was sort of the high point, I think, for DFM. They actually start that fight off really well. Van One gets caught out. I'm using caught out a little bit liberally there, as he did throw himself to the dogs a little bit. Marvel not able to help out. I think this was the high point for them. They did show that they had a little bit of nous in this fight, but the rest of this highlight reel is going to be a little bit one-sided.
Yeah, it does change up pretty quickly, unfortunately. So we see Citrius able to get the 1-for-1 trade. This was that sort of prolonged mid lane team fight where we did see both mid towers go down. But still, it was that hook from Vista actually did sort of save them quite heavily, but it was just so drawn out. There was just so much going on with this one. But yeah, you're right. As the game went on, it was SHG just saying, nope, we've got all this, guys. Don't worry. Just play it smart, play it safe. Ban One, please stop full sending it. We don't need that right now. And that's just, unfortunately, all she wrote for DFM.
Well, there is a game 2. Much more will be written because DFM could come back. I think the terrifying thing, though, is Aria played Ryze this game, and it's, you know, you might say, oh, what, the mid laner played Ryze. Wow, Carrick's insightful stuff here. But he's often the one that's happy to play into the Ryze because, as I was saying during the game, he'll play these really dynamic champions. He'll play the Akali, he'll play the Ahri, and just completely destroy people, just run team fights. And this is so scary now because they can just leave Orianna up and say, are you sure you want to pick it? Do you want us to pick the Akali into it?
Yeah, no, it's so true. Like, especially not just the Akali, but the Ahri as well that we have seen. Aria just absolutely standout performance on where they can get the moves, they can shake around. But even this fight here, this was sort of a bit more of the nail in the coffin for DFM was SHG. They were able just to send a little bit further. Look at Marble dashing over the wall. There's the Realm Warp coming in, straight on in, and it was just all she wrote. They were able to full send and get the damage off. Even Citrus being chased down. There's really not much you can really do into these games, but still, SHG, they were looking so good, Carricks. What does DFM need to do before to get us to a game 3?
They've got to do a lot, unfortunately, but I think getting Momo, find him a second champion that he's not going to bleed out on, and that's a big start for them to potentially get the upset in game 2.
Give us the Ornn, but no, we'll have to wait and see. We're getting a little bit Orny up in this business here in the LCP. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with game number 2, SHG versus DFM. See you in a sec.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You want to play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
On.
Good.
Shulong. Duro. War. Taki. Mako.
Mako.
The hands. Kino. Kino. Vista. Makix. Duro.
Oh.
Mako.
Good.
The hands.
Good.
Duro.
Oh, it's good.
Taki. Vista. Udi. Duro. Taki.
Good.
Mako.
Mako.
Shulong. On. Udi. Kino. On.
Oh.
Taki. Kino. Udi. The hands.
Welcome back, gamers, to another series here at the LCP. It is week 5, match 1 for the night, and it is day 2, Carricks, as it is SHG versus DFM. Oh boy, that first game, it was telling, it was tried and true of what we sort of expected to see, but let's see if it can be flipped around. As SHG, who took on game 1 for the win, DFM tried to put their best foot forward, and they had some opportunities. I just think it was SHG coming up a little bit smarter and a bit more clutch towards the end. What would you say about it?
I think I'd agree. I think SHG showed why they are a team we rate so highly, even when they did have those little missteps. Van 1 losing his mind a little bit. You saw that the rest of the team rallied, and none of those silly plays turned into any big losses. It really was just, okay, we lost one guy. Not the biggest deal. Coming into game 2, I don't see why it won't be more of the same.
Yeah, look, we both predicted it was going to be the 2-0 here for this first series as well. SHG clearly being the team because they are at the top of the leaderboard right now, along with Secret Wales, Vikings 2, and GARM. So we're expecting for it to be a good series, but what we sort of expected and what we wanted to talk about and see more from SHG is how they can start being more dominant. We are in the draft though, Carrick. Let's jump on in and see where these teams are going to be looking, because we had some interesting and unique picks already off the board. Zaheen is one of them that we saw. Pike as well, very early off in that first draft, doing a good job. And Anivia, some less than staple picks, but now bans are coming through.
And I think it will be interesting where we go in the jungle with the Jarvan and the Xin Zhao both out. Sort of those first flight junglers have been removed. I'd love to see Citrus try and get his hands on Nefiri. I think that's stronger on this patch with the Cyclonic change as well, can really benefit her. And I mean, I think I just think Nefiri's been really good.
Yeah, honestly, and it's been one of those picks that you could pick into like the J4s and it gets out of dodge very easily. It's hard to lock down, but it also has great chase into this backlines, a lot of easy access. So Nefiri, like I said, could be that really strong pick that we're looking for. But now, more bans coming out. Orianna, Nocturne taken on board, Karma, and Lee Sin, both off as well. And there's the Cassante. So that tells me that DFM are looking at a Rumble.
That would make a lot of sense. That is one we were talking about, how so far it's been Momo's Renekton that has been his best champion. That last game was his first loss on the champion, moving down to just a 66% win rate. Rumble, of course, a champion that is very difficult to play into. Evie might be forced sort of onto tanks, maybe taking a little bit of a back seat if the Rumble is what's picked up. But can we first pick it here, or are we scared of Band 1 stealing away Nefiri?
Well, it's not even that. Like, you still got the Orianna as well. I know that's sorry, that has been banned out too, so that's already gone. Varus, another one that's been picked off. But there's the Rumble, first off the block. The real question now is, what do you put up against it? Mbessa sort of comes to mind. I feel like you do need something that can sort of scrap a little bit and play around the overheat. But at the end of the day, Rumble is all about the team fight. So do you lock down something even more team fight? Do we bring back the Galio into top lane?
Galio top would be pretty interesting. It's not obviously something that Evie has played a lot of recently, but certainly something I'm sure he's played in the past. But no, he just jams the Yorick. He's going to try and take it to Momo.
Well, this is the other side to being up against a Rumble, is if you don't let the Rumble go into team fights and keep them in a side lane, they're not going to be as useful. So I kind of like this Yorick pickup. It's sort of saying, Momo, you need to stick with me, my friend, because we're going to have a blast in every side lane possible. Vi now being picked up too, locked in. Is that actually, are they hovering Ivern? No way. Do it.
We're hovering it. Apparently it's pretty good on the patch, but no, they're going to just lock in the Lucian. Lucian Milio, I think, would make a lot of sense.
That was too good. That was just being like,
Ari here. I think Ari here makes so much sense. You've got the Vi, you've got Ari on your team, just slam Ari. Because I think it gets banned if you don't pick it here.
Yeah, no, that's very true. I think you do need something that's going to be that little bit of lockdown as well. Now that the Lucian Milio has been picked up, you do open up, but Aurora is also another big option. You want to keep them in that team fight. I think the one thing I'd say is going to be a negative for Ari is if you land a good charm, you are going to get hit with that Milio R. You're going to get hit with the Breath of Life, and it's going to be able to negate a little bit of that, even with the Cease and Desist out of this Vi. So you're going to be very careful with how you're layering on that CC. So, you know what? I think the Aurora is a nice, smarter team fight pick here.
Look, I agree with you, and if we're doing, smart guy stuff, you are right in the analytical sense, but have you watched Ari as Ari? I just wanted to watch it because he is so good at that champion. He always puts on a highlight reel. Not that he won't do the exact same thing on the Aurora. As Yone banned out, a bit of respect to Fisher.
I do love a good Yone, one of those really hard carry champions. It can either go 0-10 or 10-0, and either way it's going to carry a game, as a lot of people know from their solo queue adventures out in the wild. But Yone being banned, so they're looking obviously at Fisher. Like, they want to give Arya a little bit of an easier leg up in this game too. Makes sense. Give your carry the chance to carry harder. Makes all the difference in the world. Nautilus now being banned out. They're looking at Vista and say, please don't play a hook champion. We really don't want to deal with that.
And I don't blame them. Vista has been an absolute monster. That Pike in game 1, he was landing pretty much every hook we saw was either landing or forcing a flash. So yeah, don't let him play the Nautilus. Maybe we have to ban out something like Thresh as well. And something Vista and Marble really like is actually Thresh Aphelios. Haven't picked it in a while. It's a bit off meta, but it's something they've played a fair bit in the past. Addy, take it away as well. They are targeting down Fisher. And what do we have left?
Look, banning out the Ashe too, that takes off the board instantly the sort of the Ashe Seraphine combo, but there's Xayah Rakan. Like, this is still a strong pick. Like, how do you kill a Xayah Rakan in this matchup right now with just a Rumble, Lucian, Emilio? Like, you don't really have any sort of delivery into the backline. It's just too much front to back. They need some lockdown here. So I'm expecting, you know what? Let me cook. A Sejuani could actually be really good for DFM here.
Sejuani would be an interesting one. Not something so often, but neither of this is this Victor coming in here. Something, I mean, it's a beneficiary of the change. That DFT, that new rune, is pretty great. Skarner as well. Citrus finding a tank in the jungle, and one that actually can cause a fair bit of problems to the short range Aurora.
Yeah, and I kind of like it. I think it sort of tells a story as if they go too deep, Skarner's going to pull you deeper and going to burrow down into the ground as the Scorpions do. Especially with a Victor, if Fisher gets any form of a lead, they can run away with this game. Victor can do so much with that Chaos Storm, and it just gets bigger and bigger. It's going to get bigger than Aurora's Between Worlds, because that is going to be so much damage, and it just sticks around. It follows you everywhere. But if I'm looking at the two team comps, I actually think DFM have drafted really, really well. I think their team comp is well-rounded, makes a lot of sense, good front to back, but you can't deny SHG. This Yorick is going to be an absolute menace, purely because Maiden is a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, it is really annoying to have to try and kill the Maiden. Particularly, they have this very burst-focused comp in team fights. It's hard to dedicate damage to just in that sort of pre-fight scuffle to trying to take out the Maiden, and you sort of have to do it. You really don't want to fight Yorick while it's up. He goes from half a champion to 1.5 champions, and I think Evie, he's just such a good player that I'm a little bit worried about how we stop the Yorick.
How do you stop the Yorick indeed? It's a question I ask myself every time I play League of Legends, because I never have the answer. I've looked, I've searched, I've been on YouTube, I've been on Twitch. No one can tell me. And then you go watch a pro stream and they're just like, yeah, nah, not much, man. So you're done. I'm like, great, thanks for that. Really helpful for my own solo queue adventures. But no, we're getting ready to jump onto the Rift Carracks. Who do you think's taking this game? Let's just look at the picks only. We're not talking about the teams. Draft only, who wins?
Draft only, I still do lean towards the SoftBank Hawks. I think they've put together a really strong comp. I don't know how you kill Xayah. I think it's real hard.
Yeah, no, I do agree with that. How do you kill Xayah? The Feather Storm's going to be too much, and I think they need to get one really good Impale onto the team for it to really be impactful. But the question that you sort of have to ask yourself is, Momo's Equalizer on this Rumble from topside, yes, could be really good if given the chance, but how do you lock them down? How do you keep them on the Equalizer for as long as possible? Because there's not a huge amount of CC other than the Skarner.
Yeah, exactly. And this is something we've sort of seen creeping into the LCP, is not picking enough CC. There was a comp, I think DFM might have run it. I'd have to check last week, where there was literally not a single piece of hard CC on the entire team. In fact, it was actually SHG that picked it. I remember it was SHG. They picked a 5-man comp that did not have a single piece of hard CC. It's been creeping into the LCP. We got to pick CC. And the fact that only Skarner has it, I do think it's an issue.
Yeah, and I think you can look at the other side. You got Rakan, you got Grant Entrance, you got a Vice Season Assist. Like, there's just so much more opportunity to get these strong picks. And I feel like SHG, when they get the opportunity for that, can really start to highlight and swing these fights in their own direction. So seeing those reworked items, we saw the new runes, we saw the new items as well coming out too, the starter items. What is your take on all of these changes, characters? Are you a fan of this patch?
I I am. I think there's a few very things that need to get toned down. I actually just think this AP Xin Zhao thing is a little bit unholy. I think Ezreal will need a little bit of a touch, but that's okay. This is actually the perfect time to do it. We pushed this patch now. By the time all the regions, including the LCP, are heading into playoffs, we should have a better version of this patch, and then we play this patch for MSI. It's actually kind of perfect for me because it's not... It hasn't upended the meta. They haven't flipped the table and gone, we're all playing Annie top now or something ridiculous, even though that actually is creeping in. It's just, look, a few new champions are going to join the roster. Maybe 1 or 2 are going to drop out. But we're still going to have a similar meta so that teams aren't just randomly punished halfway through the split.
Yeah, always nice to have. Thank you, Riot Games. We appreciate you for not flipping the table. I flipped my table a couple times, but you know what? For totally different matters. I was a Yasuo Yone player for a long time. That's why.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all the context you need. You understand characters. But now we're looking at the lanes. Pretty staple stuff across the map too. Nice to see some dominance coming out of DFM's bot lane here. Woody and Cocoon really trying to get that little bit of a lead. We won't see a huge amount coming into the Zyrakan until at least level 6. They don't need to be super aggressive, but they need to be careful because the second Vista needs to go in, they're just going to get fire kicked all the way back, and it's just a little bit rough for them to get into these fights.
Yeah, it is a little bit tricky for Vista to enter the fight, as you said. That Milio Q is a really good gatekeeping tool, and it actually is potentially Woody able to stop a lot of the primary engage, because that is how we see Rakan often used. It will be the Rakan ult, it'll be that grand entrance to get the party started, and then we layer the Vi CC on top of that with an Aurora going in as well. So potentially really good Milio Qs, those super mega fire kicks, may well be able to stall fights out for DFM.
But it only stalls out one. That's the only difference. Is now Evie's looking at Momo saying, you're a bit of a robotic snack. Try to eat metal. Don't try it. It's not that great. It's got a bit of a weird flavor to it. But now we can see a little bit of a rotation to Arya coming back in, but we actually saw it was Vista already moving into this mid lane just to help capture it a little bit further. Maybe to try and get a little bit of difference as first dragon is up in 10 seconds. Citrus is down on this bot side. Uni with Marble. A little bit of an overstep. Might be looking to catch out one, but picked up on the good ward.
Yeah, Citrus able just to clear that one out. He can just chill here for a little bit, just make things a bit annoying for SHG. He's got nothing to really go and do. He's only got his Krugs to take. As just another quiet early game. We're just bouncing waves back and forth. We're just clearing our jungle. We're pretty chill.
We're biding our time here. Like, Momo's just hit level 6, and now we can start looking at team fights. We can start trying things out, start moving and shaking as the hip cool kids do in the club. Wow, I sounded old. But now we're just but now we're just
How
waiting.
do you do, fellow casters?
Yeah. God damn it, Gareth, stop it. You can't do this to me. Logan did it to me last night. He just said the most random stuff. I'm like, what are we talking about? It's the slow games give me the sillies. But now we can see Van Line, Citrus down here, obviously posturing for an early drag.
That we are. Van 1 is lurking around the mid lane, but Fisher not in a position to get ganked, of course. As Dragon is actually started up here, spotted out. This could be trouble because it is the first move from mid is Arya already kind of here. Dragon going a little bit low.
Could be a really good collapse. They're just giving it. A bit of an interesting one. They had the collapse going. I'm not sure what the thought process there was for Van 1, but I feel like they could have tried for the 50-50 and resulted in a good team fight. Maybe it's because they weren't level 6 and Citrus was.
Yeah, I do think trying to go into the level 6 Garner might have been a little bit risky, as Equalizer dropped just to try and clear the wave. Yorick is a problem already.
Yeah, Maiden just there, sapping the life out of every innocent minion that goes out onto the rift. It hurts sometimes killing those minions. They're dear to me. And if I could have them as my children, I would, but Evie's definitely giving me a reason not to. Yeah.
You can't have them. They're Yorick's. Like, come on.
That's true. You got me. Thanks, Yorick. Thanks, Evie. Appreciate you taking my unwanted children. Can't believe it.
But Yorick stole Pike's kids. Is this canon?
No. It's put it into the lore at this point. No kills just yet. Paz coming in with the first coach comms as well. I wonder what they're saying, Carrix. What do you think he's saying?
Good question. It could be a lot of things. Could be organizing what we're eating after the games. You know, after game 3, do you guys want pizza? Or do you want to go get curry?
I feel like it's more just like, hey, good dragon take, guys. Nice proactivity.
Yeah, that's
like
probably
giving
what
a
it
little bit of
actually is.
reinforcement. Yeah.
I do like when the coaches chime in these neutral states, because I actually think these are hard to navigate. You scrim your dragon setups. You sort of scrim those things. You don't necessarily scrim, it's 8 minutes and nothing is happening. What do we do?
You know what? We just have fun with it. Woody's going for a walk. Honestly, that is the best Milio skin. The Shepherd, the Range Shepherd Milio, like hands down. If you play Milio out there, chat, get that skin. It is the only one you should be using. But now Vista as well. Super Mega Fire Kick did not hit, so could be looking for an engagement. Marble's just been down here, farming up a storm. Still a little bit behind, but has to respect Citrus, who's making their way over. We could start singing another song because there's still no first blood. Making my way downtown. And downtown to bot lane is what I was trying to get at for that one. So you know what? Double singing pun there. You're welcome. But now, could be a bit of a dangerous spot. Vista needs to be careful. Reset out of Citrus. Spells that they're not going to do anything. Come on, guys. Do something. Oh, my Lord.
Somebody hit somebody. Come on.
Go get them.
It's like I'm like sitting at like a Macca's at 3 a.m. watching 2 drunk guys yelling at each other outside at 3 a.m. and hit. Come on. Take a swing. Do it.
First off, we don't condone any of this, but at the same time, what are you doing at
not saying it's
3 o'clock in the morning?
Look, we've all been in places we regret.
Yeah, you know what? That's true. I won't fight that. Big Culling coming out bot side. Again, no fight, no damage really. Van1 being forced out of the jungle. It's all very even right now. Gold has not moved in 10 minutes. And I have no note on that. No gold change, no kills. Maybe they're looking for a kill now. Come on, Citrus. You know you want it. You've got an Impale ready to go. We've been waiting. But no, items on the board as well starting to come in. We got a Rod of Ages already picked up for Fisher in this mid lane. Just getting those nice little gold in there. A big farm lead as well, actually, for Fisher. This Victor pick really feeling good on this player.
Yeah, was picked into the Aurora, so sort of knew what he was getting into, has been able to just play really aggressive, just constantly throwing damage. That new Deathfire touch is really, really abusable by Victor. You just get tagged by that laser, basically undodgeable. You get that extra dot on you. It's pretty miserable.
Yeah, no, I think reading the meta is just such an important thing, especially as we enter into this side of the Rift and the side of this split. So understanding meta as well is just as important as how good your hands are. But Fisher could be in a bit of a cheeky predicament. Woody's in the other side. Arya has Between Worlds. Cease and Assist is used. Let's see if Woody's able to hold them back a little bit longer. Sends one back. Between Two Worlds is used. Looking for Fisher. There's the Impale. It hits on one, but it's only on Evie. And First Blood is going over to Van1. A nice lockdown. Citrus has to just back out of there, but a great collapse out of SHG.
And it's good that they brought everyone, because it really was only Evie's intervention that stopped an escape there. Traded. Momo gets a little bit of farm back, but Evie's able to get there. He'll only lose 3 or 4 minions. Fantastic movements there. Great call from whoever that was to make sure that Evie joined that play.
Yeah, big thing is they're starting to lose that dragon now, but let's watch the replay, because out of vision perfectly. Arya just jumps in, so they knew something was up. And then Woody came in, could not hold on, but it was really well calculated here.
But yeah, but it's that Yorick W there. Fisher just unable to do anything about it. The flash was already burned. He just kind of had to sit there and pray that someone else could help him hit it. And it was just too long. It's what allowed the Rakan to catch up. That Grand Entrance only lands because of the Yorick W. Just great stuff from Evie. Real MVP of that fight.
Yeah, no, 100%. Good rotations out. You love seeing that from your top laner. Momo now as well, stuck in the cage, so able to walk out just a little bit faster. Did take a lot of damage and hasn't reset after that big fight, so could look to back here and have that really good TP play. They've got a Sheen currently and a Hex Drinker too, so maybe they are a little bit scared of what Momo and Fisher are going to be bringing to the party in this game. But now, Raccoon going forward. Nice rend, does some damage. There's the Featherstorm into the culling too. Barrier had to be burned, and AD carries on this bot side. They're struggling for a fight.
Yeah, spoiling for it is maybe Kakun was a little bit upset about being left out of the aggression in mid lane. As he wants to try and get something back, does get a good trade, does burn both the ult and the barrier. We could see Citrus go back down there now. Xayah with Featherstorm up is kind of ungankable by Ascana. It's a little bit too easy to dodge everything that the Scorpion does. But now that that's down, maybe we try and punish the roam from Vista.
Yeah, maybe we try too, but Fisher doing a good job just maintaining the strong lead in the mid lane as well. But nice to see that Van 1 has been sort of living inside Citrus's jungle, trying to clear it out, and it is disrupting the path. You can see Citrus was walking topside and only found wolves. Sadly, no frogged legs today and no big blue sentinel, unfortunately. But now another coach com coming out of Paz here too, obviously giving the guys, you know what, I have decided it is pizza for dinner.
It's always funny. Back in I remember VCS before it got merged into the LGL. Whenever a series, if you were playing a best of 5, after game 3 was dinner break. No matter what the score was, even if it was 2-1 and the series wasn't over, they got to go have dinner. And I've always thought that was hilarious because, I mean, yeah, after 2-3 games of League, yeah, I'm pretty hungry.
Famished after 1 game of League, and it's just for more League here, Carrick. That's the difference, and it's no different in the LCP. These guys aren't here for food. Winning is their sustenance. That's all I have to say on that. But now, as well, I'm worried about Cocoon in this game right now. That half-health marble, purely just off, like, I think it was 3 autos, and one of them was empowered. Like, 1 Essence Reaver difference is pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, Lucian Milio is this bot lane that we've sort of started seeing. Lucian Nami is over. Milio is my new best friend as Kakun just gets ignited for his troubles.
Ooh, but, Citrus as well walking up, but yeah, had to be very careful. 1 good grand entrance is disaster for the side of DFM.
Do manage to sign it off. What I want to see is I need Citrus getting a little bit more involved. He's like farming up, he's doing fine, but is falling behind to Van 1. I need to see some impales landing. There are immobile characters as all culling is ripped.
Yeah, it's not going to be able to get too much effect off. Marble has to flash. Citrus off to the side. Bit too much pressure, a little bit too much heat from the Scorpion. Maybe that Scorpion poison is exactly what we needed. But now it is Rift Herald being started up by DFM. They've got a little bit more control over the map. For Van 1, who had a bit of a shaky game 1, now looking to enter into this game and be a little bit more impactful on the Vi. See if they're able to do it as it resets the Rift Herald. Business as usual.
Business as usual for just a moment as the Rift Herald will be started up again. There's a bit of a clash brewing as wards down. Van 1 is here. Doesn't want to let this one go.
Gone.
I take it back. Nah. It's gone.
They're given. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going through Van 1. I feel like they're not really having the series they were, like we've seen them in the past. Maybe DFM's just sort of in their head a little bit. But Van 1, yes, is the only one on the map right now with a kill. But yes, is also 30 CS up and 1.1k gold up in lead as well. They're not really using it though.
No, they're really not. And it kind of feels like in between games, they sort of said, Van 1, what were you doing? Just playing so over aggressive. And he's going, oh, you don't want me to be aggressive? I see how it is. Because he's playing very, very restrained. And I kind of joke about it, but it's working. He has this individual gold lead. The team is just slowly building a lead. And as much as we would love a bloodbath, and I still want this to break into one, our top teams should be this methodical. We should just be dissecting the enemy team and just taking them apart.
This feels a lot closer to like an LCK kind of series where it is just all about bleeding out the enemy, not even having to fight around the objectives, just being able to fight for anything they want. As Ban1 is here looking for the grand entrance, but no, a little bit too much Breath of Life is going to keep them alive, cancelling out a lot of that CC. The stun's good, Evie is low, Between Worlds is good, Featherstorm to keep Cocoon out of this fight, trying to get that rend, it's not going to do it, the shutdown's too good for Momo. Ari's trying to hold on, Marble's just too low, Vista knocking them back up, trying to survive just that smidge longer, and Aria taken out once again. And DFM showing great signs of life. They won out the team fight, Rift Herald charging at mid. They're feeling a lot better in this game too.
They really are, and I was just talking about how SHG were playing super clinical, not giving any windows for DFM, and right as I say it, they open one up and say, come on in, fellas, because they lose this fight. DFM sees on it. They're going to be able to get another charge from this Rift Herald with that Crystal and Growth as well. Super stacked up. This is a huge swing for DFM. They're on sole point.
Yeah, 18 minutes too. Evie's obviously come back into this fight, not even used the TP, saying, where is Momo? We're looking for this fight. Gets them in the cage. Here's Vista. Grand entrance doesn't hit. Do they just charge it out? I'm not even sure if they can. Evie's tanking up the tower and Momo out scot-free. This is just looking a little bit disastrous for SHG. They've still got the gold lead, but it's not really resulting in much when sole point is the big thing of note.
100%, and looking at this fight, it was just disjointed from SHG. They were on 3 different pages. Were we trying to kill Kakun? Were we trying to take down Citrus? We've invested too much damage in the tank if the plan was just to dive. And in the end, it's only 1 kill given back over, but it was the 1 kill that mattered. Fisher getting a huge amount of damage to that top tower. Momo able to just blank that big push from Evie. It's only a 1,000 gold lead, and even that is shrinking away. DFM are fighting.
Now look, they don't need kills. They just need to get that little bit of extra gold, keep them in that lead. All tier 1 towers for the side of SHG have been secured, and it is only 400 gold lead. Not even that. Now it's 300. It's just teetering back towards DFM, and they're feeling really good. They've got a lot of control in this game, and big props. I'm putting a lot of it onto Fisher, who is actually able to do a lot and manipulate these fights around these new runes and the space that they give to the team.
Exactly, and I'm really happy to see this. DFM, this is just a team that we want to see constant improvement out of. Every week, if they just play a little bit better than the week before, they're trending in the right direction. And this game is a massive trend in the right direction. I think Citrus on the Skarner in that last fight did exactly what he needs to do. Momo has been incredibly stable, even in game 1. Where he did have a few deaths in lane. They were sending 3 up to kill him, and okay, he was dying, but they were having to send 3, which is what we want for DFM. We want them just to keep on growing.
Yeah, and I think that's the big point of note. You said it then, is that they had to take Momo out of this game. Momo is very much in this game right now. They're a little bit far behind in CS, but it is still a rumble. The equalizer is always relevant in a team fight, especially, and now that I'm looking at the comps and how they want to react, is they're just going to go full send for the side of SHG. They want to be jumping on top of you. Great, jump on top of someone, and Equalizer is going to be there waiting in the wings to burn you alive. So I think there is going to be a lot of this play where, how do you kill Citrus? How do you take out this Skarner and remove the front line so you have a little bit more access? Because right now, you need to kill Fisher, you need to kill Cocoon, because they are getting a lot of damage and agency here. Look at that, Culling already gone out, cancelled though. Woohoo!
He's just going fishing. Just going fishing over and over. And that's what we want to see from Kakun on Lucian. Just constantly try and find damage. Just constantly try and find picks. With the Milio behind you, it's so hard to get punished for it. So I like the aggression. Kakun, ooh, Woody.
Ooh, straight into a wall, but it is a Rakan. Very slippery character. But now as well, Momo, still, this is the whole thing, is keeping Momo out of these fights. That was sort of the play. That's how I sort of read these team fights. They need to open up this map, though, for SHG, clear out this tier 1 in the mid lane. Might alleviate some pressure, especially with a dragon up in 1 minute's time.
Exactly. As Momo, again, just trying to take out the maiden. Should be able to do it this time, but oh no, there's a collapse coming.
Decent assist. Momo too far, just fully burnt out and taken to a grey screen too. Dragon up in 53 seconds, but the death timer is only 40. So it feels like they might just look to get good vision, good control, and then maybe return back to this fight. But a great pick there.
And that just comes down to the vision control that the Hawks already had in that bot side jungle. It's just being cleared out now as Woody moves through, but there was just a solid line of wards. And Momo, I think the call is not terrible here. He drops the equalizer to make sure he can hold on to this tower health. And you do need to kill the Maiden. At some point, it must die, but there's just no vision. He has no idea that this collapse is coming, and then he's overheated, he's locked up. No possible counter fire. The one bright spot is he will be alive with teleport, and there is no Yorick ult, so he potentially is more useful in this fight.
That is very true. It all comes down to who's going to be able to secure it first. It's still 3 dragons over to DFM. It is sole point. If they can lock this one down, the movement, especially from a Skarner, especially from a Lucian, will be so hard to deal with. As Van One on the wrong side of the wall, getting spotted out on some good vision. But now it is Marvel, still holding on to this drag. It does get a slight reset. They need to be able to lock out Citrus a little bit, as here comes the TP. It is Momo joining this fight. Equalizer is available. No Maiden, the only ultimate unavailable in this one. Now we're looking, they're teetering, they're dancing, they've got the moves, they've got the happy feet. Let's see if Citrus want to go for it. It's Van One's already in there. It's just taken away. A beautiful steal comes out. The equalizer goes down, but it just has no effect. And a great lock up there for SHG. They're starting to turn the dragons around.
And it was Spellbook Smite, just well coordinated. There's actually just, as much as people like to, you know, compare Smite fingers, it's actually not fair when one team has 2 Smites. Van One and Vista just linking up really well. DFM needed to actually try and take a fight, but now they're getting caught.
Yes, it's all too much. Grand entrance too. There's the proto belt forward. Arya able to pick up Woody. Here comes Citrus though. Culling's on too. Impale is bringing them back in. Van One needs to be careful. Arya already taken off the backside. It's a double kill.
That's
nicely
Baron.
picked up. But look at Evie. They're in the base and they have to look to reset. I don't know if they can do the Baron at this point. It's just Cocoon and Citrus. This is now trying to push them back off. The base is in shambles.
They're going to lose the inhibitor because of the interrupt on the back. Evie's going to keep moving this forward. It's going to be a really close fight. They have to get the Baron here. You must get Baron in trade for what Evie has done. But the teleport out, he's going to come join the fight.
He wants to join this fight, but no, Baron is already secured. Evie just wanted to get out of dodge and put a little bit of extra pressure on, but the Baron secured is a really nice pickup here and a great trade for DFM after losing the entirety of their bot side.
So this is such an interesting scenario because yes, you've lost the inhibitor, but you've got the Baron. This fight as well, so interesting. It starts with a pretty clean catch onto Woody. They use a fair bit of resources. The Between Worlds, maybe just one ult too many. I thought it's just going to be Van One, but no, Fisher just walks over, just completely deletes Arya. This Victor is getting very, very scary, and the Baron basically buying them at least another 5 minutes where they have map control and they're able to like really push the tempo. Fisher's going to get to like out of hand.
Yeah, I think especially with the Rod of Ages fully stacked, Evie total gold there, but Cocoon as well pretty closely trailing behind. It's still a 2k gold lead for SHG in this manner, but with a Baron buff in tow, they'll be able to walk down these towers quite easily. A lot of crystalline growth has been building over this time, so I feel like they're going to get a lot of gold back in their pockets as it now is getting a little bit closer to the 1k Baron lead right there, as now it is just about how can Evie hold this line. There's a TP out the back. It could be Van One and a little bit more. Aurora wants to join this fight. All members charging through. Marble is here. It's actually a double. Vista's here as well. Arya's looking for the fight. There's the cease and desist onto Kaku. Let's see if they can get the good knock-up. Grand entrance is nice. Impale onto 3. It's so big, but is Citrus going to go down for the troubles? It's not. SHG are running away. They just don't have the damage to deal with anything. And Fisher is leading the charge.
And that is completely blunting everything from SHG. DFM able to push in. They'll break the base. I don't think they can stay for the inhibitor. They need to run, but Citrus doing so well in that fight.
Honestly, and Momo wasn't even a part of that fight. Imagine if it was a true 5v5. That was actually crazy. Fisher is instrumental on this Victor. Items are now being fully completed too. We got the IE for Cocoon locked down. 103 is their score. And you know what? It's only 3 kills to 3 kills. Gold lead just slightly ahead for SHG. But let's watch this replay because it was looking really good for SHG and then it just wasn't.
Yeah, it's this double TP, but the engage just isn't there. Aria missing that W. Just the damage isn't there. Fisher zones him out, and Citrus stops everything, completely blunts the play, and at this point, it's just SHG having to turn tail and run. Great stuff from DFM.
Yeah, now they're looking at another tier 2, at least in the mid, so they're trying to open up this map just a little bit further. Fisher really getting out of hands, looking at a full, almost a completed Zhonya's too. But okay, don't even worry. Evie's just going to hard carry this game regardless because yes, there is a drag in 30 seconds. Evie says, that's fine, guys. I might have TP up just for this fight, but I'm going to take their base just in case. Now they're looking for the re-engage. Fisher wants a bit more. Cocoon uses the culling. They have to get away. It's all about safety. And now you can just see Evie is saying, I'm going to push, guys. They have to respond to me.
They do have to respond. This Yorick is an issue. He shreds towers. Only 1 plate left. He'll be able to evacuate with the Maiden as well. But Dragon about to spawn. DFM could be on the verge of a Soul.
I think Soul is just confirmed. Van 1 is not even in the area, not contested. I think they said give them the movement speed. It's fine. Their base is still looking a little bit rough. We'll have to see if Marble's going to be looking mid to take a couple more of those plates. Just trying to get some shred off on it too. But anti-heal now also completed. We got the Mortal Reminder picked up for Marble. Let's talk about that for a second because we're not seeing anti-heal anywhere else on the map. Only on Woody on the Oblivion Orb. But do you like that?
I don't really know if I like it. I think if we're going, I think if we're going to get anti-heal, I think you actually want to put it on Fisher. I think he's the one best able to apply it to the most targets. And yes, it might seem weird. Slow down the damage of your big carry. That doesn't seem very smart, Carrix. Yeah, but he's going to hit everyone. I think it's a little bit harder for Momo. Yes, he's got the equalizer. But is the equalizer really going to apply it to everyone?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It will.
I'm hit all 5.
Yeah, you got good placed equalizer will do it.
Yeah, sure. If SHG let him.
That's true. It's all about hands and skills here, though, Carrix. That's the difference. But no, what I'm actually thinking about, this Mortal Reminder on the Zai, that is the only one that I'm seeing for the side of SHG. My big question is would it have been worth going the Lord Doms purely because you need to get through a lot of these shields? Rumble shield, Skarner is a shield fiend. Even Victor's got a couple on there, and with Emilio giving them a little bit more boost, I don't know. I don't know if the anti-heal was the answer, but I feel like there's some of it needed to some degree, as there's a lot of pings going down into this mid lane.
There are a lot of pings, as with the Soul secured, 15 seconds on Baron, it feels like we're approaching a game-breaking fight. This 3,000 gold lead just about that SSG has, fairly meaningless this deep into the game. Citrus can't find anything onto the Rakan.
Yeah, Baron is up, and you can see Vista is there, but now this is just the Evie show saying, I will carry you guys on my back, just like the Maiden is carrying me, because the inhib is already not long for this world when you have this many ghouls just doing such a good job as the Baron has been started up. Van 1 is here in the window, just looking through, trying to see if they can land the score. But now, it's a little bit too much. They're looking for a base race. They're going to try and end it right here. Right now, Aria's here. Double TP is now coming back down. They're going to be so careful. Evie is low, has to flash. Looking to keep away. And it is Fisher doing the damage. Gets one. It's the Between Worlds is going to be used. Momo picked up Evie. Vista's almost taken out as well. Marble's trying to hold on. Send knocked back. It's not enough. They're picking up Marble. They've been clean up with the fight. Van 1 has the resurrection. TP's now coming back in. It is going to be the Rumble. Looking to go straight onto Marble. It's the flashes forward. It's all she wrote. Van 1 Van1 might be able to survive a little bit longer, but no, Citrus charging down. The Scorpion wants blood, so does Woody, and it was just too much for them to handle, and now they're looking back at the Baron.
And I think this was panic from the SoftBank Hawks. I don't think you needed to TP Aria in. You were never going to be able to end the game. It wasn't even particularly close. And now DFM, they're going to get Baron. This bot lane in here, it's fine. You've got a Victor that can clean this up forever. I think SHG are rattled.
I think DFM sort of got their number. I think they saw this this Skarner and we're like, how do we actually handle this? But let's watch it again.
Yeah, let's have a look at... We didn't really see this half of the fight. Lovely stuff there by Citrus. Marble just unable to participate in this fight as he actually deals a lot of damage with the Blade Caller and survives on incredibly low health, but just not really contributing. Citrus, if Marble can't auto-attack Citrus, no one is killing him. In the end, Momo came in, just burnt the Xayah down. But again, this Skarner, just the MVP of this one. Citrus has been playing out of his mind.
Yeah, I think it's not so much that SHG doesn't have the answer. I think Van1 doesn't have the answer. They've got a 70 CS lead, but they've had no control over this map whatsoever. And with the Elder Drag up in a minute and a half, ooh, we're looking at a strong team that could be making some moves because they are looking at this mid. It really comes down to, can Evie influence the side lane so much that we're going to get some more action around that? It's got to be like those 2v1s onto Evie, and he needs to be able to hold his own in that because really Van1 is not getting these priority picks and is not getting the free access that you expect from a Vi into a backline.
Exactly. I do think it's been an off night for Van1 on the Xin Zhao. He looked a little bit shaky on this Vi. I agree. He's got the gold lead. He's got a CS lead, but he just hasn't really had the impact. These Vault Breakers are being just massively outclassed by the Impales. Citrus, he's just everywhere. Van1 is trying to sneak his way in.
Once again, Equalizer goes forward between worlds is used, but no, it's just not enough. They're just getting blown up. DFM are taking a game from SHG. If Marble can hold on and kill this tank, it could be enough. As there's the Featherstorm too, trying to get a really good Blade recall, but no, Citrus is taken fairly low. Let's see if we can do a little bit more, and they are able to turn the tide. Momo chasing down Evie. Let's see if they can send the ghouls. Stopwatch is there. Evie needs to hold on, gets the heal. It's not enough, and Fisher cleans up just at the brink of death, and still a great fight out of DFM.
Yeah, and I think Vista and Marble have just done enough to hold the game. But with Elder Dragon coming up in 1 second, they don't have anyone on the map. DFM are going to pick up Elder.
They might be taking us to a Game 3 character. We did not expect this whatsoever, but it is an absolute pleasant surprise as DFM are controlling this game. 3k gold Baron play as well. The timer's about to go out, but they're going to set up a whole new timer with the Elder Drag secured. I don't know what SHG can really do in this fight to go forward. Where is Van1 going?
Yeah, it just makes no sense what he's doing here. And the rest of his team puts on a really good show. We're not going to see it. We're going to see how Evie tries to play this fight. He has that massive shield from the teleport, so it takes a long, long time for Fisher to try and kill him. But it's also never really in doubt. Fisher, honestly, just a little bit silly coming back into this play. You could have just let Momo handle this. In the end, not punished. It's okay. But as heroic as Evie may be, it's Citrus that is putting on the cape, and he is just having the series of his life.
He really is, and I think this is what they said. They said, Citrus, we know you can do this. We know you can take it to Van1. Now it's your time to shine. And look at Fisher dropping the bomb. Chaos Storm is used onto Marble. Has to force them off this tier 3 in the bot lane. Like, there's not much you can really do when you can get executed by this thing now.
Exactly. Evie doing his best here as well, just cutting waves to make sure that the push is limited to just this one wave, one lane, I should say. But Fish is a huge problem. He's just able to step up, throw out damage, the culling as well, just threatening executes.
Oh, look at Arya taken so low. This is the power of that Lucian-Milio matchup. Maybe it is Evie trying to hold them back, as it probably shouldn't really be a base race. I got to feel a little bit bad for Momo because they've never really been given a chance to team fight in all this game. But 9 kills to 4. It is DFM very strongly inside the base of SHG, really trying to close this one out as soon as possible and take us to a game 3. But SHG, they can defy the odds. They have come back from worse. Now they got to prove those odds. Baron up in a minute's time. That's where the next big fight's going to be.
And thankfully for SHG, the Elder Dragon's going to wear off 30 seconds before Baron, not straight into Baron. That's where it can be really deadly because you can't establish vision. They will have a window for Vista to run in, try and get some wards down around this objective, because I struggle to see how they survive another round of Baron.
Yeah, those are really good questions. And you know what, Carrick? I don't deal in hypotheticals. I'm a very strategic-minded kind of guy. I like to look at the numbers and not understand them. But I'm looking at Citrus right now, and those items are actually scary as all hell. You got a Frozen Heart with a range wins too. Not only are you slowing them down when they all auto attack you, like you'll also be able to survive every little bit of crit. I don't know how you kill Citrus. This is going to be an easy, perfect game for them because they're level 16, they're incredibly tanky, and the damage is just going to be so easily followed up with Fissure. And here comes Citrus looking for some as the Equalizer goes down. Arya has to jump. The weirding is not just going to be able to help them out and stay alive a little bit longer, but the Baron is up, and they force them all well deep into the bot side. Look at Momo actually charging them once again, and I think Cocoon and Citrus can just do this solo. Cease and desist, catching out Momo. Let's see if they can lock them down. Enough damage is going to be good. Arya is here. They're looking at Fissure as well. It's a split fight. Momo should be taken out. Stopwatch is not going to be enough. Easy pickup. The shutdown does go to Arya. They're giving over the Baron in change of a couple kills.
I don't understand the Evie TP. He was in top, just kind of catching the wave. TP's to mid, but there's no more play there. We're now just down a TP. The communication just seems very off. Yeah, SHG look really rattled. They're just not playing on the same wavelength. And this is not what we've seen from them the whole split. They have been an incredibly coordinated team. As a flank might be their out.
This could be the play. Maiden has been summoned. Evie is here, throws the charge, seeing if the ghouls can come into effect. But Ositra is able to charge off once again. But it is forcing them to go topside. They need to respond. Fissure is waiting, looking at Vista too. But you've got to be careful. Those grand entrances are grand enough to cause an upset. But now Evie's already overcharging. Fisher's not really with the team, sending them back by Wooding. Let's see if they're going to be able to do enough damage as Fissure has to flash. They're looking for the charges. Easy quickness is going to be able to get it done. Cease and desist. They're looking at Fissure. Look at that healing. It's actually kind of nuts as they do pick up Fissure. A lot of their damage is taken out. Momo with a big equalizer, getting it done. The burn, baby, because it's all too much for the Hawks. And we've seen Fried Eagle before, but this is Fried Hawk instead. Van 1 now being chased out. Woody able to knock him back. Easy pickups for DFM, and this could just be a bit of a victory march through the top lane. It's absolutely smashing stuff here, Carricks, because this is a different DFM that we've seen all split long, and I'm here for it. I want to see them go forward and try and take this Nexus. They're looking for more. Cocoon still has that GA available. Citrus is still a tanky boy. Look at that culling. Featherstorm is nice, but it's not going to be able to do enough damage. They get the rend, but is it going to be enough as they're looking at the next tower on the Nexus? Knockups there. They're just looking for more. They can close this one out. They're taking us to a game 3 here, Carricks, and it's all she wrote for SHG.
Okay, DFM, let's go. A really fantastic performance here. And they've just taken a game off the second best team in the league. What a time to wake up and fight back.
Oh, like right as we're heading towards a little bit closer, DFM, there's a DFM fan right there saying, yes, the boys can get it done. And it's a 1-1 score line now, Carricks. Reverse sweep, we saw it yesterday. Do we see it again today? Man, we have a lot to go over.
Yeah, we have a huge amount to talk about. This is a a wild turn of events. DFM have to be feeling so good, and the coaches have some work to do for the Hawks because they just were not playing together at all. They were playing 2 different games of League of Legends.
Yeah, look at the damage. Oh my lord, it's almost double the damage for the AD carries. And this is that Lucian Milio pick that we have seen just being banned out permanently. I don't even know if it's just Lucian Milio. I think it's just Lucian right now is just getting such a big presence in these games. In the right hands, it can be piloted to such great effect. But big props, Citrus. Absolute unkillable. Could not be touched in these fights. And honestly, big props. We're seeing a really big turn from DFM in these games, especially that game 2 where even in game 1 they were looking quite good, but game 2 they were looking very dominant.
Yeah, if you turned the nameplates off and just made me watch game 2, I would have assumed that SHG was the blue team. This was not like 1 or 2 little mistakes that snowballed into an upset. This was a full team press. Just the better team on the Rift was DFM.
Yeah, and we talked about, look at that damage. That's what I was talking about. That was 2 auto attacks. What was that?
That's a lot.
It's too much, man. Ban Lucian. I'm going to start playing Lucian now. I've decided. But no, like again, it just really felt like, and the big point of difference for this SHG roster is they felt so disconnected. Something that we've seen all split long, that they have been the opposite of that. They've been on point. Their communications have been clean. And this game, Carrix, where did it go?
I don't really know. It's hard to sort of pin it down to just a few things. I just think Evie on the Yorick, yeah, he was really strong, but he was not positioned around fights super well. He was trying to teleport in really late or go for split pushes. And the really big play that sort of ended things was they made seemingly a call of like weekend base race and end, and they weren't even close.
No. And they were looking for the TP. Maybe it was, like you said, it was one of those panic TPs where they were trying to make a play. And yeah, there was some really good proactivity here, but Fisher also on this Victor, incredibly hard to lock down. Remember, LCP is one of the first regions to be able to show you these updated to the rune changes, the items, all of that in this latest patch. So being able to see a Victor being piloted like this, I'm actually expecting Victor to be a way higher priority pick from now on.
Yeah, I think we saw a huge display of this champion's presence on this new patch. Fisher doing so much damage. He's just standing in the front of fights. But I do think the MVP of this game for me was Citrus on the Skarner.
Yep.
Was just everywhere. Constantly blunted attacks. Part of the reason SHG looked so disjointed was every fight they had, you know, 1 or 2 members trying to get onto DFM's backline, but only 1 or 2 had any way to get past the Skarner. It was just an absolute brick wall that could not be stopped.
Yeah, like even here you can see they're still quite healthy, but it was just Citrus. Doesn't even have mana to their name. It was like, I'm just a meat shield, guys. Don't even worry. Like, they can't hurt me. And it just felt like it was a couple little overextensions that just went a little bit too awry for SHG. They couldn't really hold on. Like, Van One's late to this party. He was too early to the party before. Now he's full committing to the party. And you know what? He didn't even have an invite. So it's a bit of an interesting one to see what the mentality is going in for. But really, Carrix, you look at it from this point of view, we're heading towards the end of regular split. You cannot hold anything back in these games. You want to solidify your place on the ladder so you can get off into the next section. So at the same time, big props to DFM. They're turning on the heat when it really matters the most.
Yeah, 100% they are. DFM showing that they're not a team that you can disrespect, even with their place on the ladder. And you've got to think the rest of the league is looking at this and going, hang on a second, SHG is mortal. It's not just Team Secret Whales that can take games off these guys. And going into the next 2 or 3 weeks, other teams are going to put SHG to the test.
Yeah, that's it. It's we've always said for a long time that the LCP teams have all been very closely matched. This is the 2nd tier team on the ladder up against 8th, and they just made them look silly in this series. So it is a really big props to this team to come back, especially in this series. We have another game coming right up after a short break, guys. So stay tuned as we get ready for SHG versus DFM. I think DFM could get the reverse sweep the way they're playing. Stick around to find out.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
On. Shulong. Duro. Taki. Mako. The hands. Kino. Vista. Makix. Duro.
Oh.
Mako. The hands. Duro. Taki. Vista. Woody. Duro. Taki. Mako. Shulong. On. Woody. Kino. On.
Oh.
Taki. Kino. Woody. The hands.
And what we thought, Carrick's, was going to be a 2-0 clean sweep has been turned on its head, and the reverse sweep is looking like a clear blue sky for the side of DFM. It is 1-1 apiece here in this best of 3, and we are excited to see what these teams are going to bring out. Did you expect that?
I mean, absolutely not. And if I had tried to sort of game out how DFM win, it wouldn't have been like that. It would have been SHG make one like colossal mistake and then lose a game off of that. That can happen. And that's how upsets often happen, but that just wasn't what game 2 was. DFM were just the better team on the Rift for like 85% of that game.
Yeah.
SHG, the coaches need to have a word because they just weren't playing as a team.
Yeah, 100%. I think the communication was just really off. They weren't moving as a unit, which is what we expected them to see. And DFM sort of got in their heads a little bit. I think it was just a really nice pickup and a nice drafting opportunity for DFM to show a different flavor to what they bring to the Rift, especially here in the LCP. But we're getting ready for the second draft as it's going to start up in just a minute. But now that we're in game 3, a lot less champions on the board, a lot less prior picks. I'm expecting a Pantheon or an Orianna to make it through in this final game. We're just going to have to wait and see. But is there anything you'd like to see, Carrick's?
I'd like to see something a little bit more dynamic out of Arya. I want to see him on something like the Akali. I think the Ahri as well would have been a much better pick last game. I just don't think the Aurora did anything. Was missing combos, was a little bit behind the play.
Yeah, look, I totally agree, actually. I think the Aurora it made a bit of sense. I think I understood what they were trying to do, but it just didn't really mesh. It didn't really have that chance to shine. But you're right. I think the Akali, the Arya, the Ahri is going to be really strong. You could even start to think about other champions like the Yone too, like these other sort of big fighters that love to get into these team fights and cause upsets as well. Definitely an option, but we are in draft, ready to go here, Carrick's. We got all those bands off the board. Orianna instantly is the first one of note that we have to take out.
Yeah, I do think it's really interesting that we're permabanning the Orianna as SHG. I think you have the perfect counter pick. If you leave this up, let them ban 3 champions, and then if they ban the Akali, you last ban Orianna. If they don't ban the Akali, like, let Fisher play it. He had a really good game on the Victor. He's a capable mid laner, but Arya has just been killing some of the best Oriannas in the league with the Akali, and I think we just want to set that up.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I think we're going to see a little bit of a different shakeup because, again, these jungle drafts, besides the Xin and J4, it was totally different. Like, we see a bit of vibe, but we don't really see Skarner, and seeing it used to that effect was nice to see. So we could expect some very topsy-turvy drafts coming out. Like, again, this is the new patch. I'm expecting to see some differences. Maybe we do see a little bit more bruises. Maybe we see the Jace heading back into the top a little bit more too, where you want to scuff it out a little bit more. But Karma and Caitlyn banned out. We're starting to see drafts sort of clean up a little bit more.
Caitlyn, take it away. I like that. Don't give Kakun something strong to play now that the ADC pool is starting to get choked out. He was very good on that Lucian last game, even if he wasn't necessarily the main character. Marble does have a fairly deep champion pool as well, can still go back to things like the Aphelios now that we're, in game 3 of Fearless. Pantheon gone as well. The jungle pool actually will be interesting. I think Nefiri just has to be the top prio jungle that's left.
Yeah, even Ambessa potentially too. Like, if you're happy to blind pick that into a top laner, like, it's a strong pick, great access to backline. There's a lot that you could be putting into it. I think Sion would be a really good pickup as well, like in this early phases. Maybe that easy tanky front line that can get charging down through the river into these fights. We'll have to see what they're going to lock in as first pick. Further side is that Nefiri. Nice call.
Yeah, the Nefiri locked away. Van One will be really happy with that one. Just a super slippery champion. Sort of only got stronger on the patch as well in terms of item changes and the like. I love this for SHG. What's the answer from DFM? Because at the very least, that had to be pretty obvious.
It almost begs the question, do you bring in another tank sort of jungler? Because Neferi is all about blowing them up, but you do have the Grievous wounds on your Q, so the Wukong is a nice pickup here. I think it does cancel out a lot of the charges, so you can go up in the air and it does keep you alive, but a Cyclone can be recast, so it does make it a little bit harder for Neferi to be as effective. So the Wukong, really nice, strong pickup here in the jungle. He's going to have great pressure on these objectives, which Citrus had a really good job of in that game too. Let's see if they can continue in this game 3. The Annie is an obvious pickup as well.
Yeah, with the mid lane pool being choked out, it does make a huge amount of sense. It layers really well with the Wukong as well. It's a little bit comp agnostic. You can pick a lot of things in the rest of it. You're not locked into any particular style. For Momo and the bot lane, as Ashe has gotten through, we could just see Ashe Seraphine.
I think you have to pick it up here now, especially with an Neferi too. Yep, easy lock-ins. It's the strongest bot lane. No way do they whip out the Aatrox as well. Mel's the obvious counter pick to this as well. Now you're definitely going to be seeing SHG banning out some really strong supports that go paired with the Mel too. Some of note, I think getting an Alistair off the board here too could be good. Nautilus might be another ban as well. You got to get these strong engage hooks off, because right now the only engage you have is Citrus on this Wukong and maybe a Flash Tibbers. Outside of that, you're sort of just trying to hold back and let them come to you, which, yes, is what Neferi does, but if they layer it well, an Ashe and a Seraphine can just do so much CC damage in a fight, and you've got to be so careful of that.
Exactly, and the other thing as well, of course, Neferi can just play sort of the sides of the fight, doesn't have to sort of engage in the traditional way. Galio being removed, I think that makes a lot of sense as well. Obviously, you were focusing on the engage from the supports, but taking away the engage from the mid lane is pretty much in the same vein. DFM clearly agreeing with you on that one. Curious to see where SHG goes. I think we try and choke Momo's champion pool here.
Yeah, I think choking Momo out is going to be quite good. But again, I'm looking at these supports because you don't want to let this Mel run the game. A Golden Eclipse can flip games on its head with those really nice executes, but a rebuttal of one or more of those beautiful abilities like a Crystal Arrow or an Encore can swing a team fight drastically. So I think the Mel pickup's really strong. Now it's about stopping them from being able to do anything in this bot lane. They're obviously targeting mid because they don't want to give Arya anything strong that can upset this Annie. And I'm thinking, Ahri, there's the Akali. Ahri is still up and available and does well into Annie.
That would be a really fun one. I always am keen to see that pick out of SHG, but where do we go? I'm just kind of like locked in thought here for the bot lane for DFM. Do we have something cooked up? Is that why we're saving a potential last pick? Is it a support counter pick? I think Alistair makes a lot of sense, but also level 1 to 3 on Alistair is miserable here.
Oh, yeah, like Alice is going to have a horrible time, but it's not about the laning phase. It's about the overall team fights around objectives. Alistair with a Hex Flash can get a lot done from across a wall. I think it's going to be a little bit of sense, but really, I'm not sure what else you could look for. Like, we're still waiting on topside to be picked up. Shen being hovered. They're having a good giggle over this. They're like, let's lock in the Shen. And they have, like, a nice little pickup there, but I don't know how it's going to work into this topside. And Bessa still makes a lot of sense. You still could go a Scion here and just tough it out in the top side too, but the Shen with these globals is going to be really nice and impact these side lanes.
Shen is a massive lane bully at the moment, does kind of force Evie either onto something where he loses gracefully, like the Scion that you've been sort of alluding to, the Cassante, similar sort of ethos. I think the thing with the Cassante is, who are you kidnapping at the moment? And Talia is going to be the mid laner, champion that has fallen out of favor, but coming back in here.
I kind of like that, honestly. I like the little flick that you're going to get into it. You have the unraveled earth that can sort of disrupt these fights too. And it's really hard for for Mel to be able to shoot anything really back other than a single rock. So the Gwen now being hovered here. Vayne? No! Okay, I really like this. This could actually be a support Mel, which I actually love, because it still does so much damage. Vayne could just be Cocoon looking to cook up something nuts. But what's your thought on this draft? Wait.
This draft is bizarre.
What?
It's
a Shen support.
Shen support makes sense, but I guess.
What?
Yeah, Mel APC.
What?
Yeah. Pike, I'm scared.
Okay. I think we could flip this on its head right now, where you put the Shen up in the top side, you take the Annie down into support, you move the Mel up into the mid lane, you put your Vayne in the AD carry. I think you're going to have a much better time because you get the easy lockdown. So I don't know what DFM's really trying to cook here. I guess they're having a bit of fun with it. It is the final game of the series, so if they do get the win here, it looks really good for them. But
what am I looking at? DFM 2-1. Is the Oracle audience?
Oh boy, and we are getting ready for the final game of the first series of the night. DFM drafting something a little bit unconventional, but it is SHG looking to retake the trophy here of this series and force DFM into something a little unsavory, but still, Carricks. I don't know what to make of this draft. I've tried to put it into light. I've tried to mix and match it, and I'm just not coming up with the goods.
I'm trying to figure it out as well. I actually kind of think there was an Annie top Mel mid Vayne ADC angle. I think that could have been really cool, but not what we've got. The Cassante, it's interesting because Vayne will win that lane, just by virtue of being Vayne into a melee champion. Is using the new Vayne skin as well. Seen a lot of hype for that one. So keen to see it actually play out. Actually, a lot of the Pandemonium skins being picked up here.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what they were going for.
Just a bit of flex of the new season that's come out, and then it's just be like, this is going to be rough for Evie. They know they're going to have a rough time. They're not going to be able to do all that much into Momo, just trying to stall until they can get maybe a Bramble Vest and then hope for a little bit of tankiness into it too. Oh, Ari is having a rough time as well, and it's just the Fish is having a really good start to this series, and at least these games as well. Nice little CC stun up there. Getting that good vision. Hawkeye going to be finding Citrus out here.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the nightmare of playing jungler against an Ashe. They just know where you are all the time. There is no mind games to be played. These are going to be pretty dominant lanes, at least in the solo lanes, as Fisher is just able to push Arya back in. We'll be able to sort of build up to the point where he's able to control the wave fairly well on the Talia. We have seen this pick in the past, able to clear out reasonably well once it gets to level 3, level 4. This bot lane, though, SHG, we talk about Ashe Seraphine for a reason. This gets banned in most games, at least one half of it. It's a nightmare to play into.
Especially for a Shen. I'm looking at what Woody's really trying to cook here is maybe getting those good rotations around the map and leaving Cocoon in the side lane solo just to farm up and become relevant late game. But yeah, Ashe Seraphine, this is the dominant AD carry support lane that we're seeing throughout the LCP currently. And a lot of teams tried to come up with some answers. You usually get that Zeri Yuumi, but Zeri and Yuumi both kind of got hit with a couple little nerfs. So it really wasn't to the greatest effect, at least moving forward. So now, what is the next tailored move to that? Obviously, the Mel is a really strong solution, but is the Shen the next piece of the puzzle that we've been waiting for? And it is DFM looking to kick this one off for us today, and they might make it work. We'll just have to wait and see.
I think the one thing that Shen does in this game is he survives the lane okay. Like, not great, but maybe better than something like an Alistar, maybe. But he's also really good at peeling a Nefiri. Where a lot of support struggle against Nefiri is you have to throw a skill shot at her and she has 20 dogs. And it's like, if you hit a dog, you've done nothing and your ADC gets blown up. Shen can just taunt all of them.
Yeah, very true. The taunts be good, and you got to be very worried, and especially with Fisher almost at level 6. doing a lot of damage. The Pandemonium Annie is just posturing so hard, trying to get those flicks back, and it's just not landing. Aria, is DFM just SHG's kryptonite at this point?
This is so interesting, and I genuinely love this about the LCP because we are this multi-region league. Yeah, sometimes they're just LJL teams. They know each other so well, so the matchup just goes completely differently to how we would expect it. Raw logic says that this should have been not a particularly close 2-0, but here we are in game 3, and part of that is just, yeah, we've played like hundreds of games against these guys. Aria was on DFM for years. They know how to play.
Yeah, I think that's how they figured it out. They said, no, we just have to play like this, play around this sort of thing. You see Woody trying to get some good vision off. First Dragon on the board. SHG, Van 1 already in the wings. Spotted it out on that pink ward too. So they are looking to start this one up because they already know Citrus is on the other side of the map. So this could just be a free Dragon heading over to SHG.
I think it definitely should be. The Prio's there. They've got a really strong early jungle. There's no response coming in. Yeah, SHG pretty happy with this one. Able to get themselves on the board. We will not be facing DFM just stacking all of the dragons like we did last game.
Well, and that's maybe the different conversation that they're starting to have, right? Is they said, okay, Citrus was just always first to these dragons. As they were spawning, he was securing it. Let's just try and get the strongest bot lane we can and then see if we can force out all these dragons early, because we know SHG can do that, and they have been shown time and time again that they can control these bot lanes and do a really good job. Now it's about actually putting it into the effect, because Fisher is just throwing out tibbers, getting those electrocutes, not even getting a flick back, and that was a half health trade, really for nothing.
Yeah, just throws it out. It's half health trade, and the only thing that he spent was a cooldown. And you'll do that every day of the week. He's got full lane control. We live in a world where for at least one game plus 6 minutes, Fisher is just the better mid laner in the matchup.
And there have not been many days or many times that we have said, oh, Ari is just getting smoked. I wouldn't say, actually, you know what, I take that back. He's not getting smoked, but I would say that there is a diff going on. Momo knows something is awry, actually shows the other side. The all out is there. Has to flash just to stay alive. 3 members looking to shut this Vayne down.
But, like, okay, they get the flash out, but he survives. Now, SHG have moved their bot lane up to the top side, but a Shen just unsealed spellbook, teleports up there, able to match the tempo. DFM, I think they've responded really well to this.
He just walked up. He didn't even teleport. He's like, I'll join this. This is fine. Doesn't have ulti. He doesn't have anything. Did he?
He had spellbook TP.
Yeah. Good call. Why didn't he just do it to the tower? He walked from the second tower.
An excellent question, Pike.
Yeah, okay.
Excellent question.
You don't have to
if I hadn't watched him TP on the map, I wouldn't have thought he TP'd.
That's what I mean. Like, I just saw him walking. I was like,
I don't blame you.
Dude's just chilling. But again, game is a bit of a slow one once again, heading closer to that 8-minute mark. No kills on the board. Gold is dead even. Now we have to see which team wants to pull the happy trigger first. Start dancing, but there is a Wukong off in the wings. I do love that the coach comps have clearly been really working for DFM, especially in this series. I think in the past they have been very vocal, and Paz has tried to get their team on the right path, but it's just come up a little bit north some of those days. And now it is actually DFM onto these Void Grubs nice and early. Pick up one, but no Neferi in sight, so might be able to just pick up all of them for their troubles, and could be a bit of a gank onto this bot side. They're really trying to shut down Momo. They did it game 1. Weaver's wall is here. No flash available. Momo might not be long for this world. Getting stunned back, flicked back, sent flying, but back underneath the tower. Huge. They're not able to hold on as Van 1 has to go up into the air. It's a nice channel coming out, keeping Momo alive. The dive was unsuccessful here, Carrix.
Yeah, and they nearly got it done. The Weaver's Wall kept Woody back, but he got there just in time, able to stand united to keep Momo alive. Now that is 2 big moves of multiple members of SHG thrown at, oh no.
Evie could be caught out. Fan 1 is here, but does decide to dodge it out. Just Tipper's going for a walk, but you're right. It was a lot of big ultimates that Stands United really came in clutch.
Really, really did. And this team comp that I'm still trying to get my head around a little bit is just working really well. Woody's been everywhere. He used that spellbook to get to the top side to match the tempo from Marble and Vista, able to get to the bot side just in time to save Momo as well. Pretty perfect stuff from this Gen support.
Okay, Golden Eclipse being used as well, just taking Vista out of this fight already. Slows Ascent wide, but now with Woody here, they could look to collapse and just full send this. It's a very tanky Shen right now. It's only a Kindle gem, but that's enough.
Yeah, exactly. And this is why I like this Shen so much, even when it is in support, when it doesn't get a huge amount of gold. He's just so naturally tanky as Momo will spot Van 1 and think better of stepping up.
It's not often you find a dog on the other side of the wall until you hear it start barking.
I mean, that's the worst thing. If I like crawled into a bush and there was a dog already in there, I would also run away.
You're crawling.
Not a good time. I don't know.
Yeah,
true. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm crawling into a bush in this scenario. I don't do that very often.
You're like, I'm gonna crawl in that bush, guys. They're like, nah, don't do it. And then there's a dog.
There's a dog. Oh no!
But all right, Dragon
SHG.
SHG back on the Dragon once again, looking for their second one of the game. They could be looking for a nice dive onto Evie. This is the 5,000-year champion. You have to be careful. But Momo is playing the true damage champ too. So I think Evie's just going to be looking to walk away. They secure the Dragon, and you know what? Evie's just taken some, just a little bit of prior up at this top side. Cancel it? Nah. It ain't worth it.
Yeah, no, he wants him to leave so he can actually try and clear this wave out from under Momo. It must be said, Momo has had a lot of pressure put on him, and it has meant that Evie is not particularly far behind. It might seem odd to say there's been so much pressure applied onto Momo, and he's still ahead. Like, this Vayne should be a little bit further ahead if it weren't for the amount of punishment that's been sent his way.
Yeah, and you can see punishment on the return side of the screen. Cocoon now able to do a lot of damage to these towers. We'll have to see if they're going to be a little bit more, because, yeah, the Mel is actually farming quite well. Crystal Arrow does go sideways. Not going to be able to lock down Momo. It's really hard to land those arrows, especially on a champion that can just slide everywhere.
Ooh.
Oh,
okay. Has to deal with Evie. Just escorting him out. Making sure he gets home safe.
And that's what a true man would do for a lady. That's the difference. Just saying, look, get home safe, kiss on the forehead, home in time for dinner. That's the difference.
Exactly. Evie is a true gentleman. Just making sure everything's all right. As we still are just in this holding pattern. It's been a very slow, controlled series so far. As it really just has been sort of SHG trying to make things happen, DFM fending it off, but I'm yet to see DFM try and make something happen.
Yeah, I think DFM know they can sort of stall this one out. They've got a Vayne, they have a Mel, even Annie with 2-3 items is going to be really hard to deal with. But we're just seeing a lot of damage onto these towers too. Nice shoves coming out onto this bot side as well. It's expected, especially with an Ashe Seraphine. You do get auto shoves as those two champions. But now it comes down to who's going to control the objectives more. We have a Rift Herald up in 2 minutes. Third Dragon up in 3 minutes. And it is looking like SHG really wants to control these dragons and get a little bit more of those online. Because as we know, in the LCP, if you get Dragon Soul, I think it actually is like an 80 or 90% chance that your team's just going to win. Because that is how powerful these souls are in these teams' hands.
Exactly. These are such massive buffs. They do constitute win conditions all on their own. And as you said, SHG putting a lot of focus on them. We saw the early switch from DFM where they answered their bot lane up to the top. I do think SHG just sort of controlled the tempo of that play a fair bit better. So by the time their bot lane was back on the bot side, it's when the objective was up. As again, just jostling for vision. Van 1 has sort of just always been near where Citrus is, so neither of them can really get anything done.
Yeah, really good rotations coming out from everyone. There's 2 minutes on the board. Woody has to be careful, but so is Citrus now, all alone, trying to fight over these scuttle bugs. Van 1 does get smited out. It is going to be an easy pickup for SHG. They just want to get that vision control, but they have to back out. They're losing all that extra vision they had just for the scuttle.
Yeah, it is a lot to put in just to make sure you get that crab. But,
flash. Okay. Flashing only to hit the Mel square in the face. That's not very nice of the support.
It's not, but no punishment. It is just the flash being burnt. But with Dragon only a minute away, Rift Herald coming up in 10 seconds, no threat of a flash taunt. Got to be pretty happy with that as a teleport is coming in.
Yeah, Momo has flashed, though. Double TP coming in, but it is Arya making their way first. All out onto Momo. There's the charge forward. Can they survive a little bit longer as the stand united is good? There's the encore as well. But look at the Cyclone. It's doing so much damage. Van 1 has to be so careful. Citrus is getting the job done. Annie and Tibbers are in the mix. Arya has to flash out and dodge. They can get rid of the Tibbers. It negates a lot of this, but a really good first blood and a big fight for SHG.
Yeah, SHG do manage to find the fight, but it was inches away from going back to DFM. And we see the health bars do mean that despite the kill, DFM have the tempo. They're able to claim the Rift Herald. We'll have to see in the long run if it's worth it, as they do finally manage to claim Momo.
Killing Momo was the goal. It only took like, what, 2-3 TPs, took a bunch of flashes, a bunch of ultimates, and both teams sending everything they can. So let's watch it again, because Momo still played this really well.
Yeah, he plays it about as well as he can. He makes sure Evie's far away so he can't get all outed for as long as possible. Flashes away so that a potential taunt can come in. Unfortunately, I think Woody kind of just needed to taunt the other way. If he'd gone up, I think he actually taunts 2 or 3 people and might keep Momo alive for a couple of auto attacks. Hard to know. We don't live in the world where we see it. And as we come back to live, SHG, they've got their health bars back and they've moved up to Soul Point.
Yeah, it's a good spot. You've traded your topside objectives like the Rift Herald and the Void Grubs for these Dragons to go onto the lead. So it's only a 500 gold lead, and that is just the first blood gold. That is sitting comfortably on top of the Nefiri. So Van 1 needs to start making some moves on this Nefiri pick a little bit more. We need to get some picks onto this Mel. Shutting her out of the game is going to be pretty critical, as they've really just been looking topside to get Momo out. Has Momo always been this much of a threat, Carrix?
It's so interesting because Momo, it's often he's identified as a bit of a weak link. So you go up there to push on the weak link. But today he's playing really well. He's honestly had 2 very good games so far. An early game on this vein, he's been very resilient to an enormous amount of pressure put on him. So now it's looking like he is a threat that you just have to really deal with, as Citrus dip, ducks and dived to try and steal a Gromp.
Yeah, just gets it away, which is nice to see, as they are looking to mount a little bit of an onslaught, potentially a dive here. They are sitting very comfortably, but they know where Woody is, and they're saying, please, please, don't come back.
Please, please, please. As Kakun, this is another one to check in here. It was this Mel bot lane that we got a little bit caught off guard by. Has that Ludens completed? It's interesting because when we initially saw the Mel, we saw it as this counter to the Ashe and the Seraphine, which it still is, but now it needs to do the job of this bot lane.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing of note, is that they haven't really been pushing the tempo a little bit faster. Both 80 carries now on a level 11, but that is the final hour being caused out. Momo must be thinking there are some funny business on top, but Evie is taken already below half health. They need to be very careful. The TP's coming back in. I think Evie's just overplayed his hand. Citrus picked up the kill, and now they're looking to flip the script again. And now it's Arya being taken off the map, and it could be first tower going over to DFM. I don't know what was going through Evie's mind, but that was not the call.
I mean, DFM, where has this been all split? This is fantastic plays. They're able to just turn it around. They read exactly what SHG is attempting. They just call in the Shen. The Momo is just suddenly not alone. He's got the power of friendship.
I love the power of friendship. Does a good job.
Yeah.
There's a Rift Guard now being charged up on the other side of the wall, but hopefully should be able to at least take a bit of the chunks off the tower, getting those crystalline growths off once more, but didn't secure the tower. But let's watch this fight again. Evan just overstepped.
Yeah, he really does. He's trying to set up for the collapse. And you can see that Vista does come in with a huge amount of healing. But once the teleport's there, once the reinforcements, he's just left out to dry. And the fact that they get Arya on top of it is just a bonus. Really, they didn't. That was a play SHG initiated, and DFM walk away with everything. And another Tibbers is dropped. Vista has to flash.
Ooh. Yeah, look, it's hard to flash when the stun hits you automatically. But now another tower could potentially be going down as Tibbers starting to tank it up too. Next Dragon up in 1 minute 14. DFM have the 1.5k gold lead, which sits them pretty comfortably ahead. But it's still only a 2-to-1 kills game at 20 minutes. Am I just watching the LCK still, Carricks? Because these are so slow, they're so methodical. It's moves and counter moves. I may as well just be playing chess.
But sometimes we love when a league game can be a chess match, particularly when it's a team like DFM. This is such a massive level up from them that I'm just enjoying the show. They're 1,000 gold ahead in game 3 against SHG, Pike. Who on earth would have predicted this?
Actually, I have an answer to that. That's a really good answer because there is Bleeman, Young Gaming, Unnecessary, and Killer Queen were the only casters and content creators, as far as I'm aware, that I saw on Twitter that said DFM were going to win. Fun fact.
Well, I mean, I've watched Killer Queen play a lot of League of Legends, and he does know what he's talking about. So
yeah, so
not too
they're the only ones.
surprised
Everyone else said it was going to be an SHG win, but now Citrus is facing down against 3 members that could be looking for a charge. Clone does go out, so it's just a nice little cooldown that has been able to look at Fisher. Look where they are. They're sitting off in the wings, very happy to just be able to get that nice sneak around and do some damage.
They
Because if they're not careful, they do not know. And Arya now trying to throw something out, seeing if they can catch him. They did suspect there was some tomfoolery afoot, but the Dragon is still the prize that both these teams are after. A lot is being invested by the side of DFM. They got to be careful. One false step could be a disaster. Citrus goes for the Cyclone into the back line, but it's not going to be enough. Sending them back. Now they're looking at the drag. It's all the prize that she wrote. They need to be able to lock it down. Good Crystallaro goes straight back in. It's picked up by DFM, but now they're turning the fight and Citrus is getting charged on. He's just been taken out too. And now they're looking at the Baron instead because they've picked up the jungler and the mid lane here, Carricks.
And it's a perfect play there by SHG. They recognize that Fisher is the only engaged threat. Once that Cyclone's gone, all you have to do is isolate the Annie. They throw the Encore at him. There was no waiting from Vista to try and get a 2 or 3 man Encore. It was Annie, and that was all that mattered. No Tibbers being dropped means no damage in the fight. They don't get Soul, but they get the Baron.
Yeah, and I think that's still such a great trade-off. They had to commit. They knew DFM had to stick around for this Dragon, and if they get it, it's not the end of the world because they said, we'll just take the fight to them. And let's check the replay because it was looking really good. Fisher was just out of this fight.
Exactly. We see he walks up here. He desperately wants to get something done, but it's a Seraphine ult into an Ash Arrow into nothing that can be done. You almost have to think there had to be a call of just, we're just going to smite the Dragon and let Citrus die. And maybe you don't lose both. And then maybe you can play around the Baron. But SHG now, they've regained the gold lead. They've regained tempo and they're all dressed in purple.
Yeah, look, nothing wrong with being a little purple glow on you. We do like an elder glow too. That nice blue always shimmers on my eyes. But now we got to think about where this is going to be used to its greatest effect. We see we've got 2 members bot, 3 members going down mid, and it is just Fisher up in this top side trying to push out these waves. But Super's being pushed down. They really need to start getting some gold back in the lead of SHG if they want to take the win. Like you said, they're only 600 gold up roughly, but Vista being very aggressive in the jungle, really trying to push them back and say, guys, you're not allowed back in here anymore. This is not your space, as they are posturing towards this bot side tier 2.
They're moving in. Van 1 leading the charge, but there's a teleport going very deep behind.
They
would have
might know
seen
that he's
it.
there. They would have seen it. Ari is now trying to push the wall out. They're looking at Fisher. They do have the crystal arrows going. The flash dodges it. It's too good. The clean marble play. The flash with all she wrote. Encore's coming in, sends it right back onto Vista. But it's going to be enough as Woody is now being taken for a ride. And there's nowhere to go. It's a double kill heading out for this Ashe. They're looking for more. They're trying to pick up Momo, but Momo's just dodging. They're weaving. Van 1 picks them up. SHG, they don't know what they've done there, but they've flicked the switch, and now they've turned this game on its head. 4.3k gold lead, Carricks, and they're looking at the base.
The wheels have come off the wagon. This incredibly inventive draft from DFM looked great, but unfortunately, as soon as SHG sort of got a handle on it, they never let go. Momo just can't really do anything in these fights because he's just got a Talia field under him. He can't press Q.
Yeah, and it's just so rough. The slows are impeccable, and it's a really good way to shut out this Vayne. It's also the same for Citrus. You can't dash away. This honestly, the Talia pick is coming in really strong, and now we've got a 3-item Ashe on the board. The damage is going to be even better. So Marble is going to be the focus, but watch this flash.
Exactly. Perfect play there by Marble, getting over the wall. And at this point, DFM is just in so much trouble. It's a good reflect on the Encore, but it just doesn't really matter because they can't punish anything. And look at Momo on the side. He wants to try and do damage, but he's against a Talia. There's just nothing a Vayne can do.
No, and I think the even harder part there is with that rebuttal that came through, it always goes back towards the Seraphine, and they read that, and Vista said, guys, I'll just keep heading down, and it was just Vista all alone. So even if the rebuttal was good and it was heading back, it was just onto one member, not the whole team. So the positioning was so critical there, and now we're seeing SHG really start to pick up the pace. 6k gold lead, the Baron is down, the final drag is in 40 seconds, and they are just knocking down these towers.
DFM have one more chance to make it work, and it's not an easy one. They have to try and just get a huge Tibbers. It is honestly Fisher versus the world here. It's like sneak over the wall. There's the Tibbers.
Yeah. Tibbers is used. Rebuttal on the Crystal Arrow has been used, so double slowdown. But okay, Fisher is here. Evie is all alone, hit with the Ignite. Woody's trying to hold on. Now the rest of the team is in the sights. They need to back out. They need their tank nice and healthy. Shields are good, but it's not going to be enough. They kill Tibbers. That's a cooldown off.
Fisher is recalling. Will come back in at full health, but obviously doesn't have access to everything. Teleports being used. The dragon has been pulled. This is the climactic fight, Pike.
This is all she wrote. One team could take it all. The other has nothing to lose. As Citrus is off to the side, found out by Van 1. They're trying to push him off as much as possible. But Van 1's actually going into this. He's 2 levels up. He might have the damage and the goal to make a difference. But Citrus as well. Off to the side, Clone goes in. They need a follow-up. It could be the smart fight of a life. It is taken up by SHG. They clean up the dragon. Now it's all on Momo. They can't get Vista. It's a double kill. Heading over for Marble. They're chasing them down. Vista still has the stun. The heal's been used by Woody just to keep a little bit of movement speed up, but they're charging down. A good Tibbers gets a 2-man stun, but it is this Cloud Soul. You cannot outrun this. It is just too much speed, and Fisher walking away, dodging and weaving as best they can, but it is just so much speed out of SHG, and they're looking to close this one out right now as they're at the inhibs and they're doing the Lord's work. They're going to be taking their first inhib of the game. They could rotate down. They could even look to reset for the Baron.
They could, or they could try and end it all here with the respawns coming in. I don't think they will. The inhibs fall. It might be one last chance for DFM, but it's a small, small chance. Having a look at this one, Citrus just didn't know he was on a ward. He was trying to hide off to the side, but Van One, as you called, 2 levels up, there's just nothing he can do. He tries to go over the wall for the steal. Actually, a really nice flash there, dodging away from a lot, but still loses to 50-50. Momo, again, doing his best, but frankly, if DFM aren't the ones to start the fight with a big Tibbers, they just don't have like any real game plan.
Yeah, and it comes down to all the slows that we're getting out of Marble too. Marble and Vista just causing so much disruption, along with Arya on this Talia. The second you drop those pebbles, how do you get away? There's no ways. Crystal Arrow sent flying. It just hits. The flick's going to be good. And where'd this monkey go? Back to the zoo, my friend, as the Baron is going to be a very easy pickup.
Yeah, they catch Citrus after such a fantastic game 2 on the Skarner. This Wukong, unfortunately, has been very, very lackluster. Just been outclassed by Van One. I mean, it was fairly obvious. Both of us called it in draft. Nefiri was the ultimate jungler left up, and Van One has made it look effortless.
Oh, such a good arrow from the middle. Easy pickups too, and it was just the whole team collapsing. It's what you want to see with these Ashe plays, and now that they've got the Baron, 2 inhibs down, they can just siege up on this top side. I do not think DFM really have an answer at this point. And you know what? The biggest props to DFM for holding on, pulling out some very unique draft picks too, and really making it work. It was SHG now solidifying a really strong lead, 10k gold at 30 minutes. This is their game to close out right here and now. They just need to push in the waves. They don't really have one in the bot side, but it is... What? Where's Woody going? What are you doing, Woody? Why are you outside of your own base? They're sieging pretty hard. Might be looking for a flank. There's the flash Tibbers. It's going onto Arya, but it's just too tanky, too much health. Good heal as well. They're looking to re-engage onto Woody. Nowhere to go but to a grey screen. Cocoon trying to hold on. Marble is picking up that kill. Golden Eclipse is nice, but it's just not enough. A double kill. Momo tried to be the hero, but he could not make it out of the academy. And it is going to be SHG looking at the Nexus. They want to close this one out, and DFM gave them a run for their money, but SHG, they're at the top of the ladder for a reason here, Carrick, and they secure the 2-1 against DFM.
Yeah, look, DFM honestly made it look more competitive than I think any of us, aside from those people you listed, certainly expected it to be. But SHG, in the end, rally the ship and show us why they are such a highly rated team.
And big props. It's nice to see LJL giving us a show tonight. We expected it to be a 2-0, and they did flip that script. And it's nice to see, even for the teams that are down on the bottom end of the ladder, showing signs of life. Even at this point, yes, Evie, double thumbs up, my friend. You absolutely cooked tonight. And you know what? Who are you going to give that MVP to over to, you think, Carrick? I don't even know who I really want to give it to. I think it actually is Evie. Genuinely, I think it is Evie.
I think it is Evie. I think he, in game 1, was really good. He had a fantastic game 3. No, you've got to do the... Come on. We've got to learn.
You really know what to do it. They're just like, oh, it was a rough series, guys.
Yeah, 3 long, hard-fought games there. Maybe only Evie's really got the... energy to still give us that thumbs up properly. And I think in terms of player of the match, it is hard. I think I lean towards Evie. I think his game 2 was the best of the SHG players, and on top of a very good game 1 and 3. But I think there's a case for Arya as well.
Well, there could even be a case for Marble too, like that last game as well. Yeah. The damage showed 22k to 16. It really shows that Marble was very pressure, especially that Yanara. We got to think back to game 1. That Yanara was an absolute menace too. So I think we got to think, I might be giving it to Marble after a little bit of reconsidering and forethought. Yes, in the losing game, Evie was sort of the hero, but Marble being that AD carry really held the team together and was really punching out the damage to get some success for the SHG team. So a 31-minute game, not too bad if you ask me. We'll have to see as we move move forward, but SHG moving up the ladder ever so slightly again. I think that puts them in second place.
I think that does put them back into second. Garm has had a few 2-1 victories more than them, I think. We'll have to check in, of course. We'll have all of that updated very soon, but it's a very, very close run race for second place. MBK, Garm, and SHG. It's going to be tight as we head to the finish.
It really is going to be tight. As this fight here, this flash was so good, and I love these plays. Look at this, the flash over, boop, see ya.
And that was a very, very influential play. Again, just not quite working out. This composition from DFM, I did kind of love it. The fact that when they were showing four picks, you still didn't know where everything was going. And it is Marble. Yeah, honestly, I think that's well-deserved. Even in the loss, his Zaya was pretty good.
Yeah, no, 100%. It still had some damage. It was doing some effects. It just wasn't found to be super critical. But the Yanara and the Ashe were head over tails. So good in both those games. So, yes, Marble, well-deserved. Really good job there, being able to lock down another player. Is that their second player of the match?
I think so. I'm sure Marble has picked up at least one in the split so far. Can be a little bit hard to check, and SHG are so fun in that it really can be anyone depending on the week. But I think that is at least Marble second.
I was literally about to say the exact same thing. It was just like, you don't know like who's going to be putting into that second spot, with SHG getting another win, which means someone else will get their player of the match. But I think it might be Marble with a second one ever, which is really good to see too. But looking at these highlights and these coach comms as well, Carrix, I think the big thing to note is DFM are not out. That is the big point of difference here. They are not out. They may have lost the series, but they took one game away from one of the top dogs. And that's no mere feat.
No, it really isn't. They played really well. They didn't, again, I sort of said this earlier, they didn't just have SHG make a mistake. It wasn't a game that SHG lost. It's a game that DFM won. They were the better team in game two, and it wasn't silliness. It wasn't overextensions by SHG. It was just better play by DFM, and I'm so glad to see that when other teams in the LCP are looking at that. If you're Ground Zero, if you're CFO, if you're Relove DCG, you must respect DFM now, and it's a little bit late in the split for DFM to make a true run for playoffs. I think it's still possible, but it is a bit of a stretch. Yeah, they can still make the other teams really work for it.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? Even if you are sort of towards that lower end of the ladder and you're not able to make it there yourself, your job at this point now is to make the league as good as possible. You're there to put the heat on these top tier teams and say, guys, you need to work for this spot. Like, you may have got there, we might not have it now, but you got to be careful. Like, we will still put the pressure on so you can perform at the international stage, because this is where these teams want to go. They want to go to Worlds, they want to go to MSI and prove why they're one of the top teams in the region. So at the same time, it's nice to see DFM still putting in that hurt and really putting the struggle on some of these top teams.
And I'd love to see that. I'd love to see more competition. I want to see 2-1s. 2-0s are never the result we want, not just because we get more league, but because it means our league is more competitive. Heading into playoffs now, I think the big thing here is that it's kind of proven that SHG are mortal. Like, yes, they don't lose the series in the end, but they lose a game to DFM. MVK, Garm have to be thinking, hang on a second. Maybe it's not just Team Secret Wales that can beat these guys.
Yeah, that's it. Like, it's the sort of the floodgates have been opened, and now you have to be very careful of like what you do with all this water, because yeah, Fisher here doing a really good job, and big props to them for being able to control that second game too on that Victor. But once it was sort of turned around, yeah, that encore got rebutted back. Look at Momo. Why are you all alone out here, my friend? But still, it's a lot to unpack. We've got more to come, though, ladies and gentlemen, because we have the Flying Oysters making their way onto your screen. Rest, Shadow, Pout, Doggo, and Kino. This team not having sort of the track record we expected from last year, but they've got a lot to prove, and they've got the heart of gold that we're all wanting to see. But we'll have to see what they're going to bring to the Rift here now, Carrick, because there is another Titan they have to go up against, and it is the top dogs of the LCP. And you know what? It makes me a little bit nervous for CFO.
It does. CFO is a team that have been trending up. It hasn't been the fastest trend in the world, but with Pout and Kino joining the roster, they do look a lot stronger. But as you said, they will have to look so much stronger because they are up against the best the LCP has to offer.
Yeah, Team Secret Wales, the next League legends that are trying to make their way onto the Rift, but still, if Secret Wales are this sort of big, noteworthy team, is CFO ready to take them on? Pun, Histo, D-Ray, Eddie, and BA, these guys are looking undeniable, and CFO have a lot of work cut out for them because we have very strong predictions and very strong thoughts on this, but I'm excited to see what Secret Wales are going to do differently to make it as strong as possible of a lead for them to win tonight.
I want to see CFO take it to Team Secret Wales, just like DFM just did it to SHG. But Team Secret Wales, they have been firing on all cylinders. Early in the split, we were kind of saying, hey, this is the best team, but Eddie, he's not quite there. He's not quite what we want to see, but Eddie has come back, and this is the just story of this game. Rest has been incredible. This is a long-term legend of the region. Coming in kind of against an upstart Pun who has just been going absolutely insane.
That is the word I was going to use. Insane. 19 unique champions to Rest 11. Already tells the tale that Pun has a deep well of water and champion pools available, but the stats are all in Pun's favor. Everything is just a little bit bigger. The only difference is CS per minute, and it's only by 1. Not even, like, which is actually insane. Everything else is so much higher, and it is Pun who's got to really dictate the tempo, because with so many unique champions they can bring to the Rift, they can draft around it. It just means Secret Wales have a little bit more tools in the shed, and maybe they can build that table just a little bit better than I can.
A lot better than I can for sure, but we'll have to see where they go. Do we get a draft quite as inventive as DFM's Game 3? Do we get another upset? Could be anywhere, Pike.
Could be anywhere, Carrick. You took the words out of my mouth, but stay tuned as we have our next series on for the week. It's the final one. It is going to be CFO versus Team Secret Wales. Do not miss out, or all your friends will say, hey, where were you that night? We'll see you in a sec.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
On. Shulong. Duro. Taki. Mako. The hands. Kino. Vista. Makix. Duro. Mako. The hands. Duro. Taki. Vista. Udi. Duro. Taki. Mako. Shulong. On. Udi. Kino. On. Taki. Kino. Udi. The hands.
Like a phoenix from the flames, I have risen, I am dazed, I'm electric in the pouring rain. Now I know, I feel untouchable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train.
Mỗi lần trận sập sóng thì sẽ là rất nhiều áp lực. Còn pha đầu đã hụt, pha sau cũng hụt như này thì càng ngày sẽ là càng tụt lại đến từ pha theo tôi. Bây giờ lại một lần thầm Pun, lần này có thêm Oka. Pun pha này khuyến khích được đôi người chém rất đau với Oka. Sẽ phải đập xuống pha tiểu này.
さてドレイク前今に出ていく DCG 両拳の追跡マーボルに角を飛び込んでいくさあそのポップ内にショックウェーブを合わせて入れているものの目の前地域乱流後ろからアリアやってきてマーボルがまずはポップ内を打ち取っていくさあエンゲージに入ったビスタは倒されたもののエビがきっちりキャリーであるフォームをオールアウトで連れ去ってこのサイドの視界はかなり SHG 取れてますね裏から来たアリアその動きに合わせミスター狙いは本数をショックウェーブ3マン返してくるがアリア増量の砂時計さらに続けてバックラインへの飛び込みガーデンジルがありますまずはアリアが関水から本数を取り切った
すごいダメージ
凄まじいダメージ一気に投げ出していくシャウシーまで取っているオールアウトを使っているエビは2人をゾーニングトリプルキル獲得はアリア
Ở trên nó cần hy sinh, ở đây thì đang cố gắng đẩy người ra để kiểm soát tầm nhìn. Đến từ Ground Zero thôi. Nhưng mà bây giờ thì Pool đã tới, dí thẳng với chiều Sun. Pool đánh Sun và Sun đây thì sẽ phải đập xuống ngay lập tức, thì đó là viên đạn chuẩn xác của SD. Đi red team được thêm OK nữa. Jin đang cố gắng đổi mạng của SD. SD thực sự là rất khó rồi với một trận tướng hơi tù như Jin, nhưng có bia có Hito quay trở lại thì lại là câu chuyện khác.
さあポップナインが横から来るぞ。どうもなり合えばエビが距離を取った。ポップナイン飛び込むことはしません。エビにポリモフが入っている。ちょっと従えと押し出せるかとなっているが、さあアリアの動きを見つけてた本数を狙っていくのはアリア。ビスタの合流とともに一気にキルを狙っていく。取った取り切ったがアリア逃げられるか。フローレンが飛び込むサンダーブロー。ビスタのフォローが間に合った。ポップナインが飛び込んでいるがマンはしっかり体力がある。さらにはビスタの反転インゲージ。それでは強く決戦場。エビも続けて入っていく。マブラ完全にフリーでいる。バンが落とされましたが、しかしエビが届いてオールアウト。さらに切りなくもうから続けてもう一撃。福岡ソフトバンクオックスゲーミング。
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
半场的比赛，在昨天的赛程当中，先锋 GZ 以及猛将 DCG 分别败给了 MVK 以及 GAM。今天来到了 PCS 赛区与 VCS 赛区的第3回合，也是 Final Countdown 最终回了。马上要进场的队伍，他们是 PCS 赛区的最后希望——深海的飞牡蛎 CFO。上路 Rest， 打野 Shadow。中路 Post， 下路 Dogo， 辅助 Kino， 教练 Chowy。而准备接受挑战的是 LCP 新生代的王者，今天将会把他们的对手大口吞噬，秘密鲸鱼 TSW。上路 Bang， 打野 Histo， 中路 D-Ray， 下路 Eddie， 辅助 BA， 教练 Warhorse。今天的最终顶上决战，结果到底会如何？聊天室的各位，你们就尽管笑吧，闹剧已经结束了，比赛正式开始。
Yeah, Tommy, get some. All right, guys, just for your knowledge, that is my boy Tommy. We found out he is the arena main stage host. We love this guy. He's the energy that keeps me up at night. Rest and Doggo entering into this 2v2. It's going to be a bit of a fun one up there, as it is going to be the top AD carry. Interesting pickup, you'd think, Carrix, for the 2v2 option.
Oh, Pike, I don't know about introducing the name here because that's my name as well, and now I'm really thrown off.
Oh, no.
As we've got top jungle on both sides. Yep, we've got the shared name. But that's okay. I'm honored to share a name with him because he is very, very good at his job. As we once again have the 2v2 as Team Secret Wales and CFO match up, the kings of last year versus the new kings of this year.
Oh yeah, I like that narrative we got going on. It's the old what is it called? Who's like the head, the lion? You know, heads like you have the head of the pride. Are they the king of the jungle? Maybe we do king of the jungle sort of thing. King of the rift. Yeah. Well, actually, king of the Sahara. Or the savannah, yeah, technically. King of the jungle is the tiger. If we can just confirm that really quickly, just because I know lions don't live in jungles.
Tigers don't live in Africa, but tigers don't live in Africa.
But there's no jungles really in Africa. Is there?
Isn't there? Yes, there is.
Amazon?
Like that. Well, no, the Amazon's in South America.
Well,
this is where both of us come out looking very silly here, I think.
There's a lot of jungle in Africa. In the Congo. It's literally a whole part of Africa that is jungle. But okay, confirming though, lions don't live there as far as I can tell. Actually, you know what? Let's find out. As we're getting into the 2v2, do lions live in the Congo?
Do lions live jungle?
Well, okay. Well, they can be found in like wildlife safari parks, but they don't live in the Congo jungle. Carrix, confirmed, guys. I did a Google. We're back on the Rift. Let's still talk about the bridge. Pantheon Darius banned out, along with Varus and Callista. Clearly, they don't want Doggo getting anything that they're comfortable on.
The real question is, who is the king of the bridge? Maybe Trundle? No, he'd be under the bridge.
Yeah, Trundles usually, they live under the bridge, but Jax usually will just break the bridge and then use the bridge as a weapon. But no, we got the Sejuani as well being picked up as well. What do you think of this combo, actually? I think it slaps, but there's the Vel'Koz and an Ezreal now too. Doggo's Ezreal is world renowned.
It really is. I wonder if he's going to show off a little bit of that AP Ezreal that we're seeing on this patch. I would love to see it. It went ignored in the first series, so maybe the player's not having a huge amount of respect for it. We'll have to see if coming into Series 2, they've read the patch notes.
But the big question is how much can an AP Ezreal do at the early stages of a game into a Sejuani and a Jax? These are the real question.
He can try. He'll do his best.
Yeah, but
it's Doggo. Doggo's pretty good at the champion.
Like the king of the savannah. They're not going to be going into the jungle and trying to fight monkeys, are they? No. It's just like on the bridge. You're not going to be an Ezreal AD carry or an AP carry in this situation and try and take on a woman riding a hog. It just doesn't make any sense, Carrix.
I wouldn't take on a woman riding a hog. I think if I encountered that, I would run away because clearly she's got something going on.
It's even worse. She's riding a Poro now. We're just taking it all over the Rift at this point. This is nonsense.
Well, no, now I want to go pet it. Now I'm not
that is
intimidated. If I saw a giant Poro, I'd want to pet it.
We've clearly lost it.
This is,
You know
we're
what?
calling this a gas leak series.
They're like, we need to give these guys a second. They're talking about lions and Congos. We don't know what's going on, and they're just struggling with it. But no, might be some little technical, but not the end of the world. We will get back onto the bridge very, very soon. But still, okay, let's look at the matchups. Let's break it down analytically. Not about lions. Not about Poros being padded. Let's talk about the champs. I genuinely do think the Sejuani Jax combo should be a little bit better because you can stack up the Sejuani passive and do a lot of damage with the Jax. You can just jump on top. So the second you hit level 6, if you aren't dodging out that frozen tomb, you're done.
Yeah, I feel like they do need to be very, very sneaky. And we actually saw in the 2v2 from Series 1, it can be a bit hard on the Vel'Koz to keep alive. Obviously not a champion with any inherent mobility. The Ezreal has a bit of a better time, of course. But looking past the 2v2, which I'm sure we will return to imminently, Team Secret Whales are the heavy favorite. I don't know if we showed our predictions, but I'm assuming you predicted much the same as I did, which is a 2-0 for Team Secret Whales. DFM has proven today, though, that gods can bleed. Can CFO do the same?
Look, the big difference is, can lions bleed is the real question here, Carrix. It is still an unknown quantity of what is possible in the animal kingdom. And now that we're on the bridge and there's Poros about, you've got to be careful. But you know what? The answer to that question is yes, gods can bleed. But it really depends on which mythology you're looking into. Because if we're looking into the Greeks, yes, they can indeed. If we're looking into even more that I can't think of right now, we don't have to worry about it because we're back onto the bridge and it's already a kerfuffle.
Who would win, one lion or 10,000 flying oysters?
Ooh, wait.
A lot of oysters.
I think the oysters, 10,000. That's a lot. But do oysters do damage? Do oysters hurt? Like, are they aggressive oysters? Like, is their nature the same as
I don't know. My headset has turned off. Sorry.
As Rex is getting jumped on, they're looking to die, but they actually trade 1-for-1. Now it's Pun being chased out by Doggo. And Carrix is like, I can't listen to this guy's nonsense anymore.
I said that, and then I thought you were just selling me up the river by being silent. I was like, wow, Pike, that was brutal.
Oh man, it's not too great, but still, all right. 1-for-1 trades here in this bridge matchup, and it was a huge commit there as well from Histo, who said, "I'm gonna full send. Doesn't matter where we go. We're going under the tower, and we're taking their lives." But Pun couldn't really return fire back onto Doggo. Histo is now here to see if they can start this one back up.
That we will, as Team Secret Whales now a little bit behind the 8 ball. See if they can find their way back into it. It's not super easy. As you said, they're level 6. If there's no dodging, could just be an easy 2 kills.
And you can see Doggo doing a very good job just jumping forward, being a bit of a menace. Has that sheen online already, so picking that up first means they don't get like that sort of normal stack of items that they usually get. Like you can see over on the other side, Histo's already picked up like a ruby crystal, boots, a Dorian's ring, a Dorian shield, where it's just the Shane for Doggo. So it's all about just maximizing these empowered auto attacks. Histo's going forward yet again, but now Doggo's dashing forward. Could be here with the counter strike. Let's see if the damage is going to be good as Histo is so low. Flashes forward to hit one last.
That'll do.
He just got 6 and full centered. I am here for it. This is the Doggo we've been dreaming about, Carrix.
Doggo, I mean, he has to be happy with Ezreal getting these changes. As a champion, he's always been fantastic on. Doggo Ezreal, we talk about it for a reason.
Oh, well, picking it up here, obviously saving it for the Secret Wales matchup. It is going to be blue side selected for CFO. Nice little pickup there. We have seen a lot of success on that blue side. It really comes down to that draft now, though, because I believe it was going to be Secret Wales picking up the... Did they say first pick? It'd be silly not to go first pick, right?
I think you should be going first pick for sure, but we'll find out in just a moment.
And that's okay, because we're getting ready.
Stuff.
Yeah, look, they're looking good. They're looking sharp. You know they work out.
Sure they do, and they definitely work out their brains. You know, where do you work out? The library.
Ah, that's the best place to do benching, because you can sit on a bench and read a book.
Exactly.
We've really gone off the deep end now. When did we start talking about libraries?
Someone has to find the gas leak. Like,
can we go back to the Congo talk? I think we should be looking for anacondas or something, because we need like a King of the Jungle. I'm going to do a King of the Jungle reference. Mark my words, Twitch chat. There's going to be some jungle talk.
I'm so terrified of giant snakes. I'm not a snake person. But if I saw an anaconda, I might die. Yeah, no, I'm genuinely very scared of snakes.
Dude, I love snakes. They're so cool.
Look, I recognize that snakes are like pretty chill and they don't want to hurt people, but they need to be very far away from me.
As long as you don't scare the snake can't scare you. It's like this sort of affinity that humans develop. But at the same time, if they bite you, good luck. But if they don't bite you, hey, you're doing good. You're already avoiding half the problem. But no, we're getting ready to jump into the draft, Carrix. This is where it all comes down. It's game number 1 between these two teams. It is the old Beta King now up against the Mad Alpha King that is running this league out of the park. Secret Wales versus CFO, first draft on the board, stable bans.
Makes sense. It's just tier list banning for the most part. The Nocturne is a little bit of a nod towards Histo, and Histo is a good one to target out. He's very strong, has been having the split of his life. If you've got first pick, I wouldn't mind 3 jungle bans into first picking something like Nefiri or Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I think Zin's a pretty good pickup here, especially with the J4 now off the pack. But if they ban out even more, like it's a little bit concerning that they are really trying to take Histo out, and it just goes to show how much impact they have on their team. As it is going to be the Bard ban finally coming through, so starting to look to those support sides. Lucian has to be like an honorary ban now at this point, because if you get it through, you basically have to give the Milio because it doesn't really pair with anyone else. And then you do just secure yourself a pretty easy win in that bot side. But now we're entering into the pick phase. Pun. Let's see what they decide to lock in. Nefiri makes a lot of sense. Rumble is also open.
Yeah, so is the first pick between Secret Wales. Varus open. Interesting there. I kind of look. Varus is a broken champion, and the latest patch actually kind of only helped him because he loves the new static shiv. He is a huge fan of that one. I would love to see Eddie going that way. The earlier Varus we saw did go lethality. I'm still a big hater of lethality Varus, but now CFO able to call a lot of shots here.
Yeah, well, the Rumble now being open, it makes a lot of sense to pick that one up. 8 wins to 5 losses, but always relevant in these drafts. Now it comes down to what can you pair it with? Like, what is the next sort of go? And I was literally about to say Ezreal for Doggo, and you talked about this already. The AP changes could just mean Doggo is finally unleashed on the Rift. This is the one player that sort of was the standout from the old roster that has stuck around. So I feel like giving that little bit of experience and saying, guys, just keep me alive and I will push out damage as much as possible makes a lot of sense. Downside, you're up against Eddie. He does have player of the match 2 times thus far into this split, so you cannot discount the competition on the Secret Whale side as the Karma now being picked up. Oh, you definitely have some thoughts, don't you?
Well, I mean, I've got some positive thoughts if you're a Team Secret Wales fan, because BA on this champion has been an absolute menace. He played it last week, and he basically just played it like it was a pike. Was just walking at people, just spending upwards of 3 to 4 minutes in a row in the enemy jungle, just looking around, trying to pick a fight, as Hizdo gets that Xin Zhao as well. So far, I think both teams just pretty happy with what's going on. They're just tier list drafting.
Yeah, and I'm kind of here for it. It's always nice to see a little bit more. And there's a Nautilus that made it through a draft ban phase 2. Giving that over to Kino, a lot of experience. They'll be able to sort of pilot that to a great effect, especially with a Karma who does just want to sort of keep them at bay. But if you pull the trigger, you know Doggo's going to be dashing straight on in.
Yeah, exactly. Doggo plays this Ezreal just with so much lethal intent. Always just going forward every time he can, just playing on the absolute inner edge of his threat range. And something we'd love to see. Would love to see him take it to Eddie and BA in this game, but it's going to be hard to do. Karma Virus is just such a powerful lane.
Yeah, and you can already see as well, they've already picked in the Rumble, so it makes sense to ban out the Cassante, get it off the board so you don't have that easy sort of matchup in the top side. So now it comes down to what can you really put into this Rumble? Sion's still up of note, but like, is it really the huge worth? I'm not even really sure at this point.
It is a tricky one. The Cassante being banned out, so Pun doesn't have a supernatural counter, but of course we're talking about Pun here. Has just about every champion under the sun. Has Orianna banned as well. A little bit of a scattershot approach here. Really? Yeah, Ryze is up. Ryze probably has to be banned.
Yeah, well, Ryze or maybe another jungler that's going to have really high impact, like a Vi. Like if you can get the Vi off the board, it maybe takes the Orianna a little bit more out of play, but it's already been banned, so I'm not even sure what your sort of thought process is here, because with the Xin Zhao already locked in, you want to avoid this Xin sort of falling into the trap. Yeah, there's the vibe. Makes a lot of sense to ban out here, but now you're leaving open a good pickup. You could lock in Ryze here for CFO and put Pout on the upper hand, but then what do you really compare it to? Like, you could lock in the Anivia, but we haven't seen the greatest success, so I think I'd want something with a little bit more agency out of D-Ray.
And then is the hover on the Wukong at the moment? Maybe CFO just not thinking Ryze is as high priority. He did get that nerf. He doesn't have phase rush anymore. That was a, like, ooh, Trundle is picked up. Okay.
Oh, it was a bit of an interesting one, but they're putting that in the jungle. But I guess what does that really mean? Is objectives are going to be really good. Tower taking is going to be phenomenal. And I guess that's what this team's looking for. You have an equalizer that goes over the top. You're going to need something that's going to shred through. Hold on. Hold on the phone. Is that a Varus top? No way. We are in for an absolute treat tonight, Carries. And there's the Casio. What are these team comps? These drafts have been absolutely left, right, and center. But a Varus top for Pun? What is that? That's now 20 champions in his pool. That's not just, I think it was 19 he was on. Is he on 20?
Yeah. He's just flexing. Like, he's just showing off at this point, because that was not a necessary flex. Like, it's good. I mean, it makes the Rumble nowhere near as dominant. This is a, you know, Varus top has been a plague on solo queue. And it does mean they get this late Sivir, and that makes the Nautilus pretty upset. This is kind of a crazy masterstroke.
And the big thing as well is you try to think about what champions can really get through a Trundle, and a Chains of Corruption and a bunch of ricochets are going to get through those pillars too. So it's like, I think that the double AD carry draft is a really good answer into this Rumble pick and the Trundle. Like, they can just blast him down as long as they have a bit of the damage on board. They can do it. So yeah, D-Ray, give me those hearts, because yes, we are going to be watching you all game long. But here we are getting ready to jump onto the Rift here, Carricks. Game number 1, Flying Oysters versus Team Secret Whales. It is the old Kings versus the new Kings. Which King's going to reign supreme tonight? That is the big question on everyone's lips. Who do you think it is? Because, Carricks, we have our own predictions on this series too as we enter onto the Rift. Maybe we talk about it after the game.
Maybe, but I'm going to say Team Secret Whales. I think their comp makes a lot of sense, but I do think this Trundle can make Hinsto's life pretty hard. Just being able to put the pillar up into a Rise and a Xin Zhao, they don't like playing around.
And Darkstar Varus, always a really good one, especially with the antimatter skin. Nice and red. Always got the esports fan Trundle. You know what? Shadow's doing that for the fans right there. I like it.
Yeah, he's repping us. And it's us and Twitch chat. We're esports fans.
Oh, Petricite Nautilus, though, especially in the Sapphire. I don't know. I'm questioning that skin choice. That's not the one you want. It's a new one. It's nice. Don't get me wrong. Always enjoyable. Good hooks going out onto BA, who's going to be a bit more careful next time, as Nautilus is pretty scary, but you got to go Subterranean if you're ever playing, guys. Chat, listen to my words of wisdom. Subterranean if you want to win the game.
Well, look, when Nautilus eventually gets a VGU, Petricite Nautilus is going to look crazy, because the splash art is genuinely beautiful, but it's just tied to an unfortunately old model.
Woo, double heals already used just for a little bit of speed. Getting the level 2 power spike, seeing if they can do anything with it. Ricochet's now going out, but look, this is one thing that you can always rely on when it comes to CFO. Doggo can always be relevant. It's always nice to see. It's only when he gets absolutely shunted out of a game, he does such a good job. His laning phase is always strong. I feel like that 1 year he had where he was playing in a lot of like world or international events, he gained so much experience that you got to give him some props for how well he does play in most of these games.
I totally agree. He's a player that has massive clutch factor. Even when CFO has been struggling this split, Doggo has often turned up and really put the team on his back as best he can. Not to say that they've needed carrying. I do think Rest has had some really good games, and the addition of Pout and Kino, they're still new to the team. They've only had a couple of weeks to really integrate themselves, but they have had some pretty good showings. And oh no, BA.
Yeah, he's already getting jumped on. No flashes, and here comes Trundle, but Eddie's actually going forward. Says, I'll get first blood instead. I'll trade my life for that little bit of extra gold. Handing it over to Shadow is not ideal, but still a 1-for-1 trade in this bot side resulted in a really good gank from Shadow.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good play there, though, by the bot lane of Team Secret Whales. They were, like, screwed. As soon as Trundle was there, they don't have any counterplay to it. As we have a look at the replay, it's a really good call. BA survives because he has that Mantra W, able to just get a bit of a heal, use that move speed as he gets away. And Eddie, he can't outplay the pillar. Spell Shield isn't going to help here. He's just going to get walked down. So he just goes, okay, whatever. I'll get the 1-for-1. I'll importantly kill Doggo so it doesn't build a CS lead. And we come back to more chaos.
Straight into a fight. Kino is already being jumped on. The miasma is good, but not enough as D-Ray picking up a kill there. Shadow having to back out, but again, it's all this proactivity. This is a very different set of games from what we saw in the first series. It is action-packed from the get-go, and I'm here for it, Carricks. This is the Secret Whales, one of the most aggressive teams in the league. And CFO, they were pretty aggressive for their time. Let's see if they can match the tempo.
We'll have to see. Is what happened here? Oh, Kino just walked into the wrong brush. And this is what I was talking about during draft. BA plays Karma like an absolute psychopath. He's just standing in the brush, goes melee range with a Nautilus and a Trundle, and he doesn't care. He just knows how strong this champion is.
Yeah, why not? Like, it just makes the most sense. We're getting a TP out of Pout here too, so they are back into this mid lane. First dragon up in 20 seconds, so getting back early is going to be the big priority. We'll have to see is, yeah, you said no phase rush. So what does that really mean that the Rise is playing with? Because I'm still trying to wrap my head around the new runes that are coming out.
So he has gone the Deathfire Touch. My understanding is they wanted natural phase rush users to move over to Storm Raider Surge, which is not as reliable, but my understanding is that unfortunately Storm Raider Surge is just not tuned very well. So maybe when we see a buff or two to that rune, maybe a little bit of a change, that will come out. It is just that Deathfire Touch for both mid laners. And Cassiopeia doesn't have a very hard time proccing that. You can just kind of walk up, press E on cooldown and just put an annoying burn.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I think it's really good for those point-and-click champions, much like the Rise, where you can get that little bit of extra damage and start to burn them off early. But I think it also takes away from the hyperscaling as Eddie is caught out. Really nice sidestep to the hook, but you are not long for this world, unfortunately. And Doggo picking up Eddie on the back end of that fight is a bit of a disaster and a great proactive play out of Shadow.
And this is where it's so interesting because the Trundle was picked when they clearly expected it to be Varus bot lane. And Trundle's great into Varus because, yeah, he can't outplay the pillar. There's nothing Varus can do except flash. And then they go the big pivot. They go, oh, we're actually playing Sivir bot lane. It's like, well, that's cool, but like, Sivir also just has to flash the pillar. Like, it doesn't actually fix that issue.
There's a Realm Warp coming in. Oh, Chains of Corruption does hit, and it looks like Rest is going to be a snack pack at this point. Pun. Oh my lord, that piercing arrow did a lot of damage. And you know what? Big respect. It's an on-hit Varus, and I'm here for it. But now they could be finding some members. Kino is here. Gets the hook, does land. Shadow is here. Crescent Guard keeps them alive a little bit longer. Another pillow. Here comes Pun. Rise already backed, and I think Histo is just taken out once again.
And this is just swing for swing, biffing back and forth. Neither team wants to let any play go unanswered, as Histo is the latest victim of that back and forth. It's ended up with Team Secret Whales about 1,000 gold ahead, but that is almost entirely just because they have a top lane Varus.
Yeah, that really is. They've got 10 CS lead currently on the Rumble, but as the game goes on, Rumble's going to be more relevant in these team fights. The Chains of Corruption can only do ever so much. If they can get out of dodge, they don't get hit with all of it. So we'll have to see what it's going to look like, as it's actually a Phage being picked up for the Varus. Is that a Triforce or is that a Black Cleaver? I'm confused.
I would love it if it was Black Cleaver. That'd be fun. I'm not too sure what Varus top is building these days, honestly.
Usually it was AP.
True. It's honestly true. I mean, I would kind of like to see the AP, given how good Static Shiv is on Varus. Like, Static Shiv's a great item for AP Varus, and it's even better now.
Yeah, true. I never actually... Chains of Corruption going out again, but just to scare him off, maybe? I'm not sure, but still, that's a big ultimate down. Maybe looking for a little bit more, but still just maintaining a CS lead. Dragon is up, and so are the Void Grubs.
So are the Void Grubs. There's no focus towards the top side at the moment, though, as both teams sort of indexing towards bot until Shadow is going to move up there. He'll have his ultimate as well. Do you think CFO probably in the better position for these Grubs?
Yeah, I think so too, and especially for Trundle, you really want to prioritize that so you can actually do things on these towers too. You need that tower pressure. So I like this. You can already see as well, first coach comms coming out. Seal is actually saying, guys, what's going on? Maybe we just trade the drag. And this is a Secret Whale's secret, is they always go for these drags. They love stacking these dragons, and that's how they usually win these team fights. They do have that little bit of those buffs, and it works in their favor. Downside, Shadow is going to be really scary when it comes to towers and objectives moving forward, especially with the Void Grubs.
And what I'm always looking at when you have a champion like Trundle in the game is, how do you protect your AD carry? How are we peeling this Trundle off? Rune Prison, not bad. Karma W is okay. It's a bit delayed. So the Trundle can still get a little bit close. And then it's something like, I mean, Histo, you don't really want to be using his knock up on the Trundle. You want to sort of have him in the backside. Oh no, a hook has landed.
Good. Oh, it's all a little bit too much, but D-Ray is very happy with this one. As the wind becomes lightning, he's going to go out, Pout, trying to hold on. Crescent Guard's nice, but still a lot of damage. Let's see if they can return fires. Double flashes. Pout and Kino needed to get out, so what was a proactive play for CFO ended up being in a big retreat.
Yeah, just pushed back there. Just the power of this Xin Zhao early on. The Crescent Guard, just a ridiculous spell. And to the top lane we go as ults are being traded.
Yeah, just again, Pun just putting in that pressure once more. Solid CS lead too. Trying to just keep them out of this. But TP is about to come back up, so they could be looking for another rotate up top. But still, objectives traded, gold in a 1.5k gold lead for Secret Whales right now, and a lot of that is just, yeah, like you said, on top.
It is starting to spread out though, with a bit of a gold lead building in the bot lane. Eddie, fairly happy as Doggo's come up here, Shadow bearing down.
Ooh. Shadow is right there right now as they just throw out the pillar. Here's Histo trying to hold on. Flash is available. Might use it right at the last second. Has to save it too. True Shot Barrage is up and ready to go. Oh, it's not up and available. I thought it was. Damn. That would have been really cool if it was. But now they're looking to hold up this tower. They're trying to siege it. You do have Trundle. He does have those Void Grubs as well. So Pun wants to stick around and see if they can just clear out the wave.
Pun just having, like, just nerves of steel there. Can't believe he didn't flash when that pillar came up. Just walked his way out. They do manage to clear the wave. They fend off the play from CFO. Team Secret Whales just kind of reading things perfectly at the moment.
Yeah, and it's great map rotations too. That's the big difference. You can see Kino's trying to be as proactive as possible, but letting Eddie just sit down here and farm up a storm, maybe even get some tower plates as well, is not the greatest answer. We know Sivir can be very, very powerful as the game goes on. They've already secured the Essence Reaver, so they're already getting those really strong and powered attacks, and they're going to be able to make it work across the map. Now they're probably looking at the Navori Quick Blades, which will just make the attack speed insane. The ricochets will be everywhere. And I don't know, it's all coming down to, can Shadow get on top of these 80 carries and munch them big time?
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can get their munch on. Just like I'm sure the two of us will be after this series. Already thinking about
it. I'm hungry. I'm going straight to the Congo.
I really don't think you should eat anything there, at least in terms of wildlife. I'm sure the food's lovely.
I'm going straight for a lion burger. That's what I'm going for.
Oh no! As Rest has been altered up.
Oh, had to flash as well. Maybe we've found the counters to the Rumble. It's not just the Vayne top that is possible. Varus top might be a solution. And Secret Whales, they're like, guys, we're not too worried about this series. Let's just play something fun.
Well, it's so interesting because part of the reason that Varus top, I think, hasn't been as much of a thing in professional play as it has been in solo queue, because it's been a huge problem in solo queue for a while, as that was so rude to even attempt that. Pun, just a menace, is that you don't want to play Varus top because Varus ADC was so good. It was like, well, we don't have to play Varus top. We just play it in the ADC role. Speaking of ADCs, Eddie wants to get it going.
Yeah, depth charge does go down though, so BA has to start running for the hills, but a really nice pick, trying to secure something there as the next dragon is up in 45 seconds. Nice work of CFO to get some really good aggressive vision down as Shadow is being hovered over. D-Ray looking at Kino, and the hook goes wide. Let's see if they can get the damage off as Shadow off in the wings. Just has to back out. True Shot Barrage going to hit. Pillar is up. Let's see if they're able to walk away. D-Ray needs to be so careful. BA gets the heal off, chasing them down. Miasma is good just to slow down the fight.
Not too bad there. Just able to sustain through the fight, push them back as the vision war has begun. It's decent vision for both teams, but it's very defensive. Neither team has really got any forward vision. It's pretty much just that one ward in the pixel brush for CFO around the dragon. So if we're going to start a fight, it's going to be one where both teams are mostly going in blind, but I don't know if that fight's even going to happen.
No, you can already see where's Shadow. They've
They're
sort of
gonna
gone
trade
for a
for
trade up
Varus.
the top side. They want to kill this Varus, but we know Pun, they are a very safe gamer. If they even get us a whiff of someone looking topside, they know where they are. They're basically Warwick in this game. And look at that ward. It's that one ward that's been there for so long, catching this team out. It's disastrous. And with the Hextech, yeah, now they're saying, how long has this ward been here for, guys? What is going on? And they forced out Shadow, and the Rift Herald's available. They haven't even cleared it yet. They saw it.
Yeah, that's definitely got the Wards Award for longevity. Always one of my favorite things when you click on your ward that you put down and it's got that little buff saying how well it's done.
I didn't know that was the thing, actually. I just assumed my
Did you
wards
not know
get
that's the
taken.
thing? Yeah.
No.
I know, yeah.
No.
I don't know what the timer is on it, but if your ward's been there for ages, it gets a little buff and it says like an award for longevity or something like that. So that you know how well you've been doing. And so they do finally clear it. Salute for a brave hero. Shadow takes out our guy.
Salute for a brave hero. It was a pink ward.
Yeah. He was behind enemy lines, reporting back.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's honestly, you know what? Yeah, right. Journeying deep into the Congo. I've been there. It's not fun. But now, okay, he's getting hit. Very dangerous. Doggo is playing very smart. Pun in a bit of a rough spot, trying to survive this one out. Good hooks go sideways. Got to stand just in front as Pun able to pick up a kill. BA is not too much. Doggo going insane on this Ezreal. 4-1-1 with a Rift Herald go on top. The charge was good, and they actually picked up Pun for their troubles too.
What just happened? You spend 1 second talking about wards, and then suddenly 4 members of Team Secret Wales just explode. Doggo going crazy in a 2v3.
We call that the Congo effect.
I don't know if we can, as it was a dive gone wrong. So they pick up rest to start the play. But yeah, then they're just all so low. Surely we just sacrifice someone. Just let his toe die. Just get out.
Yeah, and it was just a little bit too much, going in too deep. You can see BA doing a really good job just standing in front, giving Pun all the space. But Doggo is inevitable on the Ezreal. I'm not sure why they gave it over. And look at this. D-Ray trying to hold on, but Pout has some damage.
It really does. And then D-Ray just gets baited into stepping back up. And then with Shadow arriving, again, this Trundle's actually thinking about it. It is kind of crazy. Also, you can't outplay the pillar. He puts the pillar down and just walks at him and hits him with a big bat.
Nothing you can do. Big pillars make big plays, Carrick. That is the big side of this, as the next dragon is up in 1 minute 50, where both these teams will most likely look. But gold lead is exactly the same. There is no gold lead. There is just gold, Carrick. And I don't say that very often. So 18 minutes in, it was looking so good. It was looking really strong for Secret Wales. And then out of nowhere, CFO picked up 4 kills back to back and have taken back a little bit of control in this game. I want to see some proactivity from Eddie. I feel like Doggo is being given too much. Or maybe just been let off the leash a little bit too much. Chains of Corruption is good. Hook goes sideways. Exhaust being used. Now BA's trying to keep them alive. True Shot Barrage is just going to skim them. Flash is coming out of BA. And Pun actually surviving that is way too insane. He should not be alive now. They send 4 members bot to take on this Varus. They take the tower for their troubles. But Pun is actually, you know what? Might be a god. Yeah, we're back on that conversation. Maybe they are the king of the Congo.
Maybe the king of the Savannah, the king of the Congo, something. Lord of the Nile, that's in Africa as well. Let's have a look here, because it actually is just a little bit of anti-synergy that makes this all go wrong. You see the pillar goes up and pops Pun sort of upwards, and that means the hook from Kino doesn't land. If that hook lands, this does not happen. Pun just detonates. And the thing, of course, is Pun survives. That's really good for Team Secret Wales, but it's still a good play from CFO. They still pick up the tower. They still have really good positioning with 10 seconds left on the dragon.
Yeah, it is really what Secret Wales, they want this dragon to maintain that dragon pressure. This dragon will get them to soul point, which is going to be such a big point because then it's really going to dictate the tempo. But Histo already so low, they might not be able to contest this without Pun being able to control a little bit more. Hook does land a little bit too much. And where did Pun go? Absolutely obliterated. I guess that's what happens when you don't have a tank on your team.
I mean, just a very odd place to stand. Pun just being a bit disrespectful. You can't stand that far up when you're against like a Nautilus and a Trundle. Rest is in trouble though. A bit more disrespect being found, but he gets out. He lives.
The shield was good. The rest of the team's now coming in. Histo in a bit of a bad spot. Has to flash. Pound Miasma and the Surge. Oh my lord, it's just way too much. And what is going on in the mid lane? Why is Eddie right up there in the middle of the fight? Doggo picking up another kill too. 6-1-1. The dog is off the leash and is going insane. CFO actually showing really great signs of life into our #1 seed, Carrix.
I mean, this last 5-6 minutes of play, they have been completely outclassing Team Secret Wales. The rotations have been better. Doggo's mechanics are up to an insane level today. I mean, we talk about Doggo Ezreal. We said it before the draft in the 2v2. Having a look here, this catch just like doesn't quite go right, and they still can't get out. This Trundle turns out it's the best pick ever.
It's doing a pretty damn good job, that's for sure. But we can't deny it. There's a lot of action on Doggo. Look, the spell shield, it wasn't enough. The depth charge followed it up. 80. What is going on here? This is just looking rougher and rougher. No way are CFO already on the Baron. Pun.
And there's no stopping them.
You can do it. I don't think
he
they
doesn't
can.
even know. It just dies too fast. It's a Trundle and an Ezreal. They kill it in like 2 seconds.
I'm just having a big old brain fart as how our #1 seed is seemingly struggling into CFO right now, as the Baron has been secured at 21 minutes. Now they're looking to just march down these lanes and start to take objectives once again because they've got the Void Grubs. I feel like this is one of these small objectives that a lot of teams might sort of overlook, because if you get all three, the passive of it is actually so helpful. And I'm not sure why Team Secret Wales didn't prioritize this, especially when they knew they had a Trundle on the enemy team. That is the one champion you have to say, do not let them take these towers.
But it's so hard to stop it because they just don't really have anyone that can actually walk up and stand in front of the Trundle without just getting deleted. You can't do it as Varus. You don't have a traditional top lane bruiser. You have the Varus that can't do anything. He can't go near Shadow.
No one can go near Shadow. What is this? It's like we're playing in the dark.
Yeah, exactly. He is casting a wide shadow with his impact on this game. It's sort of the Shadow and Doggo show here, and they are putting on a highly rated experience. It's going right to the top of IMDb, I
think. Stop it.
Breaking Bad, what's that? I only know CFO.
We're going to turn it into a Netflix special after this one. But no, it looks like it is CFO about to siege down into this mid-tier 1, looking to take this one up. Dragon up in a minute and a half, so the Baron will be finished at this point. So I think they want to try and secure as much tempo on this bot side as possible, even clearing out these... hold on, D-Ray, be careful. They're doing some damage, as there is the Chains of Corruption actually landing. Shadow had to flash out of that one just to stay alive a little bit longer, but it is that 5v4. You can even see as well, Pout staying in the mid, looking to take this tier 2 as well, but still, looks like CFO have to kind of back off a little bit. Really well done there for Secret Wales to just mitigate the losses.
Yeah, but now CFO, they're going to reset. They've shoved the waves in. They're going to reset. Their Baron buff will time out, and then the Dragon will spawn. So they should have the priority to go and get some vision down on Team Secret Wales' side of the Rift. They're able to just walk in, clean up to vision. And now BA's caught out, has to flash away. You saw how much damage one chomp did from the Trundle. Team Secret Whales are in serious trouble. Like, I don't know how you play this comp from behind because you just can't walk anywhere.
And that's literally the whole point of picking Varus and a Sivir and having this Varus in the top lane is you need to get the really strong lead in the top side. And I think Rest just said, that's cool, man. I'm just going to sit back and wait because regardless, I'm going to be relevant in these fights. So really nice pickup from Rest being like, look, I'll just concede a little bit longer. Now we need to start seeing the smarter rotations around the map coming from Secret Whales is, yeah, D-Ray doing a good job, taking some crystalline growth. But at the end of the day, no tank on the side of Secret Whales means it's a really hard team comp for them to be able to do anything. Is another dragon being picked up for CFO. 2 apiece now here, Carrick, and I'm a little bit nervous for the side of Secret Whales. I just don't know if they've got it in them. The lead is just looking a little bit too good for the side of CFO.
I think nervous is almost not serious enough. I'm scared for Team Secret Whales. His toe has been shut out of this game. This is, how do you walk into a bush on this team? Who can walk into a brush that might have a Trundle in it? It's compositionally, it's his toe, but he's too far behind. He's just been shut out of this game.
In the Congo. That's what they told me in the Congo. They were like, Pike, don't walk into the jungle. There'll be a Trundle. Like, you need to be careful. And then out of nowhere, you see a pillar and you're like, oh, I'm glad I'm not there. But now it looks like it is Histo trying to fight out the Trundle once again. We just talked about not doing it, but now they're doing it in the middle of the street. And it looks like Histo's trying to jump back in. They're going to go down. Pat able to lock down with the kills. It's all a little bit too much. 4v5 now, and it is CFO walking away with a 3.6k gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is just unplayable.
Yeah, it really is. There's not much you can do. Kino off to the side. They're able to chunk them out ever so much, but still. Oh, True Shot Barrage. Ooh, close again. Doggo is feeling good tonight.
Doggo is feeling very, very good. His Ezreal is looking crisp. We saw it in the 2v2. We're seeing it in the 5v5. He's been absolutely everywhere. And this, I mean, if this is the level that CFO is playing at, they had this slow start to the split. They made the comp changes. They brought in Pout and Kino. They've now had, what, this is the 3rd week of them being in. It looks like they've been fully integrated into the team. And I was sort of saying, this is Shadow stepping up too far. This is honestly, this is a misplay from Shadow because he gets caught in the chains of corruption, which can do a lot of damage. But even with it being a misplay, it just doesn't matter. His toe can't exist on the same rift as the rest of CFO.
Yeah, it really is so true. Like, what can you actually do when you're getting hit with the Petrifying Gaze as well? You've gone a little bit too deep. And it's just really rough to see. Like, his toe's just not having this impact that we've seen them have before. So jumping in really isn't the call. There's now, again, another caught out. Look at Doggy's over these walls. He's just flittering autos in between. The weaving is just phenomenal. And, okay, Baron's gone again. We didn't even get to see them do it. It's just gone.
Exactly. It just explodes. It's another Baron buff for CFO. They're building the gold lead. It's now 5k. It's going to balloon even further. They're taking towers. They're taking waves. Team Secret Whales, you have the fight of your life ahead of you. I honestly, we are 5 or so minutes away from this game ending. This game is not going to end in the next 2 minutes or anything like that. But I do actually just think this game is over. I don't know how you play into this Trundle.
Anti-heal and shred, and maybe rethink draft,
and maybe divine intervention.
Look, we've seen it done before. That's the difference. But no, it is just looking so rough that the 5 kills that are on the side of Secret Whales just mean really nothing out of the 12 that is on the side of CFO. They're singeing out, throwing everything they can. They're throwing the kitchen sink. They just can't do any more. As Histo, it's going back in. Crescent Guard is good. That's one tower shot. It picks up another kill. A nice little compilation prize. Compilation prize? Constellation prize. Consolation prize. You know what? Words, guys. They're a struggle and a half. Look, it's starting to get a little bit late over here, but still, it's still a nice little pickup. The Constellation, oh my God, I can't even do it. Consolation prize. Wow, I'm struggling. Who am I? What's going on?
Don't worry, I'm right there with you. Look, this is Shadow going a little bit too aggressive. He walks up to get an auto attack on the tower. You just don't need to do that. Just let your super minion siege it down, or the Baron cannon minion, I mean. You don't need to do that, Shadow. That's a little bit silly. But it doesn't really matter. They still win out overall on the map. Their gold lead still grows, and it doesn't fundamentally change the dynamic because the fights that are going to matter are going to happen around Dragon. Team Secret Wales doesn't have a tower there.
Yeah, look, it's definitely Dragons up in 7 seconds. The Constellation prize, you know what, I'm going to stick with it now because there's a Dark Star Varus in my game, so it has relevance.
True.
And you know what? I'm the caster, I can make it work. So still, getting that Constellation prize is going to be really nice because if they can make it to the stars, they might be able to secure another Dragon, but still, they're sieging very hard down into this bot side. Pun needs to be very careful. Level 16 now, so that level 3 ultimate is pretty solid. It's going to have a lot of CC. It's going to be able to hold them back a little bit more, but they are really putting the hurt on, and there's just nowhere for them to go. Secret Wales can't leave the base of their towers, and now it's just another Dragon gone.
And I think the one saving grace here for Team Secret Wales is that the Dragon Soul is going to come in super late. This is going to be picked up at about 31 minutes. So 36 minutes is when the Soul fight will happen. You do have a Rise. You do have a Sivir. There is a lot of scaling. It's really hard to deliver that damage because you just don't have a front line that can stop Shadow just walking at people. He just kills Eddie and Pun so quickly that none of the CC is relevant from Team Secret Wales. But the saving grace is, yeah, Eddie's going to do a lot of damage.
Eddie's starting to scale a little bit more. Got that Mortal Reminder there too, so whatever tankiness there is, it is going to sort of cancel out a lot of the healing too. The Subjugate from the Trundle is going to be a little bit harder for them to be able to sustain with, so I'm excited to see what it is, but another True Shot Barrage, just trying to find out Pun, and there's no laughing matter, unfortunately, on that one, but Histo, again, hit with a pillar, needs to be very careful because at a moment's notice, Doggo's going to jump over a wall and half health you.
They're just having to stay super grouped up. No one can get caught out by the hit squad that CFO has. A pillar goes up behind you, Pout's there to follow up on the Cassiopeia. Doesn't matter who you are, you will be going down. It is only safety in numbers. We must roam as a pride. It's the only way for these Lions. They will push down mid.
Equalizer's been dropped. They're all getting hit with it. True Shot Barrage is going to land, and now here comes the Rumble. Hits the stopwatch. Eddie just getting blasted with something. Rest is to be taken out. He's just trying to hold on Crescent Guard, but he is going to be taken off the board straight away. Doggo is going legendary. Realm Warp saying, let's get out of here, guys. It's time to bail, and they get in the getaway car.
Yeah, but look at the TP. They're just going to try and end the game.
It is all Doggo. He's walking up. Look at the damage he does. These little shots are able to do it. And if they can't get back in time, it's just going to be a bit of a disaster because now they're pushing down mid. Doggo can meet up with the team and just take an inhib again. So 2 inhibs for a little bit of a kerfuffled fight. I don't know if that's worth. Oh,
I don't think this is worth it all, and I don't think it's going to stop at 2 inhibs with 2 members of Team Secret Wales off the map. I think they're going for the Nexus.
Oh, maybe not. They're looking to back out. Nice spell shield and big shields as well from BA. Nice to see the damage, but no. That was a bit of a weird one right there. I don't know why they're so far up when they know they're in their jungle.
And this just starts a bold play here from Rest. Deals an enormous amount of damage, but the damage that really mattered was actually just Doggo. He landed a WQ onto Eddie. That means the Sivir can't participate in the fight, just must leave. They lose 2 members of the team, and that scaling hope is becoming more and more distant because it's not like Ezreal's not going to scale as well.
Yeah, that's it. Ezreal's almost full build at this point. Didn't go the AP build, which is definitely what I think you were hoping for, but it's nice to see them go for a little bit more of a traditional sort of play. But regardless, traditional Ezreal, it's gonna hurt. Looking for another fight. James Grubson goes out. There'll be enough damage as Histo has to survive a little bit longer. Hasn't got the tankiness all online, but that's 3 ultimates down. On the hunt was also used just to get the movement speed, but now they're trying to chase back. I don't think this is the right call. Eddie just took a mystic shot to the face and was not happy with it.
No, he wasn't. True Shot Barrage as well, just poking them even lower.
D-Ray is getting caught out. Miasma, the hook is good. Petrifying Gaze, just a little bit too much. That is the Rise gone. No Realm Mob to get out. Flashes from Shadow going forward, trying to stay alive, but where's Pun going? Caught out in the jungle. You cannot go back to the Congo. We know it's a bad place to be, but now it's Histo being burnt into smithereens. One more hit should do it. Shadow picking up another kill. This Trundle in the jungle, getting it all done. It's a clean ace, heading out for CFO as they walk down the Nexus. And it's all she wrote. CFO looking like they're back in form tonight here, Carricks.
I mean, CFO back in form times a million. That was a dominant performance. As part of it, I think maybe Team Secret Wales overcooked a little bit in draft. They burnt dinner. But in the end, CFO played that almost to perfection. Basically past the 12-minute mark, it was all CFO.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they went with the double AD carries technically. The Varus top, it made sense on paper. We were excited to see it. But then the Trundle sort of said, nah. But that's a CFO 2-0 that they're calling out. Oh, man, our predictions, they're looking a little bit rough right now here, Carricks. We thought Secret Wales had this in the bag, but CFO, they have a different story to tell.
They really do. And today we've seen both of our top teams dropping games. This is sort of the night for it. As CFO are on the cusp of doing what no one else has done and taking a series off the Wales.
Has Secret Wales actually lost a match? Not just like a series, but a match? Like, that's the big question. Is this their first loss?
They lost 1 to the Hawks.
Of course. They did, yes. Well, still, now CFO's on the same page as the Hawks, so that's not a bad thing at the end of the day, but the damage tells the tale. Do not give Doggo comfort picks. If they give Doggo a Draven in this second game, it's over. I'm already home, but I'm going to go home.
I mean, if Doggo slams the Draven, they shouldn't even play the game. They should just let him have it just on aura alone, because frankly, like, just mogging Team Secret Wales that hard isn't fair.
Yeah, you're damn right. But now we're going to reconsider what sort of top laners can you take. It's really hard to get those mages or the ranged champions back into topside. I think the Varus could have been good, but I think the Vayne could have been probably better if they were trying to commit to it. I think it was just a little bit of a drafting mishap that we saw. And all of these fights, they just sort of spelled CFO control.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we're not seeing some of the earlier plays where Team Secret Wales looked to be Team Secret Walesing it, but what we are seeing is Doggo just going crazy. He goes in, this is a 2v3. Basically throughout this entire fight, Doggo got exhausted and exited the fight, but just comes back in, ends up with 3 kills. He goes crazy. And this was honestly the story of the game, was there was no counterplay to Trundle. He was just putting pillars up. He was against all 3 damage sources from Team Secret Wales, had no counterplay to the Trundle. The only reason Pun gets out here is he put the pillar on the wrong side. Like, he just slightly misplayed the pillar here. If he puts the pillar on the correct side, Pun dies.
Yeah. No, you're right. And it came down to a couple small missteps, but even this, they didn't even get rest in this play. You could see the desperation plays were really coming into effect. And in fact, they turned the play. The TP was too good. Another Trundle pillar going up, and it was just all she wrote. And Pout was coming in to clean up. Whatever CFO has been doing in the back end of these series, especially behind closed doors in scrims and in fights, they have been doing a lot of good work. This is a team that is looking so much more succinct and is actually able to contest this top team. I'm really keen to see what this team can do, because tonight we've actually seen a change of narrative. The top teams are no longer just happy to sit at the top. There is contest in our series, and I'm so here for it, Carricks.
Well, we came into today thinking, look, this is going to be probably, pretty one-sided. It's just going to be the 2-2-0s. Series 1 already proved us wrong, and Series 2, I mean, maybe it is a 2-0, but certainly not the way we expected. CFO, this looks like CFO of last year.
It really does. This is the reinvigorated CFO. You said it mid-cast. We've got the 2 new players, and they're looking really, really good. We're just going to have to see what they can do in game number 2 because, yes, LCP is where the action is. Guys, stick around. We're going to go on a very short break before we get into game 2. Is CFO going to dethrone the current kings and reclaim that crown? You'll have to wait and see. See you in a sec.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
On.
Yeah.
修long. Duro. War. Taki. Mako. The hands. Kino. Kino. Vista. Makix. Duro.
Oh.
Mako. The hands. Duro. Taki. Vista. Woody. Duro. Taki. Mako. Shulong. On. Woody. Kino. On.
Oh.
Taki. Kino. Woody. The hands.
Well, Carricks, it is a night of upsets as it was CFO taking our first game back in this best of 3 series up against the Secret Whales. We didn't suspect it, but whatever they've been cooking behind closed doors smells fantastic from the outside because they are looking so on form here tonight.
That they do. They looked incredible in game 1. Look, I do still think it was a little bit of an overcooking draft by Team Secret Whales. I think if we don't have the Varus top, if we maybe have more traditional Bruiser, it goes a little bit better. But I still don't think they win. I still think in the end, CFO massively outplayed Team Secret Whales, and they may well just close this out 2-0.
Yeah, look, and this is the big thing, like CFO sitting closer to the bottom of the ladder. What does that really mean? Like, I think we'd have to see what the standings would be updated, but I think that would move them up to maybe 5th, maybe 4th, potentially. I think you still got Garm, Vikings, SHG. Like, it would definitely bring Secret Whales down to that 2nd or even 3rd position because they would have lost a series, but it would definitely tie up the leaderboard quite heavily. So CFO are looking to make waves here in the LCP, and if you're not looking anywhere for waves, you got to look at the Pacific, and I'm talking about the LCP, the LOLs Pacific.
That you do. As look, I think if they were to lose this series 2-0, I think that would probably put SHG into 1st because SHG's loss was 2-1. It would certainly shake things up and make the race home really interesting because we'd have 4 teams at a 4-1 record. With obviously game difference and head-to-heads might make it a bit interesting. But it's one of those things where it's so interesting because I don't know how much it changes things for CFO. CFO is obviously sort of competing for that 5th and 6th slot about where they can top out. But getting a win against a team that no one else has is such a big ace up your sleeve.
Yeah, especially like out of nowhere. Like it has just popped up, and now we're entering into 2nd game's draft where we can check out what these teams are looking to ban out, and looking pretty stock standard. Nocturne with the Bard, Ashe taken off the board too. Spells that they don't want to give that Ashe Seraphine, even the Orianna coming out. They really don't want to share any of this around. Like, they're taking such strong picks off. But it really comes down to, what do you pick after that? Like, Ryze has been picked, Cass is now off the board too, J4's now banned. Like, what could you really be looking to lock down?
It's tricky. I don't really know where we go. The interesting thing, of course, about that draft is that we still have so many high priority things up. The Trundle was not something we expect, so it's kind of only Xin Zhao of the traditional junglers. Looks like a Jace first pick, really prioritizing rest. It was a first pick Rumble as well. They think they're well, it wasn't first pick. It was first pick for CFO. Was the Rumble? Oh no, we might pivot. I have to see where they think their fortune lay.
Look, and they were hovering the Azir, and we haven't seen too much Azir, but Annie is also such a really strong early pick. The Scion now being hovered over for Pun. We've talked about Pun being this utensil across the map. They can play any sort of champion that they want to be given. They're definitely looking to pick this up early for them, and we've seen Pun's Urgot, and it is monstrous if it's given the tools to lead. So I love this hover. Maybe they're looking for a little bit more front to back and something a bit more standard. The Lucian has shown up so well tonight. I'd be surprised if they didn't go Lucian Milio right here, right now.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Just lock that away. A strong bot lane for Eddie and BA, and importantly, an extremely dynamic one. Eddie can find angles, can sort of flex his hands a little bit that he couldn't do on Sivir.
Ooh, but a Corki being picked up on the other side. If there is any sort of answer to this Lucian Milio, it is the Corki. And then a Nami to boot means the tidal wave is going to be so effectful in these team fights. Which CC do you actually deal with, Carricks? That's the really big question, because you only have one breath of life for this Milio, and you have to use it at the exact right time, or the team fight is going to go incredibly pear-shaped. And there is the Victor. It's starting to make waves. They're hovering over it. They know the impact it can have in these team fights, especially with the new rune changes.
Hui, of course, also an interesting one. It kind of benefits in the same way as the Victor, just has very constant poke. You just constantly use that QQ. I'm not a big Hui player, so don't necessarily know all of his paints where you do the big line. I think it's actually QE. It is QE. And you can just constantly apply that dot from the new Deathfire Touch rune. Can make his lane actually really difficult to deal with, particularly from a short range Annie.
Yeah, no, 100%. Now we're starting to see the second bans coming out, the Neferi taken off the board, as there's no junglers on either side. So obviously Secret Whales have got a thought in mind of what they really want. They need something that's going to be a bit more of an engaged tool. Vi is still a big option here, but looking at this top side as well, there's no tanks on either side. So we're going to be looking at two bruisers, two tanky bruisers up in the top side as well. If we're looking for a delivery system of some kind, I'm thinking Ambessa could be a really nice pickup if they think that there's a Jace in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, the Jace was Hubbard. It's a champion that Rest likes playing quite a lot. Has jungle bans coming in thick and fast here. Neferi, Lee Sin, Vi already gone, along with the Nocturne J4 Trundle Zin. We're getting pushed pretty deep in the jungle pool here.
We need just something wild. Give me like a Lilia or something. We haven't seen a mage in the jungle for quite a while, but that could just be a lot of fun.
You know what's crazy on the patch? You know what's crazy? I don't think it's going to come out. You know what's crazy on the patch? Zyra jungle. Zyra jungle's crazy on the patch. It's back.
Okay, I always liked the Zyra jungle. I thought it was a lot of fun because you throw the plants out. It's one of those sort of picks that is very unique in the comp, but it's like its team fight is phenomenal. So maybe there could be a Zyra jungle, but maybe not this game. Skarner's really a priority. Like, and this is the tank engage that we were talking about, and they saw it being used in great effect in that first series, and I'm here for it.
And it solves a big problem that they had last game. Last game, we just didn't have enough front line. Skarner's plenty of front line. We have this big beefy boy that we can stand behind. It kind of stops CFO going a similar sort of play style to last game where they just muscled them. In the end, the only person who put on like a really mechanical performance in game one was Doggo. Not that the rest of CFO couldn't, they just didn't have to. They kind of just right-clicked on the opponent and ran at them. Skarner at least prevents that happening again, as Sejuani will be the answer from Shadow.
Look, and I actually said Sejuani in the last series, and I was like, hey, like that's a good pick here. Like, you still need a tank, you need a jungle that's able to make it work. So Sejuani is such a great pickup here. And now that the Jace has been locked in, BA saying, guys, what if we just run the Vayne back, give it over to Pun, see what's possible? But Olaf as well is one of these big fighters that loves to play it around, and the Olaf is locked in. They needed something that was going to sit off in the side that can still have a lot of impact and meaning, and Olaf is that champion. I'm a big fan of this, and in the hands of Pun, you have to be a little bit worried for Rest.
I mean, it's one of those things where it is going to be decided by one or two interactions in the early game who actually comes out on top here. Olaf, of course, is sort of known as a bit of a counter to champions like the Jace, because you can just run at him and just beat him up, and there's not a lot Jace can do about it. But an early move from Shadow, a bit of a misstep from Pun, and things can swing back on a dime. This is a hard one to call, Pike.
I'm going to call it right now. It's going to be 13 kills to 9, and it's going to go...
That's just Rest and Pun, right?
No, that's the teams. Let me channel something. I'm just imagining. I'm back in the Congo. There's lions everywhere.
Right. Yep. All right. One of them's got a crown on. He's the king.
He's the king. There's another one with a little tattered crown, and they're like, nah, we're still coming back. But somehow he's been eating a lot of protein. He's found those antelopes. He's getting fired up. And now they're looking to scrap it out one more time as we're on the Rift for our second game in our second series. And we're feeling so good. CFO have really stepped up in that first one. Let's see if they can do it again and really take it home for a 2-0 against the top dogs of the Secret Whales.
And that would be a huge, huge win for them. CFO would show that they are back. If they take a win off Team Secret Wales against everyone's predictions, pretty much, I mean, what a way to announce your arrival back into form. But I do think it'll be a reasonably slow early game, I must say.
When's the first blood going to be then? This is another little interesting one where I like to play. So I'm going to say at 5 minutes 20. Or right now.
I think right now.
The ghost was popped like, okay, asserting dominance.
I think it'll be, at 5-ish minutes I think makes sense. Maybe a little bit later. I'm going to say 6 minutes 30. I think we're going to have a bit of a chat to keep ourselves entertained until the action starts flowing thick and fast.
Thick and fast. It's almost like I'm traversing down a big winding river in the middle of the Amazon, middle of the Congo, you might even say.
Right.
I'm seeing lions everywhere. It's just too easy to throw it out. Good little bubble there. He's going to knock them up. But is it going to be enough for them to be able to do some damage? Really not. I think Doggo's going to have a good game on this Corki too, just looking at the runes that they've got. They've got the Conquerors. They're looking for these longer fights. But we saw really good effect for this Lucian Milio in the first series this night. Do you think he's going to have a good time into the Corki?
I think in lane it's fairly even. I think the big thing is honestly the Nami in lane can be pretty annoying to play into. As Eddie, oh my word, you need to step back. Takes a huge amount of damage. Does still have the barrier though, so is safe enough to step up and try and farm this wave.
Well, look, just keeping up ever so slightly. But yeah, Eddie, barrier is important. The heal was used by BA though, so they have to be very careful. And oh my lord. Stop getting hit with these bubbles.
Yeah, they don't interrupt the back either. They really wanted to stop Doggo getting that sort of cheat recall. But they'll at least be able to punish by pushing this wave in. Eddie will be able to reset as well. And the bot lane sort of evens out. But here's Shadow.
Looking for some. D-Ray is able to walk away just in time. See as well, there was Histo off in the wings, really getting close. Maybe looking for a play, but still... No kills just yet. I've still got 2 minutes.
That you do, and here's the real challenge. You're a play-by-play caster. How many of Hui's abilities can you name?
Like none. Spiraling to the air is the ultimate. That's all I got, man. Like he's got like multiple combos.
Yeah.
Like you can't remember the name of those combos. That's too much.
I remember some of them. I remember Severing Bolt. That's the big lightning bolt.
Okay, hold on. Give me. I've got them all up in front of me right now. Let's test you. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got.
I don't know all of them.
So what's the passive?
The passive I know because that's signature.
It has something to do with paint.
No, it doesn't though. The passive is signature of the Visionary. As Doggo's in trouble.
Feeling really good. Doggo's going to be, take it to 1 HP. And now they're looking at Kino, see if they can flitter in a couple more abilities. They just can't. But this is a different Secret Wales we've got here. Signature of the Visionary is what it is. Oh! Yeah. You were going to say that. I know that. Like, I heard you say
I did say that. Yeah.
I know. I'm giving you the
count. Aiding.
Looking for a little bit more. D-Ray is going to get caught out first. Blood don't go over. It's at 4.5 minutes. One more flash forward. Come on, Histo. One more attack would have done it. But you just couldn't get there in time. And it is Shadow now cleaning up the Scorpion. Pout wants to hold on as long as possible. No flash available. They're just going to dive this one out. And Pout picks up their second kill of the game. And it's just looking so good for CFO.
That's a disaster there for Team Secret Wales. They lose everything.
Had that prior on the bot side, but yeah, you could see a proactive play. D-Ray just a little bit overstepped, was just caught out. Like they're both full health, and here's the stun. It's going to land. Nice little fear does come back up, but what can you do as there's Shadow straight over flash stun.
Yeah, and then it's so close to just trading. If you take out Pout here, if he doesn't manage to get that flash away, it's a little bit unfortunate that you lose first blood, but it's like, okay, whatever. We were just very slightly behind. The tempo works out. But because Pout lives, Shadow's able to just keep walking forward, and they claim everything. They shove that wave into the tower, catching Pout up a little bit in CS, and Histo's going to have another go.
Yeah, he's looking at Doggo. Flash is still up and available, but they're just too quick on their feet. A Valkyrie's all she needed to get out alive because they wanted to get this priority on the Dragon.
They do force them back just a little bit. Eddie able to shove this wave in, so we could see Team Secret Wales using this priority to try and get Dragon, try and get something back, because so far things not going how they want it.
Oh, well, he's already had to back off. Histo's gone back into his jungle because the vision's just looking so good. Now Shadow could be looking for a return gank, because they said, okay, you had a Scorpion down here. We want to get a little Poro down here and start dancing around. But you're right, level 6, Eddie has to be careful. No culling available. Shadow's now pulling the trigger. Eddie's a little bit overextended, knockback, but it was BA keeping them at bay. One more hit will do it. Smite is good, trying to land whatever they can. It does go into BA. Here's Histo trying to join this fight. The big Scorpion's joining in, knocks it into the wall. Eddie's trying to flit it in these attacks. They might be able to refire the kill, and it is Eddie who's picking up Shadow.
Really just over-forcing there for Shadow. I think once the initial play comes in, either just throw the ult early or just realize, okay, whatever, we pushed them back and we didn't end up getting the kill. That's fine. Shadow just kind of tried to not ult, but also knew he had to. Let's have a look at this one. Because it starts out looking like, I just thought Eddie was dead here, but it's the fantastic knockback by BA and that speed up. You need to throw the ult here. Eddie doesn't have flash. In the end, it lands onto BA, but even if BA goes down here, it doesn't really change the texture of this clapback, and you can't let Shadow die here. Just a bit greedy for Shadow as culling comes out and puts Doggo to about 5% health.
Oh, yeah, backing on a ward now too. You're going to be so careful. I am a little bit worried for D-Ray into this matchup. Annie's just been so powerful across the Rift in so many series. I want to see D-Ray just be a little bit more, exactly what they're doing. Pushing the waves as much as possible, get the farm going, just scale up some items. They've already got the burn with those runes. The Deathfire, the Grasp is going to be helping out a little bit more of those empowered, but now we're getting map rotations out too. Rest is on this bot side. You can already see Doggo is heading up top. They're looking at the Void Grubs because they're just moving as such a succinct unit. CFO are looking so good. Doggo caught out by a big Viking, getting the bounce back. It is going to be Histo jumping over the wall. Flash is being burnt. Where did Doggo go? There's a whole side. That is the big damage dealer gone. Now they're trying to throw out the Aqua Prism. It's not going to be enough as Shadow is trying to just follow them along as slow as they can, but here comes Pout, got the stun, has no flash, but has Tibbers. Love to see if they're going to be able to get a little bit more damage, and it's Pout picking up another kill. Oh, it's looking really rough.
I mean, they do manage to clap one back, but with, oh, hang on, Rest
as well, trying to go on Eddie, but it is going to be enough. This is the power of the Jace, the melee, as Logan likes to say.
Does do a lot of damage, but having a look at this replay, I think the kill that really matters is this kill onto Doggo, as Punt is just able to run him down. This is what Olaf does. You can't stop him. Runs in and importantly gets out. Histo eventually goes down here. I was kind of waiting for a potential impale just to stop some damage, but didn't end up pulling the trigger on it. Maybe didn't realize quite how close Pout was. Because without Pout coming in, I actually just think he gets another shield here and lives. But even with the kill back onto Histo, yes, Pout's very strong as Pun.
Looking for something, might be caught out just a little bit too far. Ragnarok hasn't come back off cooldown. I think he is no longer for this world. Shields are nice, but just doesn't have the items on board to make it work for them, and a nice pickup for Rest.
Yeah, just getting caught a little bit too far forward, and Shadow just in the right place again, able to find something. Team Secret Wales, they do use that tempo well. They do push another wave into the tower, put Doggo further behind. He's 30 CS down as Shadow with a spellbook TP arrives on the bot side.
Coming in for a little bit of a fight, but does get sent packing once again. Histo off to the side, really trying to hold on to this ward. Bit of a bad spot. Shadow had to flash just then. Aqua Prism is going to land, but it's not going to be able to do all that much of note as they're trying to shove in this wave. There's no objective on the board to get here, Carrick. I'm not sure what the real goal is. Maybe just to exude some pressure, really prove and snarl your teeth that you are the king of the jungle.
Absolutely, as I think it's just to put Doggo down a little bit. After game one, they want to sort of make sure that he doesn't go on that generational performance again. He is behind. He's 1,000 gold down on Eddie. But of course, on the other side, Pout is 1,000 gold up on D-Ray just because he's been roaming around and picking up kills.
Yeah, it's really, really rough. It is going to be the Annie show very soon. This Tibber is going to be walking around the map. Seal as well now coming out with their first coach comms. See if it's going to be able to help lead the Secret Whales into a little bit more of an easier mid-game as we're 11.5 minutes in, 4 kills to 2, and Void Grubs have gone over, but it's only a 300 gold lead for CFO, so nothing huge of note. We're starting to see completed items. Oh, just steal. Absolute balls of steel there to not move, but still cancelled the back. So I think they were trying to get what they were after.
That they do, as we see that the roam isn't really being matched at the moment. BA is staying in the bot lane. They really want to push this tempo. Kino clearly wants to roam, wants to try and find vision and opportunities to move around the map, but just can't leave Doggo alone. Doggo gets towered if he's not there, as the culling.
Yeah, culling already used. Again, just a bit more dominance, and this is the power that Eddie has on this Lucian. You can just throw out a couple of abilities, and if they stick, they do a lot of damage. Dragon up is just about to spawn, so 1 second on, you can already see as well, we do have Shadow waiting in the wings, starting to clear out that vision, trying to show that they have a bit more control in the jungle. But Histo's already started up the Dragon. There's going to be no response from Doggo or Kino in this. They were taken not low, but fairly low enough that they might not be able to have an impact. But Shadow could be looking for a steal, but instead I think they are just going to give it over, and a nice second drag for Secret Whales.
Team Secret Whales are building that Dragon advantage. Both early drags go over to them, and with the gold dead even at the moment, that's really the only thing separating these teams, is that passage towards a potential win condition. And Pike, I think we've been struggling to call where any of these games are going to go tonight, but I'm struggling to see how the next 5 or so minutes really plays out, because it just seems like the junglers are calling every shot.
Yeah, it really feels like the junglers are in full control of the swing of this game. Like, Histo is doing somewhat okay. They've only got 2 assists to their name, but you got to look at Shadow keeping up in farm, 4 assists, and they're just being so proactive. And as long as they're feeding these kills into Pout, into Doggo, they have the carries waiting to do more damage. Eddie able to slide off to the side, holding on as long as possible. Now they're trying to turn the fight around. Culling does go out. That's the nice Aqua Prism. It is just going to hit to the side, but abilities have been burned. Same with ultimates.
To just return to this holding position once again. Pout over the wall. His toe will spot him, but doesn't really want to step up to the Big Annie.
Got to be super careful here, especially for Histo. He's being very aggressive, but he is quite tanky at this point. Might be able to hold on as they're just trying to take out a bit more of these tower plates on the top side. Here comes Pout, just coming to join for a little bit of a party, but still a lot of aggression out of Secret Whales. This is what we expected to see.
It really was. We expected Team Secret Whales to be calling the tempo and sort of dictating where the game takes place. Game 1, they certainly didn't do that. And game 2, it's been back and forth, but certainly the last few minutes, it has been them holding the reins. One thing I am curious about is what ends up of this Olaf pick. It didn't really dominate lane. It's a little bit behind rest, not anything to write home about, but Pun isn't running away with this. Can he actually run through an Annie through a Sejuani to try and get onto Doggo?
Again, these are big hypothetical questions. I'd rather talk about the Congo, but still, we're looking at a Rift Herald that has been started up by CFO. We'll have to see if Histo is going to be coming into at least kind contest, but it looks like at this point, no other members really there. Double TPs are now coming in. They want to go for it. There's the Prism. It is going to land. Now they're trying to lock down Histo, but here is Pun up on the top side. He stole it. He actually walked it down. Now it is Secret Wales looking to turn this fight around. The tidal wave was good. Pun has been taken incredibly low, but now Kino, he's having to flash over the wall. It's just too much damage on the side, and it was Secret Wales that came out on top.
And they take it away so they don't have to continue the fight. They'll get the mid lane tower as well. What a big swing on the back of a big smite. I don't even know if it was a smite. I think it was just a thrown rock from his turn.
Yeah, look, when you're in the Congo.
Yeah, if we have any Congolese viewers, I'm sorry.
Just let me have it. But no, honestly, look at this. Yeah, we need to see, is this actually a thrown rock? Because I don't think it was a smite.
I don't think he was close enough as smite. No, it was just, he just hit it with the big rock. On the front line as well, Pun just made like 2 people go over the wall. He doesn't end up picking up any kills, but you see that Team Secret Wales were expecting not to get the Herald and like, okay, we have to fight. We have to get something back. And then they get the Herald and go, oh, okay, we can just leave. They kind of get bailed out of a really bad fight. I think that was developing pretty poorly for them, but they end up just going, okay, we can just evacuate. That's fine.
Still not too many kills on the board, so both these teams from that first game that was very kill hungry where everyone was wanting something, they've slowed the tempo down a little bit more. Back in the day, this is what we said we wanted from CFO. They were so aggressive. The second they got into the international stage, it looks too aggressive, and other teams were just waiting it out and letting them make mistakes. This feels like a slightly different CFO once again, where they are slowing the tempo down. They have that little lead that they were after. Pout's feeling really good. Now they're just saying, what is the next play? You can see as well, Shadow's off to the side, looking over the wall, does miss and is not able to land any ultimates available as Dragon's up in 15 seconds. That's a big cooldown.
Yeah, that's a huge cooldown not to have up for Dragon, and the positioning is quite bad as well for CFO. They have to walk through his toe. Shadow, he knows he's there, but still has to contend with the Scorpion. Team Secret Wales have position. This should be sole point.
Should be. We'll have to see if it is going to be contested as well. Shadow does have the smite, does have flash. We'll have to see if they're going to look to make a play here as they're walking down to the bot side. Pout is here. Tidal wave has gone up. Shadow is posturing very hard, very tanky right now, but they're both level 11. That is a little bit too much. The Aqua Prism's gone. Now they're going to turn this fight. Pout being hit with so much tibbers.
Oh, no.
Not even enough to sustain. The flash is being burned. Shadow had to get out of dodge again, but Doggo was just mid. He wasn't in this fight doing any damage.
I think there was recognition that there was only ever going to be a steal attempt. They just didn't have the position or the vision to try and fight. Doggo, I think, made the right call. Just go try and get a little bit of gold. As, oh no, Rest doesn't know there's a friend.
Oh, got to play a little bit safe. And here comes Histo walking down, making their way, seeing if they can get anything more. Rest has to be so careful, gets the knockback. Shadow is here just for a little bit of recovery, and they still take the tier 1 in this bottom side.
Yeah, it's all starting to go Team Secret Wales fight, but we'll have a look at how it came in. This is just a steal attempt for Shadow. I don't blame him for trying. I think it is worth stepping up to see if you can get a 50-50. Pout, though, I feel like it's just on a different page to the team. We don't need to be here. There's no fight. There is no angle where we can actually force a fight, though. That is only ever going to be a steal for Shadow. So, Pout, you're just a little bit disconnected from the team.
No, we got third and final coach comm coming through from Seal onto the Secret Wales, looking to just give a little bit more information around what this team's probably looking to do because they have the lead. They're 2k gold up on the side over to Secret Wales. Can CFO recover and still get the clean 2-0 series that they're really hoping for here tonight? We'll have to see as D-Ray isn't having the best game we've been expecting out of this player. They're only at 186 CS, kills down. They haven't really had the pressure or the presence that we usually expect. And TP's now coming in because Baron has just spawned. I have to see his toes making his way across those walls, trying to keep it a little bit alive, but they're looking at Pun, but it looks like they might just be backing off. Oh, his toes like, yeah, oh, my bad, wrong call.
Something to sort of note here is we often see top laners, they want to TP into these objectives, not just because they want to TP in to be at the fight, but they specifically want to TP because you get that massive shield from your top lane quest, something Pun doesn't have access to this game. He will have TP, of course, because that's what the top lane quest does, but he doesn't come in with a big shield that lets him run through the team. And I think in the direct 1v1, Rest with a big HP shield does pretty well. Not so much without it, because he's getting bullied back there, but...
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot going on. You can see, oh, D-Ray throwing out fears, but not going to hit its mark. I guess they're trying to clear out this top side right, Carricks, because they want to get this tower so they can open up the path for a Baron, because Baron is up and alive, and we're just seeing all of CFO right now resetting, and they're even pinging it. Like, CFO's going, are they on the Baron, guys? Like, what's happening here? But a TP down to the bot, trying to stop Pout from taking a tier 1 again. It looks like Secret Whales are maintaining a really good lead, and they're happy to walk away with just the small parts that they're just taking away. They're chipping away at CFO slowly.
Yeah, they don't seem to... Oh, hang on. D-Ray's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, D-Ray could be caught out, throws out the Petrifying Gaze, but it's going to be enough, as you do have Kino. Tidal Wave now used. It is going to hit. That's the Aqua Prism as well. 3 members. I think D-Ray just knows he is no longer for the world. Are they actually going to give this over to Doggo? No way. The calculations. Doggo's like, thank you for the free kill.
Yeah, he's the best one to give it to there. Pout is already accelerated. This Annie doesn't really need more gold. You need to try and catch Doggo up to Eddie. So very good job there from CFO. And even though it takes a little while to kill him, Team Secret Whales don't really fire back anywhere else. So just a good passage of play from the Flying Oysters.
Nice to see. It should have been a little bit more pressure off on those sides, but I don't think they really had the agency to be able to move around the map. But with a dragon up in 35 seconds, you got to suspect that Secret Whales will be making their way. They are on Soul Point. They've got 2k gold up. 80 is very far ahead. 1.5k is sitting on him. 3 items, and one of them is a black cleaver. So that just tells me that I don't think Shadow's going to be able to live too long in these fights, let alone a Corki or an Annie. But at the same time, comes down to who's going to be able to survive the game just that little bit longer. The dragon is spawning.
Shadow is spotted out as he spellbook ghosts.
They're really posturing up pretty hard here, Carricks, and it looks like Shadow is going to be walking up, trying to keep everything, or at least some vision possible, as Pun is the target being looked at. The Ragnarok has been used to avoid the Tibbers, but it is still going to be the dragon that is the prize that everyone's after. Shadow wants to steal, throws out the prism, but it's going to be enough as they're just throwing everything, even the tidal wave. It was stolen away. It was Doggo. It was all him, and now they're trying to return the fight and get the damage off, but it is Rest being charged at. Look at Eddie. He's flushed. It's not enough. He survives on a slither of HP, and it's the steal of the century.
And that heist is so important. Team Secret Whales get nothing in trade. They don't even get that kill onto Rest. And you would have happily given up Rest in order to get the steal. But CFO just take everything. Let's have a look at the replay here. They put a lot of CC into his toe. He is playing the front side of the dragon as we watch Pun running away. But his toe is the one to watch. He's playing the front of the dragon. They drop Tibbers, they drop Nami Wave, they drop Sejuani ult. Where's the smite? It went to 15.
Oh. Disaster.
Brutal stuff. As, yeah, Rest just flashes away. The Nami W made certain, but he was going to survive anyway. Just not quite enough damage.
And it is slowly creeping back for CFO right now. It's a 1.4k gold lead for Secret Whales. Histo It's not the greatest spot to be in. Impale is good. D-Ray is really the only damage, but now here comes Eddie. Tidal Wave has gone out. Shadow unbelievably staying alive in this, but the fear actually stops Pout with the flash forward. It still picked up his toe. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough as Doggo's on the back line getting absolutely minced up by axes. We'll see if they're able to relive some of this fight as a great Aqua Prism rest picks up the kill, but Eddie's in the wings along with D-Ray, and they can secure a little bit more back. They're looking to chase just a bit more. Aqua Prism up onto D-Ray, throwing out the damage. Ooh, Kino has the heals, but it's just not enough. And it was a 2-for-2 trade.
2 for 2 as CFO. Again, it looks bad for them at first, but they fire back. This looks like Shadow is caught. Doesn't realize maybe how many members of TSW are here. But the damage just isn't good enough. The ult is thrown in. It lands onto Doggo from the way, but no follow-up, really. And Pout really is the MVP of this game, in my opinion. This Annie has been landing critical stuns. Of course, can't do anything about Pun, who does manage to run through them. And, I mean, frankly, if it's not for Pun, this goes a lot worse if Doggo's able to contribute to this fight. 2 for 2. No objectives go down. We go back to the holding pattern and we just fight again.
Fight. LCP does love a good scrap. Still a 2k gold lead now. Secret Whales, they're trying to hold on as a little bit more damage is being thrown out. D-Ray trying to have that impact. Shadow back on it again. Whichever team really picks up the Baron here is going to really swing that gold lead again. Eddie's not even in this fight. He's like, guys, let's just shove the waves. Stop it. Think smarter.
Think smarter, not harder. I think that's the motto of this one. As I'm just sort of like trying to scan over items, trying to like look for where the potential plays can come from. Everything available for both teams. Baron on the map, but Dragon in a minute and a half, I think will be the next clash point.
Yeah, the Dragon is the next big one because yes, tower's being taken. Gold is slowly going back again, but Pun really has a lot of work to do. They've picked up those 2 items. Hexblade is looking good, but is it going to be enough to really sustain throughout this entire game? Because like you said, Pout is really looking strong on this Annie pick. They're making it work, and we need to see a little bit more proactivity. Tier 2 going down just to 1 cannon. Not too bad and really helpful for Secret Whales to open up the map a little bit further.
Eddie getting stronger and stronger. This Lucian with the Milio beside him to enable him is constantly able to fish. Doggo oversteps at all. Doesn't have Kino protecting him. Doesn't have Shadow in the wings. He's so vulnerable. Just a dash forward, a piercing light into a culling is more than enough. D-Ray as well, just scoping it out, just throwing that artillery as a teleport is called. 30 seconds to Dragon, and we're getting ready.
Yeah, they're looking for it. They're trying to shove in this wave. They're trying to open up the mid tower, tier 1, just as well. Let's see if they can retrieve it. It's just 5v4 right now. Olaf's in the wings. It is Pun who's sitting off to the side saying, guys, I might be able to come in, be able to do the little scouting from the back. But still, now the fight goes forward. Glacial Prism is going to go through, but it's going to be enough for Shadow's taking a lot of damage. Has to jump over the wall. Tibbers has been dropped. Tidal Wave onto the backside too. Histo down to half health. Has to be very careful. Knocking back Tibbers in this fight and keeping them out is going to be very useful. Histo dangerously low. Has to be super careful as rest. Now, hovering on the bot side. Pun in a bit of a rough spot, but the Dragon is up. So both these teams need the healing. They need the moves. Shadow's been losing a lot of health, and it is now the Dragon being started up. This is where both teams are looking to put that pressure on. Culling's already been used, so has Breath of Life. So getting this little bit of damage mitigated is going to help as they're going straight in. It is secured. It's picked up by Secret Whales. They're going to turn this fight. The tankiness is now coming online. The Impale is good, but Pout's over the wall. It's just too much damage. Eddie is getting it done. Dashing forward, slashing, slicing, flashes forward, is able to pick up a double kill. Kino now is everything in the line. Triple kill for Eddie. He wanted even more, but he can't get over the wall to chase Doggo out. But it was Secret Whales coming in big with that play. They are now at a 4.3k gold lead, and they are pinging at the Baron.
Mountain Soul, 4K gold lead, and soon to be Baron buff. Surely Team Secret Wales have broken this open. Surely they can smell the game 3 going the distance here on a beautiful Sunday night, Pike. Oh my word.
We thought it was going to be a quick night here, Carrick. We thought we were going to be home early. We were going to have a nice, just relaxing time. But no, these teams decided to flip everything on its head. And CFO just couldn't clutch it in this last of the fight. And I'm putting it down to just having a couple extra dragons on the pocket feels great. But Eddie really popped off in that fight. The triple kill was awesome.
Eddie popped off on the back half of that fight, but the real MVP of that fight to me was actually D-Ray. We kind of talked about how the Hui wasn't getting the value we'd like to see, but in that fight, Shadow steps up when Dragon's at about 2.2k. He just thumps a fear into him. As soon as the Sejuani turns around, they burst the Dragon. That fear made it not a 50-50 because they had no other way to stop Shadow getting in. Oh no,
they're looking for a little bit more. Eddie has just been shut down, a big chunk of gold. Let's see if they can pick up Doggo as a return fight. But the healing's just too good, and it is just Secret Wales. They're struggling to hold on. The shutdown was just too good, and Rest is back in this game. And it's Histo and the Secret Wales running for their lives. Pout is still throwing up. Tibbers is good. The Impale is not going to land. Flash out of Histo. They're trying to keep them back as much as possible, and they have to retreat. This is not how you want to use your Baron buffers now. Shadow is still posturing forward. He's unrelenting.
And that is a disaster from Team Secret Wales. Just Eddie on the wrong side of the wall. Just a brain fade, really. They lose a huge amount of time on their Baron. They're now minus 2,000. Why are we on this side of the wall?
Yeah, he shouldn't be there. No one else was with him. Nah, not the play.
And I think Pun has to go for this. He has to go. We have to get something back. We must try and kill Doggo. And he doesn't quite get there. The healing was too good, as you called. And then it's just, we need to run. There's actually a really good Super Mega Fire Kick on the left side that delayed this play. Sort of, in the end, snowballs into his toe getting out. But we're now minus 2,000 gold on the Baron power play. Yes, we still have the Mountain Drake. We are still ahead if we're Team Secret Wales, but we should be in a much, much more commanding position.
Yeah, 9 kills to 9 is not really where you want to be at, and it's only a 2.3k gold lead. Next major objective is going to be that Elder in 2.5 minutes, but look at this. They've still got the Baron buffs. They're still looking to move down these other sides. The Baron power play actually is in the negatives right now. They're down 1.2k because of that one kerfuffle up on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, Eddie's death alone was 1,000 gold shutdown. He was worth so much gold. So as he falls, as Pun falls, CFO claw their way just that little bit back. They've still got a long way to go. They've still got a Mountain Soul to get through, and they don't necessarily have great damage to do it. Mountain Soul is so good into things like Annie, things like Jace. If that poke is hitting into shields instead of real health bars, you're pretty happy about that. But the fact that Team Secret Wales has even opened the door is just not what we expect from this team.
No, it's really not. It's really not. And I'm looking at items now across the board. We're starting to see almost full build. D-Ray's got some nice items, but what is Lucian really going off here? There's a lot going on that we probably need to talk about for a second.
There is a lot to talk about. Yeah, it is a full build Lucian. But not necessarily the highest damage build I can imagine.
Well, almost. One more item is coming. They've got picked up 2 pink wards, so obviously they've got to sit on that a little bit more. They get the 6 items. That's all right. We're close. We're close to full build. We're 1 away.
Yeah, this is the thing with Lucian that I think has been so interesting, basically as long as this champion has been pro-relevant, which is a long time at this point. Lucian's damage never really falls off. Lucian's damage is incredibly high forever. What falls off is his range, and that's why I love this Milio pick to go with him, just to give that cozy campfire, give him a little bit more threat range. But that does only get you so far. You are still playing into a Sejuani and an Annie, and it's just down to like Eddie just has to have ice in his veins.
Yeah, got to be a little bit cold-blooded, but at the same time, you got to look at Corky, who is basically a secondary mid laner, but just a ranged mid laner too. Does have a lot of damage in their pocket, especially as we head into the later stages of this game where it isn't just about the items. Once a champion is full build, it comes down to the pilot, how well they can actually play. It comes down to positioning, movement, synchronization with your team. As now Histo's looking for a little bit more. They pull in Shadow, and he's just going to be sent packing, but no, he gets out alive. They're looking for Doggo now. There's a lot of damage, and it could be a pick here for Secret Wales. They lock down Doggo. That's their big damage target. It's actually fun. He's going insane. They're trying to pick up rest now too. It's a triple kill for this Olaf. We didn't know how relevant it was going to be, but it was relevant. And now the TP out just to stay alive a little bit longer is not going to be enough. And it actually is, Pun being very low. Has to be careful. One more hit. That's the flash stun. It's Pout. He's actually holding on a little bit longer, but now they're looking to chase them out. Get this Annie off the board. Has nothing up. No flash. It's just been used. Electrocute's been at least procced, but it's not the end of the world as here's Rest still surviving. How did they come from bot lane all the way to top?
Very, very good question. As Rest hasn't even used the TP, it wasn't even similar to Pout. But it's going to be Team Secret Wales. They'll pick up an Elder Dragon, the biggest buff that League of Legends can provide. Let's have a look at the replay. This was just Shadow getting caught. As he moves forward, Histo, I mean, they play around the vision a little bit, but in the end, Shadow, he knew he was there, just doesn't respect the Scorpion, gets chunked out, can't provide the front line, and that allows Pun to just carve his way through it. We've been waiting for the Olaf to pay off, and there it is finally.
Oh my lord, and now that they've got the Elder, it's been secured. They can start to look at the Baron. If they get the double buffs, that's usually the final nail in the coffin for any team. You can just walk down with super empowered minions and have that execute online, as they have had to back off quite heavily. Clearing out this last pink ward. It's the final tick. They know they're on the Baron. What can they do? Look at Pout right there, waiting for Eddie to take one false step. I think they just have to give it as no. Pout dancing with fire. Look at this damage from Eddie though. It is phenomenal. They're just mincing through. Baron secured. Baron and Elder now. Carrick's locked in.
It's not often you lose a game when you have both of these buffs at the same time. The game typically ends pretty quickly as they're pushing in. There's not a lot CFO can do. You can't fight into this.
No, especially with the Mountain Soul too. Like, Histo has just tanked this entire tower and has only lost maybe 1,000 health. But now it is Pun off to the side, just trying to put the pressure on. And it looks like Secret Wales, they did not want to lose to the old Kings. They said, we are the young bucks now, and we're here to take you on. As it is Secret Wales going to be looking at the Nexus, but it's a big return fire. Shadow trying to hold on, but it is Pun taking quite low. Impale is good, and he's picked up Rest. They're all a little bit too low. Doggo might have the damage, so you got to be very careful. Histo needs to heal back up a little bit more. Doggo's gone straight back in. It's just too much damage. It is Eddie picking it up. They lock down Eddie too, but it is going to be Secret Wales taking game number 2, and it is a best of 3 of the ages as Secret Wales are taking it to CFO.
Team Secret Wales show why they're undefeated as they right the ship and push us to a game 3, but it wasn't the cleanest way to get there. Whew. Pike, who would have guessed, looking at the schedule today, that this would be a 6-game day? Oh my word.
No one. There's not many people out there that would have guessed that, and you're damn right. It is an absolute bonanza of games tonight, and taking it to 6, I'm a little lost for words, and that's very hard for me to do. I like to talk a lot, and this is craziness. CFO still, even in a losing game, showed incredible signs of life, and were able to really stick it to the Secret Wales. It was just the Secret Wales able to do a little bit more and to take it a bit further, and it came down to having really strong Dragon priority.
Exactly, and this is something we see Team Secret Wales always prioritizing. They love to just stack the dragons, create that as their win condition, and it pays off in spades. It was the fact that they could force those fights, that CFO had to respond to them, that let them push this home. But like, there's a whole nother game, and the champion pools are getting really restricted.
Oh yeah, and we're gonna look at these coach comms. Let's just listen to them for a little bit. I want to see what, at least trying to understand what Seal's trying to say.
Sure.
một nhịp đi, xong rồi con rồng còn 1 phút á, thì mình chạy ra mid, mình kiểm soát cho Lucian với Milo, mình cương cái tam giác bên phải, hiểu ý không? Rồi anh Thành ơi. Giờ hai sụp trên rồi, sụp các vượt trên rồi. Sụp cầm lá đó xíu nó đi lá mình bắn luôn. Sau lên. Rớt giết đi, cẩn thận thăm mình đi.
Absolutely riveting.
I think, look, as much as I don't speak Vietnamese, I don't know what's being said. You can tell that it is reasonably calm.
Yes,
like that was during a fairly hype play, but then, you know, there's clear voices. I obviously can't necessarily identify every voice, but it's not everyone yelling over each other. It's fairly clear. It's just pretty good. Like even here, they're just calling, I've got a pick, I assume, something like that. And it's all clean. And this is what I like about Team Secret Wales, and it's you can contrast them to another Vietnamese team like Gum. I think Team Secret Wales is excellently coached. I think that's the biggest difference between Team Secret Wales and a lot of the other teams, is not just that their players are incredible. Their players are incredible, but that's not all. They also have a coaching staff and an in-game calling system that really elevates them to even higher levels.
Yeah, no, that's an absolutely fantastic point. And even this play here from Shadow really started to set that tempo and give a lot of lead to Pout. Couldn't follow up that final kill. The fact that Pout gets a second kill here is actually insane. But you're right. It comes down to how well can you communicate with your players, especially in this new system where Coach Comms are giving insights live in the game. It's a very different kind of flavor. And I think what's nice about it is you have to be calm. You can't go in and be like, guys, what are you doing? You can't psych them out, because that's not what you want in a professional game. It's the opposite. You need to be smooth, calm, collected, and keep these guys head on straight, because in these games, you can lose yourself a little bit.
You really can. A lot of it is just controlling emotion. As we saw, there were so many plays that were just decided by knife's edges. And even, it sounds so silly, but even just like, if you're too hyped, your hands shake a little. And that can make a huge difference. It can just be a crucial skill shot miss. And it is the role of the coach to make sure that even when things are really close and we do really need to play our best, we have to, the coaches need to be insisting that our best is just, that's what we do every day. We practice this game every day. We scrim, we practice, we talk about this game. Just do what we practiced.
Yeah. Sometimes that's what you need, is it just we do it every day. We know how to win. These are all the top tier players. They're all very high in solo queue. They know how to play into all matchups. They know the limit testers. Now's the time to really push those limits. And it's nice to see CFO, that has been somewhat struggling in the league of late, really show up and actually start to push the buttons of Secret Wales, because we never knew that oysters could affect a whale's tummy ever so slightly like this. But look at this play. This was Eddie actually popping off. And if we do get to a Secret Wales win, I think it's going to be Eddie as my MVP.
I mean, certainly after this game, even game one, had a pretty... Yeah, look, let's not talk about that. I think it's hard to say. I think D-Ray... Hui is a bit of an understated champion in that he doesn't necessarily have super big pop-off moments, but he did deal a huge amount of damage, was landing some really critical fears. Histo, honestly, not the greatest game one, so maybe not player of the match contention, but this game on the Skarner did everything he needed to do.
Yeah, no, you're so right. We're very impactful in these fights, and even here, locking down Shadow and starting to get this fight a little bit more into the pockets for Secret Wales. They're really trying to lock it down, Kino, and look at Pun here, absolute demon on the backline. Saw Resta was like, nah, you're too healthy, and they just instantly flashed forward away to secure some kills. The triple was looking good, burning the flashes out, but this was just a really it was a good game out of Secret Wales, but not the cleanest game out of Secret Wales. So I'm really excited to see what they can do into this next and final game of the night. Can CFO really take back this sort of lead that they had in the first game, or is it going to be a Secret Wales favored game again, and they're going to keep their spot on the leaderboard? Carrick, let's go to a short break. Stay tuned. It is CFO versus Secret Wales. This is all action-packed. We'll see you there.
Give thanks to the haters and praise for the gracious. Make way for the greatness. Take hold on my wings with a leap of the faithless. Don't wait, dedication. Put the work in now, this is my renaissance. With a little bit of class, with a little bit of fuss. Many men try, but they can't be me. With a little bit of trust, with a little bit of gruff. Many one blind, but they can't be seen. Take a little bit of grit, take a little bit of that. Take a little bit of this, take a little bit back. Let me see, stand down, let me hear you get loud. When you hear the word shout, my renaissance.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
It has been a long night and a big weekend here for the LCP here tonight, Carrick, and we are in our 6th and final game of a 2 best-of-3 series. Wow. Who thought we were going to get here?
Absolutely no one. But with the quality of the game, can we like hot swap it to a best of 5? Can we just play more?
I kind of want to go to bed to some degree.
I'll be fine.
Look, I love a best of 5. Don't get me wrong, but after a best of 3 is a pretty rough rough, tall order, but still, we've got a game coming up. It is going to be the final one, CFO versus Secret Wales. It's been neck and neck. These two teams are unrelenting, and who wants to take the throne once again? Yes, Secret Wales are maintaining their position on the leaderboard, but CFO, I think they've just got something to prove, and that's even more dangerous, if anything. A man willing to die for just that is a man I fear. So honestly, CFO, they've got a lot to prove and a lot to work on, but I think they have what it takes to really stick it to these Secret Wales.
We'll have to see if they've got it in them to take down the king. CFO, what else have you got cooked? So far, the drafts have been very cooked, or very well prepared, I should say. We've seen Sejuani, we've seen junglers pushed to their limits. We've seen the Trundle in Game 1. Shadow just hasn't really played a meta jungler yet. Maybe we just keep in Pantheon in Game 3 and say like, all right, man, you've earned just a normal one.
Yeah, you just play something fun. Let's get you on some damage. You don't need to be a tank anymore.
Exactly. I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, Nefiri is just still available. It probably gets banned out, but it's still up. Still exists. Jarvan as well still needs to soak a ban. There it is. Ashe and Bard, the other one's taken down.
Yeah, look, again, getting into the Ashe, we've already talked about how it cancels out quite a few other champions like the Seraphine. But I'm also thinking with the nerfs to Zeri, I'm not sure if she's going to be making a return into that sort of comp anyway, but Orianna being banned out tells me Pantheon is probably not far off being banned out also. What do you think about that? Do you think Pantheon might make it through? I think he's going to get banned.
It might. I think it's interesting because I think Shadow really loves the Pantheon, but if you go and watch his Pantheon game last week, it was criminal. So I'm not too surprised to see CFO banning it, maybe away from Shadow a little bit. But his toe as well has been a big Pantheon enjoyer. I don't think we let that one through. But where do we go? I think
through.
Yeah, I think Lee Sin or Nefiri must get through, right?
Yeah, that's it. And there's the Nocturnes that tells me, yeah, it is going to be Nefiri or Lee Sin. Nefiri has been that higher priority for these junglers as well. So I guess how would a Lee Sin fare into a Nefiri? I think it probably wouldn't be the right call. You probably need something that's a little bit tankier too. Like we could even see as we're getting into the deeper pools, maybe even like a Maokai could be coming back into the fray. But a Gnar being first hovered, potentially first pick here for rest, could spell a Vayne in Game 3. It's a Vi instead.
A Vi? Okay, that is the other big jungler that's up, but I think the theory does just make a lot of sense in response. Obviously, don't have to pick it immediately. Getting Pun Jax make a lot of sense. I think Jax is actually in play. Yorick also not too bad. I really don't want to see that cannon that was summoned. But they're just thinking about it. I think the only thing we can read is that they want Pun's champion, or they're going to divert and take a Nefiri.
Nefiri makes the most sense, right? It's so strong at the moment, can negate a lot of the damage. I think it's obviously the right call into this comp. Now, what do you pair it with in the mid lane? Because you did see that they were hovering over the Ahri, and I feel like it is like that Ahri-Vi combo that can be very effective. So putting in the Aurora, I don't know. I have some slight doubts about this.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora is something that D-Ray has played a lot of. He's looked good on it, but picking it this early is a little bit risky. You don't want it to get picked away, of course. I mean, we don't have a huge amount of meta mid laners still up. That said, maybe there was enough that we priored support or something here. It's tricky to say.
Oh yeah, Yanara Lulu is still up and ready to go. It's been so strong, and in the hands of Doggo too, with Kino, I think it could be the winning technology that this team has been looking for. There's the Lulu already locked in, so it makes sense that they probably will lock in the Yanara here right now.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Don't want to let that get picked away. Unless it's all a bait and we've got something else planned. But I think Yanara just makes a lot of sense. It's something Doggo's really good on. It obviously pairs super well with it. Ooh, Zeri would be a bit of a thought, but I think the Yunara, yeah. Lock that in. And then what do we pick here if we're Team Secret Wales? It's got to be a top laner, right?
Well, you could pick a priority AD carry, right? Like you could pick something that's going to go well into this. Like the Jhin sort of comes to mind as one of these sort of sit back and deal some good damage. But Nara as well, maybe taking away that top laner, it does open up the Vayne top for rest. But I feel like we've seen one too many times the double AD carry champions not be the greatest sort of tools in the shed. So I'm not sure how this is going to play out, but some really good front to back coming in for Secret Wales here.
Yeah, and this is so interesting because that Gnar, as you said, this is a pick away from rest. But the Gnar hasn't worked very well for rest. It's interesting because I've gone back and like looked over the games. I don't think it's Rest's fault. I think he actually plays the Gnar really, really well. His team is very bad at playing around Gnar. Gnar's a weird champion. He has this weird bar that I have to think about, and that's the only time he's allowed to ult. So taking it away from CFO, in a way, I think helps them.
Yeah, but it now comes down to what do you pair it against? Like, what is going to be the counter pick? We talked about that Vayne, but it's not worth banning a Vayne at this point. But now we can see on the other side, CFO can just start banning AD carries. They can look at those strong picks. Xayah is one of them, so that cancels out the Xayah Rakan. It's going to open it up to something a little bit more less in meta, and Victor being banned out, clearly there's some technology here that Secret Wales don't want CFO having with this Victor and the new runes.
Which I think does make a huge amount of sense. Pout has been having a very good series. Has just been really impressive, honestly, since he's come on to CFO. Has been a big lift for them. Makes sense to choke out his champion pool. Don't make it easy for him. There's potentially another ADC to be taken away. Callista removed. Another champion that Eddie does really love to pick up when he's pushed.
Yeah, that's absolutely, but it's also what do you pair with it? And the Rel was still up, so we could be looking at like a Rel misfortune here potentially, but the Caitlyn also making it through the ban. Caitlyn Lux could be a lot of damage if they decide to go for that really strong lockdown, but I feel like the Lux wouldn't pair too great with like an Aphiri unless you're able to lock them down a bit harder. It really will dictate where Pun will go as this Gnar is the big question. In fights, I mean. In fights.
In fights, yeah. It's an interesting one as Pout looking towards the Akali has been a very coin flippy matchup with the Aurora. This isn't sort of like when we see the Akali into the Orianna. Twisted Fate could have been interesting. The Talia, we saw it earlier, is starting to creep back into priority.
I don't mind it. The Weaver's Wall for just breaking up the fights too is always good. Isolate your opponents. It's going to be hard to isolate D-Ray on this Aurora's between worlds. We'll be able to get you out of dodge, but there's a Yorick now being picked up. It's going to be so hard to deal with, but luckily Gnar has a little bit of an easier time because you can just sit back and just keep poking him out, and there's the instant Lux lock-in. We haven't seen this combo in a hot minute, but I'm here for it because it's so much damage, Carricks.
It's a really abusive bot lane, and when you've got a Lulu and a Yunara that don't have access to easy mobility, you can just get constant poke from that Lux E. It's that people say that E is a skill shot. They're lying to you. It is point and click. And you just get that instant follow-up with the binding. If you are ever hit by a binding, you are taking 3/4 of your health because a trap is appearing under your feet every single time. This bot lane is so hard to play into, and it's honestly, Vi is uniquely not great into Caitlyn. Not just because, you know, canon, they don't want to fight, they're too in love with each other, but also because when you come down from the Vi ultimate, you land in the same place every time. It's actually really easy to put a trap there. You see the Vi ult charging towards you, put a trap behind you and just go, okay, you're going to knock me up, but then you're going to stand in a trap.
Yeah, correct. It's very similar to how you play against a Zed. Is that you always know the shadow is going to be popping out afterwards from that last bit of the ulti, so you can just do the exact same thing. It's a very predictable thing for a Caitlyn to do. That's why I like to ban it out. But still, we're looking at these two teams. We're in the final match of the night here, Carricks. We've made it all the way. We have one more to go. and then we can call it a night. But still, it is Flying Oysters versus the Secret Whales. Both these teams so much to prove, wanting to show their worth to the LCP community, and it is this game 3 where they get to decide who is the real king. And I am down and out for this game. Honestly, yeah, I see a question there. Better draft. What do you think has the best draft in this game? And I'm kind of thinking Secret Whales have a really nice, easy game going ahead for them.
I think Team Secret Whales draft is really easy to play. And I think when you're in game 3 of a second series, it's not just us that are tired. The players are going to be a little bit tired as well. Surely they're very resilient. These guys know what they're doing. But I think this is just a go forward draft. I think it makes a lot of sense. Eddie should be very strong in this lane. There's just not a lot of counterplay into Caitlin Lux. And I also just don't think the Yorick was necessarily the pick for top.
Yeah, I think the Yorick's going to be putting in a lot of that good side pressure. We saw Evie doing that tonight too, and it was working. It just didn't get the lead that I think it needed to be able to disrupt the game to the point where they could come back. So I'm excited to see what the usage is going to be here for Rest and how they're going to be playing into this one, as lots of damage and really good trade there for Pout.
Yeah, it does do well. Actually, a pretty cool mechanic I never even really thought of course, is that the Talia Toblerone field does actually stop that little knockback from the Aurora W. So actually not a super easy trading pattern if you're D-Ray. Have to keep an eye on how that one sort of develops, because Talia only sort of just now coming back into the meta.
Did you have to call it the Toblerone field? Because you know I'm hungry.
I'm hungry too. I think that's why I called it that.
Look, at this rate, we'll be doing our 3 a.m. Macca's run. But you know what? That's okay. We're in for this last one. And you're right. It is BA and Eddie posturing so aggressively, really trying to force it back. Look at the CS lead already. They just cannot walk up. I think the big thing of note here is if Doggo can hold out and just get 3 items, maybe at 35 minutes when they have 50 CS, they might be able to do something.
This is the interesting thing about Caitlin, and Caitlin, I think, is such a unique ADC in how she interacts with items and that, because it's sort of like the anti-Lucian in that her damage does fall off. This is a champion that has no AoE, as Histo is just lurking around. I'll stop talking for a second because there's a fight.
I don't even think there's going to be a fight. I feel like it was just a bit of pressure. They're really just trying to shut Doggo out of this game because it's 33 CS to 13, and it's only 3.5 minutes, Carrick. This is just so rough to see, and this is just the power of this lane. You just can't walk up.
Yeah, but just to finish my point, Caitlin is sort of the anti-Lucian in that her damage does fall off. She has no access to like consistent AoE, consistent attack speed boosts in her kit. Her kit is honestly kind of bad once you leave the mid game, outside of like the traps. They're buttons that don't give you a lot of damage. Ooh, as a BA, never mind. But she has so much range, so her damage falls off, but she's just ridiculously safe. She stands ridiculously far away and just right clicks on people with headshots. There will come a time where, yes, Doggo will outscale in raw damage, but actually delivering that damage is so much easier for Eddie.
Yeah, no, that's it. And I think being able to sit behind not only like Pun in their mega form is going to make it really, really easy in these team fights to be able to get those crits off. Because you're right, I think they do somewhat fall off, but it's more a case of can they still be relevant is the big question. Falling off is out of the question. It's can you do something in these fights? Can you still deal enough damage to afflict something and get that change out of it? As D-Ray is taking a lot of heat. Pout is absolutely playing Talia like a fiddle and is playing so well tonight. Honestly, if CFO win this, Pout's my MVP. They have been playing extraordinary.
I totally agree. They have been pretty fantastic. And I also think if CFO is going to win, Pout has to be a really huge part of it. I think this Talia is really important in this game, stopping the Nefiri coming in as Rest gets a good trade there. But the Maiden is low and Pun should be able to clean it up.
Yeah, getting back into that mini Gnar form, but knowing mini is down and the Mega Gnar has to be like built back up. Shadow's waiting in the wings, so if they can shove in this wave, it could be a free dive. Shadow's only level 5 though, doesn't have that cease and desist just yet. So it could be a little bit of a scuffed dive. Flash is available. You can see D-Ray is here waiting in the wings, obviously suspect that something is going to happen. See if the between two worlds might be enough to cancel it out, but no, it's just a first blood. Shadow's able to walk in so easy. Oh, the return fire. D-Ray read it well, and it was a 1-for-1 trade. You can even see it is Histo on this dragon, securing an objective.
Yeah, Team Secret Wales just got the read on it. Just took a little bit too long to shove the wave in. The benefit of a ranged top laner. Pun delayed the crash for so long that D-Ray was in position. It's a 1-for-1.
Ooh.
And pressure on the bot side. Gets a flash, gets an objective. Team Secret Wales will be happy with the trade.
Oh, absolutely. Getting the flash there too out of Kino is going to be detrimental. Like, imagine how much pressure you can be putting in now again as Lux Caitlyn when this Lulu cannot even get close without getting blasted. So it's going to be a rough one. We're going to have to start seeing some more jungle intervention in this bot side if they're really going to start having to get that pressure back, because we've got a cull now being picked up for Doggo. So clearly just saying, we just need to farm this out, my guy. Let's just sit comfy and hope for the best. Because Eddie is just miles ahead, 30 CS up at 7 minutes is nigh unheard.
Yeah, also kind of interesting, has gone that Doran's bow, the new starting item. I've seen people going back and forth on the maths on these new starting items. My understanding, from what I've sort of read, the smarter people in the community say, is that if you think you can never fight in your lane, if you're saying, we lose every fight, which, yeah, against Caitlyn Lux you do, Doran's bow is better because you'll heal more off the minions. So good choice there by Doggo. Just an interesting thing to sort of point out, because of course you do see the Doran's blade for Eddie, because, yeah, you absolutely want to fight if you're the Caitlyn side of the matchup.
Oh, that's a really good point, actually. Yeah, because you get a little bit of that extra Omni Vamp, but you sort of want the damage, not the speed, which is the big difference, is there's damage over speed. So yeah, I can actually see that. If you're just trying to survive and weather the storm, you go the bow.
Yeah, exactly. And I've been good on Doggo. He's read his patch notes, and it will be
flash available for Kinos. They're looking for the next pickup. Histo looking for a recharge back in. Pout could not handle the heat, and that's a hot dog.
Oh, and we're getting hungrier and hungrier as the game goes on. And Shadow does trade his mid laner's life for some grubs. So at least CFO constantly able to fire back. And even though the gold lead is getting a little bit worrying, it's 1.8k. A lot of that's in bot side. A lot of that was sort of predetermined from draft.
Yes, and I feel like we might be getting our first tower before 10 minutes at this point, because Kino burning that flash was such a big thing of note, and I think it cannot be stressed enough that losing a flash this early in the game into this kind of matchup is a disaster. Because now look where Histo is. Looking back down in this bot side, they've got the clear vision. One false step, one false move could be a dead Doggo to another Doggo, and that's a jungle matchup we love to see. As there's the bind. Let's see if they can do the damage off. Kino taking a half health already, but Doggo's jumping forward. He's wanting the fire. What's Histo doing? He's looking to go in as the Weaver's Wall over to the backside, and he's trying to survive out a little bit longer. Good flash across the wall. There's a headshot going in. The team is now looking good. Let's see if there's going to be anyone. There's the ace in the hole. Damage comes out from Histo's, locking down one. Kino getting taken out too. D-Ray is showing why these guys are the king of the rift for the LCP, as it was a beautiful two-member take for the side of the Secret Wales.
Yeah, I mean, that was just dominant stuff. Histo getting aggressed on.
Oh, but cancelled out. The ultimate could not get the call. The hounds, but still, Histo still picks him up with a little bit of damage. There was a good shutdown, but it just wasn't enough. At 80 picking up Shadow, and now they're looking down the first tower.
Oh, he got a little bit of healing there as he picked up a kill. Was able to survive just one more spell. We'll have to have a look at this. It's going to be a long replay, as it was Kino just taking a huge amount of damage. I like what Doggo does here, recognizing that Lux can't really do anything. Just trying to chunk Eddie out, but Eddie just managing to get just over the wall. A binding from BA saves the play. And then it's just D-Ray and his toe. They arrive, they run the Rift. They're too high health, they've got full mana, they've got their cooldowns up. I do want to just have a look at this play. His toe lives on single-digit HP as he gets aggressed on here. Really good interrupt. The ult was stopped by my ult. And then it's just a little bit of shielding. It's the double luck shield. Keeps him alive just long enough to bring the damage.
Yeah, it's actually insane. And those dogs were the reason that they were able to do so much more. They charged forward onto Doggo, and then they just couldn't handle it because it was just about 5 or 6 dogs that went down. So it was a really nice pickup, and the Dragon is up in 3 seconds, clearing out these early wards. It could be an easy pickup for Secret Wales. They want to start stacking these Dragons once again. We do know CFO, being on red side, have an easier sort of take on being able to get to these Dragons, just with easier access to the pit. But you can already see his toe's already there.
His toe is already there, stacking up the Dragons. Again, Team Secret Wales, they're nothing if not consistent. When the Dragon spawns, they're there. They're going for it as we are just watching this top lane where it's just a little bit of a slugfest. Just trading back and forth. We want to just constantly, if you're pun, you're just constantly trying to take out the Maiden. Is Shadow just lurking at the moment? Don't think there's a play to be made.
No, but I think they're going to be careful because, yeah, they haven't been spotted out on wards. They're still trying to figure out where they're going. And Eddie moving up here, this is a really smart rotation because it's just going to stop Rest from being able to push in and get so much more onto this tower. Only one plate has gone over, but he didn't actually get the gold because he didn't hit it.
Yeah, exactly. And the big thing, of course, is that now Eddie, he's on top side. There's more tower plates for him to mine. This is the Caitlyn experience. Wherever there is a tower plate, there is also a Caitlyn. That's, I think, a law of the universe. As Eddie, he's just going to get even further ahead of Doggo. It's 2,000 gold.
Yeah, that's really gross. That's only 1 kill too. This is just all the tower plates as well. You can see we're waiting. Shadow's off to the side, wanting to go onto Eddie. Cease and desist into this back line, but that's a good bit of damage. Doggo has picked up BA, but there's just no return. Look at the recharge. Hippo has absolute fire in his belly. Ace in the hole from downtown. He's going to lock it in, and it is the Secret Wales coming out really clutch, and it's just a wallet diff once again.
Yeah, and that's a fight that CFO started. They wanted that play. I don't blame them with how fast they did pick up the first kill. It looked like maybe it could go well, but D-Ray hit. We'll see it in this replay. D-Ray did so much damage that it made Hizdo's life unbelievably easy. BA gets one shot, but he's already done his job, and bang! Look at that W across 3. From D-Ray, and then it's just cleanup time. No one can come in to help Mr. President out. BA's dead.
Yeah, BA getting shut down, but another tower topside going over to this Caitlyn. 2.3k gold up, another kill in the pocket. But yeah, BA just got caught out. I wonder if we'll get a replay.
I'm sure we will, and I can already bet that it was BA walking into the enemy jungle, and just playing ridiculously aggressive. Because, yep, there it is. He walked at them, he played really aggressive, and he got punished. This is the give and take of BA. BA is an incredible player. In my opinion, he's the best support in the league, and he is a massive credit to Team Secret Wales. But you do have to contend with the fact that sometimes he's a psychopath. That is just the reality. Yeah. You have BA on your team, you get the best support in the league. You also get a psychopath.
Ooh, D-Ray here as well doesn't realize that they're all looking this bot side. Might be able to use the ulti just to get off to the other end. There it is, able to dash over, and now they're looking to even keep going, but no, the flash out is good, and a 1v3 able to survive? Pretty rare nowadays.
Very true, but while we're talking about psychopaths and watching D-Ray, Pike, would you mind just looking at his first item? Oh, hang on a second, Eddie's in trouble.
Oh my god, he could be caught out. The flick is too good. Eddie is low, but he's getting a good shield. It's not enough. He does get shut down and Haken out. He's going to get the return kill, but yeah, a Magi's.
First item Magi's Giga Chad.
Nice. Yeah, look, honestly, that is a pretty hectic item to start with. You got to have some very serious cojones to go for that.
And then this was just a little bit silly from Eddie, honestly. Just gets caught trying to land a snipe in the mid lane. But in the end, I mean, he does so much damage before he goes down that it just ends up as a 1-for-1. It's positive for CFO. Of course, there was a shutdown. They're happy about it. But now it's a 6-1 dog. We've talked about Eddie so much. He has a huge individual gold lead. But, like, there's a 6-1 dog. I don't even know how much the Caitlyn matters.
And you look at the items on it too. Spirit Shojin plus the Black Cleaver. Like, I'm looking at that and going, what can you actually really do? Because Histo will jump on you and just take out half your health instantly. We're still waiting for items to come online. Caitlyn's not even close to getting that IE completed, but once it is, these headshots are going to hurt, and you got to be a little bit concerned for what it is CFO is going to be able to do into it.
It's a really, really good question. There's the Herald. There's a big snipe coming in just to poke Doggo out. The most annoying thing about Caitlyn ult is just using it to just poke and be annoying.
It's still got the charge off. Oh, it's so hard to see. But oh, you could see the vision. It just wasn't enough. But Shadows on the back end, they'll walk out and be found on a ward instantly. I think they know that there's a ward there. But if Eddie's not careful, he's walking into a bad spot. He's going to get caught out. It is Eddie on the wrong side. Shadow's done a really good job, able to lock it down. Cease and desist not even needed. Eddie just wrong place, wrong time. Now it's Histo getting caught out. Up into it, but the big mega does get it done. Between Worlds is so strong. Pun trying to jump back out. It is BA, got no mana trying to hold this line, but it was CFO that came out clutch in that fight.
Yeah, it was just Shadow. He just snuck into that brush. Eddie just had absolutely no idea there was even a chance for him to be there. D-Ray did a lot of damage back. They get 1 kill, but 1 for 3 you will take. And oh, never mind. Call it a 2 for 3. D-Ray the Assassin adds another couple pages to... Oh, no way.
Oh, my lord.
All right, 3 for 3, you'll take that. Because you do get the dragon. Okay, D-Ray.
So he jumped over the wall and stayed out of vision the whole time. He waited for ages.
Yeah, and then it's just Eddie just completely caught. He does a good job kiting back. I actually think if there's no TP coming in here, like maybe he lives a little longer. But at that point, once Eddie's gone, once they're this caught out, BA can't participate in the fight. His toes caught in a weird position. There's no real way of fighting back. And I mean, I don't know if the replay is going to show all of it, but D-Ray just going on a... It's kind of a turnaround. Normally you go rabbit hunting, but this was a hunting rabbit. Surprise!
Got you. And still maybe caught shopping as well. Didn't expect them to commit fully, but that was blind. That's insane.
Yeah, it was blind, just thinking, hey, maybe someone's there. And he comes up in stealth, so pretty hard for Kino to react to.
Oh, and Pun is being looked at. Shadow wants to come in, cease and desist, Weaver's Wall as well, just to really secure this Gnar. Gonna get Mega. Big Gnar hits. It's enough damage, but here's the final spark too. It just doesn't get it done. Pout is so low. They just need to hit him once. It's D-Ray trying to hold this line. The Between World is good, and it's a double kill for this mid laner. 7-0-8. They can clean up these fights like they were born to do it. The Magi's first item kind of working in his favor.
Yeah, look, I think Medjai's first item is very weird, but if I could go 25 stack Medjai's first item, I certainly would. And that's basically what D-Ray has done this game. He is a big, big bunny. Pun just manages to get Mega Gnar at the last second here. It was actually kind of just because he got to get a couple autos on Yorick Ghouls. As the damage just goes insane. They get the Gnar, but at what cost? As D-Ray writes more names in his death note.
Look, it just feels like it's a slight desperation play. They committed 3 ultimates there into that fight. And all they got was a nah. The rest of the team was able to do it. The flash forward. Oh, Kino already burning out the wild growth. And a TP from Pun is bringing the fight back up to this top side because Baron is up and rearing to go. If Kino's not in this fight, they might be able to go and sneak it.
They can definitely pressure it. They've got a really strong ADC. It's a 2-item Caitlyn, does a lot of damage to objectives. You can't walk into D-Ray. It's really hard to even just go look at the Baron pit because D-Ray might be in one of these brushes and basically the only person who doesn't get one shot is Shadow.
Yeah, that's right. And that's going to be very hard to deal with. But still, now they're looking at this top tier 2. As it is going to be Secret Wales pushing on the pressure. The heat is on. They have the 4.7k gold lead. They've just confirmed the tower. Now they need to be careful because that is a TP play onto the backside. They're getting caught out. Eddie as well is the one they need to be watching for. Maintain and protect the president. Caught inside. Cease and desist right on in. And it is D-Ray who got targeted instead. Losing all those Magi stacks is a disaster. And Eddie's over the wall. Blast cones away. And it is still a huge play and a really good read from CFO. And they're looking at the Baron.
And I don't really know what Team Secret Wales can do here. Losing D-Ray, losing BA. Oh, that's a lot of damage going across the team. That might help them out. I can't quite see Baron's health bar, but it can't be too healthy. Doggo's been working on it.
Yeah, getting rid of the Maiden here is going to be very helpful, but this Baron is very low, 6k health. It's only been 2 members, Doggo and Shadow, trying to get it done. Here's the Nug, gets cancelled out, trying to go for the re-engage. Histo has to jump up, just trying to stay a little bit longer alive. Oh, it's the damage! They've picked up Doggo. They might not be able to do it. And now they're looking for Shadow. Easy jump on in. Is going to be enough damage? Is it still rest picking up Pun? It's just this Baron doing the work. Eddie's coming back in. This could be an ace. It could be all she wrote, but instead they're looking to turn back onto the Baron. The whole team of CFO caught out and could not hold the line. They just fed it to them.
TY for leash. They just helped them out in the end. This game is being decided by inches. And this starts out so well for CFO. Rest gets 2 in the baby cage. No response possible. Eddie just has to run. He can't help D-Ray with the Vi. BA, of course, just sacrificed. But the turnaround comes, and it's just a really fantastic passage of play by Histo. He's able to just dance on the edge of the fights. As D-Ray having a scuffle in live, but we'll have a look at that in a bit. Pun, actually, his Mega gets stuffed here. He goes in, but he's completely stopped by Pout and by Rest, zoning on the side. Yeah, the wild growth is actually what does it. Pun gets a one-man nard. Not really good enough, but look at Histo just dancing around the fight. We're back to live and D-Ray's gone.
Yeah, it's just too much. As there's Doggo getting jumped on again. There's a wild growth to cancel it out, but the second you cancel it, you're going to get those resets too. There they go. Does get cancelled and pushed back too, but Pout now has to be very careful. They're charging them down. They do have some members with the Baron. It is jungle and the bot lane that can move the map, and look at this wave mid. Oh, that's a big wave mid.
Well, what a game. I think, what did you predict? 13-9 in kills? 20 and 13 already. I mean, I don't blame you. Based on the first 2 games, I definitely wouldn't have been predicting something quite this bloody. This has been non-stop, but how did D-Ray get caught out here? Oh, it's just Doggo. Really good stuff there.
Yeah, it landed everything and it had a lot of damage. Weaver's wall came down and was able to lock down a little bit more. A really good pick there, and Pat. But Pun was also just in this area, and this is where we saw Histo really start to shine.
Yeah, that we did. I mean, look, Keno's doing his job. He's interrupted a lot of ults with his wild growth, but unfortunately, you can't keep Nefiri down for long. The resets just a little bit too strong. If we come back to live, and CFO are getting some gold back. They're going to take down a tower, but have a look at the bot lane.
Yeah, you got 3 members strong. They've still got the Baron buff, 30 seconds on it, as it's only a 2k Baron play. They can get this tower. It might be a little bit more, but sadly, that one tower they lost gave over the objective bounty, so it has sort of reset to that 1.2. See if Pun can hold on just a little bit longer and stop the push, but it is going to be Rest backing off, and we're waiting on the next dragon. It's 3 minutes up, and we're on Soul Point for Secret Wales.
Soul Point Baron buff running out. Team Secret Whales about 5,000 gold ahead. Shadow again sneaking in, but this time he's spotted.
Oh, sneaky spot. He does have a GA available, but there's a lot of damage coming in now. Needs to be. What? Where did that come from? What was that damage just then? Yes, they have the GA. Can they go for the re-engage? They get the cancel. Between Worlds is a good amount of damage, but the rest of the team have to back on out, and it is going to be Eddie picking up Shadow here. There's a big wave starting to build in this bot side. Maybe they look to walk it up.
And this is the power of the Caitlyn. Basically, GA just can't really do anything because when you res, there's a trap under your feet. When you ult, there's a trap under your feet. All of these, every single time your character is forced to stop moving, Eddie is just going to put a trap down, and that's what happens here. Shadow, I kind of respect it, but they spot him, they know he's there. He's rooted, he's trapped. It's a big headshot as Eddie just rips the damage into him. And he tries to get away, gets knocked in. There's another trap put under him just before he comes back up. Eddie takes his head off again. I mean, it's getting pretty rough.
Yeah, and I think this next Baron is going to be the big decider. I think if Secret Whales can get it, they will just walk down mid lane and take the game right then and there. But still, we have to get to that point because there's also a dragon up and it's soul point. So do we get the flip of objectives? Because I think giving, especially an Infernal Soul over to Secret Whales here is not a great call because it is so much damage, especially with Eddie, who has now completed their 4th item and the crit is online.
Ooh, the crit is more than online. It is doing everything for Eddie. Can we find our way back in? Doggo's, it's hard for Doggo now because he's got to play that kind of short. Oh dear.
What is Shadow doing? What is Shadow doing?
Shadow was trying to find a flank.
And just gone, no GM, but picks up one in the trade, so not the end of the world as Doggo is able to pick up D-Ray. Where did Doggo go? He's just been blasted into oblivion, rests on the backside, they're looking for the refight, but it is Kino who's going to die. Weaver's Wall to join back in. Pout, I don't know where you're also trying to go in this fight too, but you have to be so careful, as here comes Histo jumping over the wall, Dragons up in 10 seconds, and CFO have just lost every single member of the team. And now here's Rest being chased down like a dog, shut out of this game, and Pun just absolutely can't handle it. Pout as well is under the tower, and an ace going over to Secret Whales with an Infernal Drag to boot, and the Baron up in 5 seconds. This is where you close it out. Oh,
Soul secured, ace secured, Baron buff about to join it, and I mean, I think this is Shadow is looking. He knows that with the dragon spawning in 30 seconds, he must find a flank, but he just doesn't realize he's been spotted on a ward. At this point, he looks a little bit silly, but I understand what he was trying to do, and he even manages to get the trade onto D-Ray, but the rest of CFO just isn't here. Rest comes in, but this is the downside of this Yorick, is that he just has to walk at people, and if there's any peel, he just has to walk away. This is all just cleanup. They just chase them down. Pout was trying to get back to Rest so they could try and walk out together. But look at his toe as he moves over here. He chunks Pout, gets him low, and then just gives him a little dance, just chases his tail for a second and watches as CFO's hopes collapse. Is now an 8,000 gold lead. It is Infernal Soul. It is Baron buff. It is the biggest dog you'll ever dang see.
Oof. I like a big dog.
I like a big dog.
But now it is one of the final pushes about to be coming through as we are waiting for Secret Whales to push up and break open this base. You got D-Ray up on the top side as well with the Baron buff in tow, pushing in topside. Now with the wave finally connecting in mid, they're able to start chunking out this tower, and that was like 5 auto attacks from the Caitlyn, was able to do half that tower's health. Now it's about how do they clean out this game and really close it out as well as possible. Final spark hits, but isn't going to be enough as this is the first inhib going over. Now they're rotating up top. Rest needs to be careful as where did that maiden go? One of the main parts of Rest impact in this fight is having a maiden out on the board, and it's just melted away as it is now. Secret Whales pushing forward. They're looking at that final tower base as they're looking at the Nexus. They want to take a little bit more. Yes, one is gone. Can they take a second? There's no defense coming out of CFO. They're really just standing back. They're waiting for them to end. But there's the re-engage. GA's good. Is it going to land? As there's the cease and desist. It is going to lock it down. Oh, D-Ray's happy with this one. It's going to be an easy pickup. Eddie on a rampage. Doggo holding on for dear life, but it is his toe. The undeniable dog. He's got his snout out and the claws are looking stronger. And it is going to be Secret Whales maintaining the lead and holding on to their crown as the leaders of the LCP.
And they right the ship after a game 1 loss and a bit of a dodgy game 2. Game 3 is back to the Team Secret Whales we know and love. A dominant performance out of them.
Oh, look, it was what we expected. We just didn't expect CFO to take that first game so decidedly. But Secret Whales, they've been in the lead of this whole LCP for a reason. And this is why, yeah, Secret Whales, yeah, they're just like, 2-1. Yeah, they just scribble over the top. It's like, it's fine. It's still going to work. But still, big props to CFO. Before we break down the leaders of the LCP, oh, yeah, throwing it at me. Just giving me the goods. But before we break down Secret Whales, props to CFO. This team showed up in that game 1, even game 2. They had sparks of life. Game 3, really big sparks of life. They were able to make some moves around, but still they were not able to hold on to what the Secret Whales were able to give.
No, they were not. The Secret Whales reassert themselves, remind everyone what they look like when they're firing on all cylinders. And I'm going to ask you a really hard question here, Pike. Who gets player of the match?
Ooh, okay. Ooh, that is a big question. I actually don't know. Let's hold on. Let's think for a second. The Pun, Histo, D-Ray, Eddie, BA. Eddie had a pretty good game. Eddie did pretty good.
The tricky thing is coming into this game, I was like, well, I don't think it's going to be Pun. I don't think BA had a great game 1. It's going to be Histo, D-Ray, or Eddie, and then all 3 of them had an incredible game. I think I'm leaning towards Histo, but it's really close.
I'm going to go D-Ray. I'm going to say D-Ray because that Aurora was getting some mad kills at the same time too. We'll have to wait and see, but 31 minutes for the final game time. 2 best-of-3 matches that went all the distance. Absolutely astounding tonight, Carricks. And you know what? I am knackered because that was a huge series. Oh, man. It's not often you get all games on a Sunday night. And it's what we sometimes dream of, but also we wish we were dreaming at the same time.
It's exactly what we want. We want to see these teams going back and forth. We want to see them doing everything they can. That was a huge play. As I think we're seeing D-Ray highlights, so I think it's going to be D-Ray, and well-deserved. He was fantastic this series.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you cannot deny that D-Ray was not inevitable in all of these games. No, it was Pun.
Pun?
What?
Okay.
You know what? Respect. The Varus was pretty cool. The Olaf popped off really hard, and the Nah had some really spectacular moments. But you know what? Okay, that's fine with me. Giving it over to Pun, I'm a big fan of. I think this is their first player of the match.
Yeah, it may well be, which is kind of wild given how high level their performance has been. It's an interesting choice for sure. But I don't hate it. I think anyone on Team Secret Whales could have justified it, as this was a little bit of a silly play from Eddie, but they do manage to turn it around. Even a play that starts as poorly as that They're calm, they're cool, calm, and collected, and they clean it up anyway.
Yeah, that's it. And I think this is the one thing that Secret Wales needed to really work on. They've sort of went out, especially in first stands, and they didn't have the showing that we really wanted to see, but it was because they were playing too fast and too aggressive too early, and we're getting really punished for it. CFO felt like a bit of a change of flavor where they said, okay, like we're going to try and match your tempo and see what's going on, and both teams had to somewhat slow down. But this final game, there was no slowing down. They were out for blood. They said, we just want everything. Look, we're 20 minutes into the game and it's 16 kills to 9. Like 21 minutes into the game. And it just gets bigger and bigger as we go from here. Like how many kills do we get up to? Almost like 30 plus kills in total.
It was a lot of kills in the end. I didn't really take note of the final number, but it was a lot. And so many of them were on DRA and Eddie as they were dealing, and Histo, of course, that were dealing just insane damage. And I mean, this fight was a little bit of a brutal one to watch because it really looked like things were going to work out here for CFO, but the 3-man unit of Team Secret Wales was just able to clutch it. And honestly, I mean, we don't see the rest of that fight, but even then, it was almost the 2-man unit. The pun kind of got denied from the fight. Yeah, we will see it as these highlights play out. But what does this make you think for the rest of the split? Because I'm actually excited. We've seen today that both Team Secret Wales and the SoftBank Hawks can lose games to teams not each other.
I think this really opens up the narrative that the LCP's had for a long time, and that is that every team has a shot. There is not 1 or 2 or even 3 teams that sit directly at the top of the leaderboard. Yes, the leaderboard's there just to show that some are more dominant, but I think this is showing signs of life that you can't discount out any team whatsoever. Every single one has a chance to take at least a game away and do some damage and even just put some teams in their place. And I think that's something very underrated. As Ace in the hole there looked good, but I'm excited to see what's going to go forward because we still have a couple more weeks of regular split. And now that we're seeing CFO sort of come to life, they might have a chance to come back and take some wins off some big teams and get back into a spot where they are a contester for the top of the leaderboard.
Exactly. Like CFO, they put on such a fantastic performance here. I don't really see why they can't do this against other teams. And I just think the LCP is so much more exciting now.
Yeah, it really is.
Anyone can beat anyone.
Yeah, and that's a big thing to note. Like, you can look at the LCK and, yeah, the teams are very clinical, they're very smart players, and they know what they're doing. And you know what? I'm not trying to say that LCP is the same level of LCK. I don't think anyone is. But what I'm trying to say is that the LCP is showing signs of life, that they're evolving only in their 2nd year of existence. That is the big difference. Like, LCK's been around since day dot. This is LCP year 2, only split 2, and we're starting to see that this league is evolving and changing with the times and trying to adjust and actually find their place in the world stage.
Exactly, and I'm so excited to see which teams we will end up sending over to MSI. And tonight has showed me that maybe it's not as guaranteed as I thought. Coming into today, I think most people were saying, look, the clear top 2 is Team Secret Wales and the SoftBank Hawks. And those teams did both win today. They will maintain their positions on the ladder. But losing games in the ways that they did have got me pretty excited for best of 5s, for playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
We could see a very deep run by someone like maybe a CFO, like a Ground Zero, or a Relove DCG.
Yeah, look, and this is where we start to see the really exciting stuff of what is actually going to be possible as we look at the results of today. One of the longest days we've had here at the LCP. SHG taking the 2-1 against DFM, and CFO just missing out with a nice, sneaky reverse sweep, with Secret Wales taking the win. Oh.
It was a hell of a day that came out of something we just didn't expect to be as exciting as it was. We've said that so many times, but it is just continuously true.
Yeah, let's look at the standings now as well. Secret Wales up the top still after they just won it out. Now we have a tied 2nd place. SHG and the Vikings both sitting second. Garm now sitting in that 4th spot. Relove DCG, Flying Oysters, Ground Zero, Dead Nation, Focus Me are all sitting below. But now we have a tournament on our hands and these teams are making moves.
Exactly, and the fight for playoff spots is only going to get more and more exciting as here we are with our player of the match standings. I thought Eddie did put in a pretty good case for himself, but didn't quite get there tonight. So we still have the big 5-way tie.
Yeah, not the end of the world too. Like, I still put it onto D-Ray and they would have made it up into the 2 slot, but sadly not here, unfortunately. But still, lots of great players all across the map, and this just shows that there is any chance for someone to be able to do more in these fights. Let's look at next week. Week 6 is coming up. GZ versus CFO and Secret Whales versus Vikings. Okay, Secret Whales versus Vikings is going to be an awesome series.
Yeah, that is going to be an absolute cracker of a series. CFO have shown that the new players are fully integrated. They are online and ready to fight. Ground Zero will have to really work hard to fend them off. But I'm looking at that second series because much like we saw in the LJL v LJL, when regions play against each other, they sometimes come up to another level. As we're back, don't worry.
Yeah, I was so scared. I was like, oh my God, my computer's died. But no, you're right. I think there is going to be a lot more games coming up, especially as we start to see the top tier teams starting to verse each other. They've only really versed some of the lower level teams as well, Carrick. So I'm excited to see what is being held for week 6 and beyond. But Carrick, it's the end of the night. Any final call-outs before we all go to bed and just take a deep breath for how awesome those games were tonight?
My only final words is a deep, deep apology to the nation of the Congo.
You know what? You guys got Lion, and that's really cool. That's all it needs to be, Carrick. They've got the Lions, and that's all she wrote. Guys, thank you all so much for joining us for this week, week 5 of the LCP. Don't forget, there's plenty more socials and action you can find on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. It's everywhere, so go check it out. Should be able to find those socials in the links underneath the screen. But from everyone here in the LCP, Carrick, myself, our good friend Ty, our producer, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week for another adventure. Good night.